Fighter Mamdlakude in red. Mamdlakude uhlele endzaweni le-wrong. Buya nganeno, buya.
Ubani uMamdlakude?
Cela ubuye fighter, buye ekhaya, ungasabi, buye.
Platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Speaker mic, platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Mario.
Something here. Whether I should put my tablet like this. That's not going to work. It'll work like this.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary will read the first order.
Report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on South African National.
Order, honorable members, will you quiet down and take your seats, please? Honorable Ghana. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of Report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on South African National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Limited Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order.
Second reading debate, South African National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Limited Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Basson, the Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Act was passed last year to consider key water infrastructure functions into a single entity. However, a technical flaw was identified after promulgation. Section 3(2) provided that the Minister of Finance would amend Schedule 2 of the PFMA to list this agency as a major public entity. National Treasury, the Presidency, and the Chief State Law Advisor all confirmed this was legally incorrect. The PFMA does not empower the Minister of Finance to amend Schedule 2. Leaving this unresolved would have created legal uncertainty and undermined the agency's ability to operate effectively. This amendment bill corrects this flaw. It provides that the agency will automatically automatically be listed as a Schedule 2 upon incorporation, and that the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority will be deleted from Schedule 2 once it is disestablished. South Africa faces a water infrastructure crisis. We need to build and maintain dams, pipelines, and transfer schemes on a scale far greater than current capacity allows. Chairperson, the fiscus can no longer bear this responsibility alone. The agency model allows to unlock finances by using its asset base and revenue streams. The agency will be positioned to raise funds with greater speed and at more affordable rates, underpinned by the credibility of its own balance sheet. This reduces expenditure on state guarantees. Unlike the old model of depending on state guarantees, the agency ensures financial sustainability. It also consolidates TCTA, the water trading entity, and part of the department into one entity, improving governance and accountability. The amendment bill was developed with full consultation. National Treasury, the Presidency, TCTA, and the state law advisors all expressed support of this correction. During the original legislative process, it was made clear that the agency would be listed as a Schedule 2 public entity. That position has not changed. This bill simply implements that intent correctly. No objectives were received, confirming that this amendment is corrective, uncontroversial, and in national interest. After due consideration, the Portfolio Committee finds that this bill rectifies a legal error and ensures compliance with the PFMA, provides certainty for the agency's establishment, improves investor confidence and finance prospects, and support the urgent outroll of infrastructure to secure South Africa's water future. The Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation recommends that the National Assembly adopts this amendment bill without further amendments. In conclusion, Chairperson, this bill is corrective, lawful, and forward-looking. It places the agency on a firm foundation, ready to deliver dams, pipelines, and transfer schemes our economy and South Africans urgently need. The committee supports this amendment bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members, in the year 2012, as a ruling party, we adopted the 2030 National Development Plan, which recognized the country's water infrastructure crisis and recommended the establishment of a national water resource infrastructure agency, which the ANC-led government is currently establishing through the merger of the water trading entity and the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. Honorable Chair, as the ANC, we are determined to realize the goal of the National Development Plan to transform the state's capacity for water infrastructure development to meet the growing demand for both domestic and commercial water use. The steps taken so far to establish the agency, which we expect to complete by this time next year, demonstrate our commitment. As the Portfolio Committee, we received a presentation from the Ministry on their proposed amendment bill, which was a technical correction to the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Act. After deliberations, as a majority vote duly adopted the motion to amend with one record objection, declaring that the proposed amendment was desirable. We supported the amendment bill because it seeks to correct a legal anomaly concerning powers assigned to the Ministry of Finance, thereby ensuring that only Parliament may amend the Public Finance Management Act. Honorable members, public participation is the cornerstone of our democracy, and it brings into reality the Freedom Charter's injunction, the people shall govern. This amendment bill is a Section 75 bill That is, it is an ordinary law that does not affect the provinces, but Parliament is required to issue a call for public comments by advertising in all the country's provincial and national newspapers and on its website. The Portfolio Committee completed the legislative process and received 2 submissions. One supported the amendment with the recommendations, while the other was irrelevant and not considered because it was an application for employment sent to an incorrect email address. Due to the nature of the amendment bill, the Portfolio Committee felt that there was no need to hold public hearings despite some initial considerations. As the Portfolio Committee, we did consider the single submission, which among others proposed or recommended that the agency should uphold and promote public participation in the planning and development of water infrastructure. We also proposed that the agency in its program to develop infrastructure should pay particular focus on rural communities. Honorable Chair, as the ANC, we commend the Ministry and the Department for their exceptional efforts in easing our concerns regarding the agency's establishment as a state-owned entity. In the recent past, the country's state-owned entities had been negatively impacted by the state capture, which destroyed the capacity of the state and these entities to deliver on their developmental mandate. After receiving the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency Act 34 of 2024, we are convinced that our predecessors have created legislative design to protect the entity from rogue elements within and outside government who may seek to exploit it for their own selfish interests in capital accumulation at the expense of our people. Our predecessors have enacted progressive legislation that ensures that our government prioritizes the needs of people over profit accumulation by large corporations. Honorable Chairperson, our committee reviewed the received comments and discussed each clause of the amendment bill, concluding that no additional amendments needed to be made to the clauses as presented in the bill. The committee members said they would reserve their right to support the amendment bill in the National Assembly, so we would not be surprised if they do not support it today. As the ANC, we have an electoral mandate to take steps towards realizing a better life for all. Therefore, we are responsible for supporting initiatives that contribute to this objective. We believe that establishing the agency is one of the measures needed to enhance state capability, support water authorities, and improve access to equitable distribution of water infrastructure, building on democratic gains. Honorable Chair, the 7th administration has prioritized the water and sanitation sector as a top priority, as shown by the establishment of the water task team chaired by the Deputy President, its integration into Operation Volunteer, and the convening of the water and sanitation Indaba earlier this year, which produced important recommendations and action plan. As the ANC, we commend the steps that have also been taken to build the capacity and capabilities of both water boards and water service authorities, which are the weakest links in the water and sanitation value chain. We are eagerly awaiting the completion of establishing the agency, which will be responsible for providing both technical and advisory support for developmental entities, including water boards and water service authorities. It is of paramount importance that the capabilities and capacity of the water entities be enhanced to ensure that they take the lead in water sector to reduce the dependence on service providers, as some of the current challenges we are facing are because of the shoddy work. Honorable members, our ANC-led government is establishing the agency as part of building the capacity and capabilities of the state to deliver on its constitutional mandate, which also involved the management of water, a scarce resource in our country, but also mitigates against impact of climate change and the failures of local government. As a country, we are struggling to manage these important resources, as evidenced by the high levels of non-revenue water losses recorded. As reported in the last no-drop report of 2023, no revenue water losses have increased from the 35% recorded in 2015 to 46.4% in June 2022. well above the international average of the record of the below 30%, while water losses stood at 40.7%. Therefore, the need for the agency is time sensitive to address this poor management of scarce resource. Honorable Chairperson, we as the African National Congress propose that the National Department urgently provide necessary support for water safety authorities by seconding personnel, critical skills, and also by invoking the secondary functions of the water boards to assist these authorities. In addition, we as the ANC believe that the high-level declaration and resolution of the water and sanitation endeavor are important in realizing the goals of the National Development Plan. Among the resolutions, the endeavor said, among others, the ANC-led government should take steps to increase investment through financing options and ensure the financial viability of the sector, a responsibility conferred to the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. We, as the ANC, believe that we are on course to realize some of the NDP's goals related to water sector, and it is in particular
Honorable Member, your
that
time
we
is now
support
expired.
this amendment bill and report to the portfolio committee. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Reddy.
Kwaza. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party to reject this report as we speak for millions of South Africans who are tired of excuses and empty promises. You just heard now the honorable member from the ANC talk about National Development Plan, about Vision 2030, about endless frameworks and strategies. But the facts, honorable members, is that our people cannot drink a plan. They cannot flush a toilet with a vision statement. Every year we hear of master plans, turnaround strategies, and integrated development frameworks. Yet every year, service delivery in this country is getting from bad to worse. This government has turned planning into an Olympic sport. They produce glossy documents while our dams run dry. They hold summits while children queue with buckets. This bill, colleagues, is sold to us as progress. But you know what it really is? It's just a bureaucratic shuffle. While taps run dry, dams collapse, and our people queue at broken standpipes. The Minister of Water, she said, and ANC members know about this, she said, my department is not responsible for bringing water in the taps. She said, go and blame the municipalities. And guess what? Your president is following the same narrative. You know what this is like? This is like a firefighter saying, I'm not responsible for putting out fires. Go and blame the matches. You know what this is? This is passing the buck. You know, Mr. Ramaphosa, he admitted under his watch that governance in this country has collapsed. And then his party chairman, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, guess what he said? He said, ANC councillors, they only know how to dance and sing. That's all. And you know what? This would be funny if it were not so tragic. While they sing, the reality is that mothers in South Africa are walking kilometers to fetch water. Children miss school. Water boards are collapsing under billions in debt. And then Ramaphosa says ANC councillors must learn from the DA on how to run municipalities. What a joke. You know what? This is not renewal. This can only be described as surrender. Ramaphosa is sounding like the best recruiter for the DA.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Reddy.
Mr. Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa.
Honorable Reddy, please take your seat. Yes, honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we do not have Ramaphosa. We have President Ramaphosa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Reddy, let's continue referring
Mr.
to each other in
Ramaphosa, yes.
respectful terms.
Mr. Ramaphosa, this is not, Mr. Ramaphosa has become the DA's biggest imbongi. That's what he's become. He is ANC on the outside, and he's DA on the inside. And he's yearning for the day when the DA will take over government. Imagine the posters, DA posters saying, go and vote for DA because Mr. Ramaphosa said so.
Honorable
But
Reddy,
let us remind him.
Honorable Reddy, take your seat, please. Yes, Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
I'm getting there. I'm putting the
Order, Honorable Members.
No,
Order, Honorable Members. There's a member on the floor.
yeah, no, thanks, Honorable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 85. The Honorable Member is casting aspersion to the President. He says the President is DA on the inside. That is casting aspersion. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Member, I will check the recording and I will come back with a considered ruling if necessary. Please continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. So when you go to Khayelitsha, you see, because Mr. Ramaphosa said that ANC members must start emulating DA members, right? Go to DA municipalities like Khayelitsha and Philippi, and where families are living in squalor under DA rule, where sewage runs through the streets, where the poor are treated as second-class citizens. And this is no longer about communities who never had water. Even those who always had water now are suffering under water shedding. Water is off from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Go fill your buckets. You know what this is? It's load shedding's evil twin. But even today, what do you find? White South Africans are actually marching for water. You know, we have a full-blown crisis when even whites are now taking to the streets and saying we want bring back our water. In Queensborough, residents went over a year without water. They're relying on water tankers to survive. Stats SA statistics show something very interesting, and I want to share that with you now. It says, no, you must know this, it was the truth. This is the truth. The truth will set you free. You know what? 1/5 of the country's population here are relying on water tankers today. And that's what they don't want to hear. ANC don't want to hear the truth. Well, we are here as MK Party to tell you the truth because we represent millions of people on the ground. When we speak for our people. Now, you go to Phoenix, you go to Tongaat, you go to Johannesburg, water shedding is now a weekly reality. Salt Plaatjes municipality, people have marched because their taps have become ornaments. Now look at this bill very carefully, right, colleagues? We are giving the agency more power to raise more money for infrastructure. But you know what we're doing? We're putting more money into a bucket that has got big leaks. And instead of fixing the leaks, what we're doing, we're adding more water. And who pays? Our people are paying, who can barely put food on the table. South Africa loses more than 40% of its treated water. That's over 10 billion rands a year, literally going down the drain. What are we doing about non-revenue water? Executives are earning millions in salaries and bonuses, while projects are failing because there is no plan to run them after construction. This bill does absolutely nothing to stop waste, nothing to fix non-revenue water, nothing to make executives accountable. It simply throws good money after bad and leaves taxpayers holding the bill. As the MK Party, we are not just an opposition party. We are a true liberation movement. Our leaders have taught us to remain humble, to stay with the people and speak the truth in this house. And that's what we will do. Unlike these ANC leaders who are so aloof that when they speak here, people at home do not even recognize what they are talking about. Even the Minister of Water, until recently, denied that there was a water crisis. Now there is panic, but panic is not a plan and denial is not leadership. As the MK Party, we are saying, reject this bill. You heard only one person came to the public hearings. The other person that came made a mistake and thought it's a job application. But one person, only one person out of 63 million people responded to this. We are saying open this again. We need this bill to be put out back into the public for further engagement. You can't get one comment one comment, and based on the one comment, you say, we want to pass the bill? That's ridiculous. Where's democracy? Where's engagement with communities? This is not happening. Where is participation? Correct. No participation. So we reject this bill. We call as MK Party for a national water emergency response plan, Deputy Minister. We demand transparent audits of water boards. We want direct accountability because when taps run dry, the minister must answer. We will fight for a water system that puts our people before profit. Honorable Speaker, water is life. When government fails to deliver water, it fails life itself. South Africa does not need another fancy agency with a fancy logo that's going to cost us more millions. It needs courage, it needs integrity, and it needs leaders who can get the basics right. In MK, we can fix the crisis. We've got the plan. We've got the solution. And under an MK government, and we say to all those ANC councillors in the country and ANC leaders that were told that you are not good enough, you are just singers and dancers, we say the doors at MK are open. Come over, come over. We put the people first. So we say to you today, reject this report, reject this bill, and before the people reject you on the ballot box. That is what is going to happen. Now,
Honorable members.
and this is very important. Stats SA says that the percentage of households that experience water interruptions lasting more than 2 days at a time, or 15 days in total over the past year, increased from 24.3% in 2012 to 33.7% in 2024. You know what that tells us? It tells us that people that had water before don't have water anymore. And if you are sitting here and saying you don't know somebody who's experiencing this, then you are living in cuckoo land. You have betrayed your own voters. You're not here to represent them. You're just representing a party, you're representing Ramaphosa, and you're representing white monopoly capital. Put the people first. Reject this bill. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Mbiko. Order, honorable members. Honorable members.
Chairperson, today we debate the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency.
Members, there's a member on the podium and you are now infringing on her right to make an input in the debate.
Let me
Honorable
start,
member from MK, please, it includes you as well.
let me start from the beginning, sir. Chairperson, today we debate the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Amendment Bill. Although the DA voted in opposition to the Principal Act in the previous parliament, this agreement, if correctly implemented, will ensure legal certainty, good governance, and the long-term sustainability of South Africa's water infrastructure. This bill is at its core a technical amendment. It corrects a legal flaw in the original 2024 Act that granted the Minister of Finance powers beyond what the Public Finance Management Act allows. National Treasury, the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor, and the Presidency all confirmed that this wording created an ultra-virus situation. The amendment now ensures that on incorporation, the agency is automatically listed under Schedule 2 of the PFMA, with the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority removed once it is disestablished. This restores compliance with the PFMA and give the agency a solid legal foundation. For the DA, the rule of law is non-negotiable. A technical error may appear small, but without correction, it risks undermining investor confidence, delaying projects, and creating uncertainty about the agency's authority. By fixing this anomaly, Parliament upholds constitutional governance and ensures that the water sector operates within a sound legal framework. South Africa faces a dire water crisis. We need an ongoing large-scale program to build and maintain dams, pipelines, and transfer schemes. Yet, government's fiscal constraints make it impossible to rely solely on the national budget. The agency model allows us to leverage existing assets and revenues to raise funds on domestic and international markets. And here is the key. The bill improves on the NWRIA Act by creating an agency that will stand on its own balance sheet. And that strength means it can borrow more cheaply, more quickly, and with greater confidence from investors. The stronger financial base will not only reduce dependency on the state, but also enable the agency to pass these cost savings on to infrastructure development. By freeing itself from the state guarantees and leveraging its strong asset base, the agency will save taxpayers' money while unlocking the finance needed to build dams, pipelines, and water transfer schemes our country desperately needs. This is critical for projects such as the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2, the Clem William Dam, and other regional transfer schemes that secure water for millions of South Africans and sustain economic growth. The process leading to this bill has been extensive and inclusive. All role players and both houses of parliament were consulted. All supported the technical amendment. Importantly, during the original consultation process, stakeholders were clear that the agency should be a Schedule II entity, a position that remains unchanged and is now implemented correctly through this bill. The fact that no objections were received during the stakeholder engagement underscores that this amendment is not controversial, but corrective and necessary. Chairperson, this amendment bill reflects three core principles that guide the DA's approach to governance. It's respect for the rule of law, good governance, and sustainable service delivery. South Africa cannot afford legal uncertainty or governance gaps when it comes to water. Every community from urban metros to rural villages depends on infrastructure that is well-funded, well-managed, and transparent. This bill is a step in the right direction. In conclusions, Chair, as part of the government of national unity, the DA will hold the government accountable to ensure that this agency delivers on its mandate, because every South African has a constitutional right to clean and reliable water. The Democratic Alliance supports this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kaula.
Kaula.
Ngibonge Chair. Ngibingelele uPresident wami uJulius Malema, uPresident wakusasa ngiyabonga. Hayi President uRamaphosa uPresident weDA. Ngomi DA lo ayosiyeke ngayo.
Order, Honourable Members.
Disturb yazi. Okay, njenge EFF, we support le amendment bill. Lalelani ngasho ukuthi yebo, papa phansi amaphaphu. Why sisupporta na? Ukuthi siyazibona izinkinga phansi kubantu and sizokwenza sure ukuthi siyobheka ukuthi njoba sisupporta nje niyazenza into ezidingo zabantu njoba umphakathi wakithi usenkingeni. Ubaba wenu uRamaphosa usheshe wayincoma iDA. Uyazi angazi noma bangizothi mhlambe bamuphani isteki. Uyazi ngishiso yini? Lana la eCape Town. Khaylisha Philip kubolile. iDA yenzela abantu baba bamhlophe ayinendaba nomuntu omnyama. In English, it is filthy, 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 filthy. Kungcolile. Khona lo Ramaphosa wenu. Kuyimanje abantu bagcwele la ngaphandle. Bona be-ANC, bona bavotela i-ANC. Kodwa futhi bona bazoteleka la, bazokhala. Okay, siyadlula kasizile la besinika nje umphako. Western Cape. Eastern Cape abantu bakhona bathathwa njengezingulube not abantu akufanele bathole idingo zabo ngokufanele. Indle iyatanta emgwaqweni nasendlini zabo. Northern Cape nibabona daily beshaya imash bevala umgwaqo. Into enigood kuyona nina ANC imeya zenu anibizi nizohlala nazo phansi uzichaze ukuthi kwenzakalani. Imeya zenu uKhokta oSalka kuphela niyabuka nje. Ayike eJoburg ihlazo. Sengilindele kusasa ngizokulala njengengane mayizoya esikoleni noma high school ebuthonga bufiki ifuna kuya khona. Ngoba kusasa sizobe sisibize umini ulo umeya wase eJoburg akazositshela kwenzakalani. Abantu balapha eJoburg endlini zabo kuqhumindle kubizwe labantu abawoplamba into bengiyenza de ngisegoli. Uzothi beyilungisa ngaphi iqhume komunye umuzi egcekeni. Impilo yabantu bakithi abahluphe ngayo kodwa sibe sithi siphethe siyalida. And emndeni abantu bakhona amanzi abawazi inhlobo. KwaZulu Natal ke yihlazo nakhona wekha amanzi. Lana thina siyi-EFF sasithe ngishilo futhi nase kwi-portfolio committee. Lento yamathenda iyona kanye eyinkinga iyona kanye ehluphekisa abantu bakithi. Ngabe intoni into infrastructure amathenda ayicabangela wona kanti ukuba amanzi lawa kuvele umasipala ayithathelene amanzi azi ukuthi kulomgwaqo napa abantu abagadile ababhekile ukuthi kuqhuma kwezitamkoko nabantu abanganawo amanzi. Manje because nina amathenda niphakathi kona futhi nuhulumeni ngapha nifaka imali phezulu noyikhongozela ngapha nifranta ngabantu lamasela lawo. Ngicela ningangidisturb angimdisturb mina akho umuntu ohlonipha njengami la eParliament. Lalelani ke ngiyacela webafethu amanzi ayimpilo yomuntu. Deputy Minister ngizokukhipha mabhansi angakupha ezokukhipha. Amanzi ayimpilo yomuntu. Niyazini ukuthi amavaterikani akamsiza umuntu ogulayo akamsiza umuntu osebenzayo. Ubuye emsebenzini lo muntu amanzi akazwatholapha kade efike mina. And lama mavaterikani ahleze emasha njalo ngoba kuyakhombisa ukuthi thina ngesikhathi siphasisa imali la niyayithatha niyanikeza labantu benu. And kuneyindawo lana ezinjengandawo zeinkulisa kube khona lezi ndawo zamahome ezigcina abantu abagulayo abadinga amanzi. Ezikoleni akusafundwa Deputy Minister Mahlobo. Ikole aziphakelwa amanzi. Njoba ngikhuluma ngawe nje ngoba kuthiwa ziya-owa. Ingane zifanele ithola amanzi zizohlamba kanjani? Masikhuluma ngendaba kuba clean zokwenza kanjani? Therefore, EFF is supporter le budget amendment bill. Musani kube senzobe senimisa imsila. Ngoba hey sizonibheka corner to corner and sizonibopha.
Honorable member, your time is now expired. Thank you very much.
Tshela kancane baba,
Thank you.
Ayisengivele sengihamba.
Thank you, honorable member.
Buka nje. Minister.
Honorable member, your time is expired.
Yindlele.
Honorable Kaula, your time has expired.
Kodwa yazi bengi.
Please leave the podium.
Okay, sengiyayeka ke. Kodwa bukani.
Honorable member, please leave the podium. The next speaker is the Honorable Adebe.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members, order.
House Chairperson, as a point of departure, the IFP must stress that it is utterly unacceptable and morally indefensible that any society should have the words water mafia in its vocabulary. Water is not a privilege nor a commodity to be captured by criminal syndicates. It is a basic human right enshrined in our constitution. The very existence of such terminology reflects a betrayal of the most vulnerable, for it suggests that life itself has been placed in the hands of profiteers. In supporting the amendment bill, the IFP considered that in its original form, the bill sought to establish an entity responsible for developing and managing South Africa's water infrastructure. Importantly, this entity will not only be able to raise funds on its own balance sheet to boost investment in water infrastructure, but will also mobilize financing for new projects through innovative models designed to attract private investment. Moreover, the IFP supports the amendment bill as public entities listed in Schedule 2 enjoy full managerial autonomy, with the government only able to intervene in its capacity as a majority or sole shareholder. An independent government water entity holds the potential to transform South Africa's approach to water management by ensuring that the country's most vital resources managed efficiently, transparently, and sustainably. By focusing exclusively on the development, maintenance, and expansion of water infrastructure, such an entity would be positioned to fast-track projects, reduce bureaucratic delays, and mobilize funding through both public and private partnerships. Its independence allows it to operate with greater flexibility and technical expertise, free from the competing priorities that often hinder line departments. Crucially, an entity of this nature would also be tasked with addressing infrastructure backlogs, ensuring equitable water distribution, and safeguarding long-term water security in a context where climate change and population growth are exerting increasing pressure. Independence must not translate into a lack of accountability. For the entity to deliver on its mandate credibly, it must remain firmly answerable to Parliament, which acts as the custodian of the people's interest. Regular reporting to Parliament ensures transparency, oversight, and adherence to constitutional principles of accountability, preventing mismanagement or corruption. In this way, the entity can balance operational autonomy and democratic accountability, delivering tangible results while maintaining the trust of South Africans. Clean water is not a privilege, but a constitutional right and a basic necessity for life. South Africa cannot afford further delays or missteps in delivering this most fundamental service. Failure to get it right will deepen inequality, fuel unrest, and compromise public health, leaving millions exposed to disease and indignity. Without urgent action, our economy, food security, and social stability will also suffer. The cost of inaction is far greater than the investment required. Delivering clean water for all is not just urgent. It is the foundation upon which a just, healthy, and prosperous South Africa must be built. The IFP supports the amendment bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Peters.
House Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, fellow members, the Patriotic Alliance rises in strong support of the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency Amendment Bill. For too long, the people of South Africa, from the arid Karoo to the bustling streets of the metros, have been failed by the catastrophic mismanagement of our most precious resource, water. Leaking pipes, crumbling infrastructure, and the spectacle of a raw sewage flowing into our rivers is a national disgrace and a direct result of poor governance and a lack of accountable, specialized focus. This bill is not merely an amendment, it is a critical intervention. It represents a decisive step towards taking water infrastructure out of the hands of those who have proven that they cannot manage it and placing it under a dedicated single-purpose state-owned entity. The creation of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency provides the focused, engineering-driven, and financially accountable leadership that this crisis demands. We support this bill because it's fundamentally about delivery to our people. It is about ensuring that every South African, regardless of where they live, has access to clean running water. It is about securing water for our farmers to grow food and create jobs. It is about being a resilient water future to power our economy and protect our communities from drought and the adverse effects of climate change. The PA has also stood for practical solutions and good governance. This bill, while not a silver bullet, is a necessary and powerful tool to fix what is broken. We urge all parties in this House to put the people of South Africa first and pass this bill without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Wessels.
Honourable House Chairperson, the Freedom Front Plus is in support of this amendment bill, a bill that is a technical amendment of an act that was passed by the previous Parliament. But one cannot speak about the Water Infrastructure Agency without, as other speakers did as well, reflect upon the water crisis facing South Africa. And that entails millions of South Africans who daily do not have access to reliable and clean water supply. This has to be acknowledged, and this agency's goal is to address the inefficiencies with regards to water infrastructure in our country. But Honourable House Chairperson, a state-owned entity can sometimes, and did in the past, in other circumstances, create more problems than provide solutions. And that is what we all have to guard against. If one looks at water boards at the moment, and the Minister herself reflected and said that a lot of water boards in the country is actually bankrupt and malfunctioning. But when one then goes and looks at the remuneration that board members receive, it is a very, very big problem. And that is a red light with regards to this agency as well. Examples of ludicrous amounts of remuneration that these part-time board members receive is, for instance, Rand Water, where the average remuneration is over 700,000 Rand a year. That besides all other benefits that those board members get. This being a board that's supplying water to an area which is water scarce and where people are currently not receiving water. Also, Far Central Water, where there's board members that receive well over R1 million a year. Go to KwaZulu-Natal and you look at, my time will never be up, look at 1.7 million rand remuneration annually. That is a shame. Whilst people are suffering, whilst these water boards have financial woes, that those type of stipends are paid to board members. If this agency goes the same way, it's not going to solve the water infrastructure problem. It's going to create more problems. We'll have to put South Africans first, and this agency must be there to not create more fraud and corruption and a place where people are employed and earn a lot of money whilst poor South Africans and ordinary South Africans are suffering, but it should provide solutions to find funding to address our infrastructure shortcomings. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Action SA will support this amendment bill, which seeks to list the newly established South African National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency under Schedule 2 of the Public Finance Management Act and to delist the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority as its responsibilities are now absorbed into this new agency. This bill is ultimately about consolidation and clarity. For too long, the management of our national water resource infrastructure has been fragmented across multiple entities. That fragmentation has bred inefficiency, duplication, and very too often poor accountability. Honourable Speaker, we must also be sober in recognizing the risks of this transition. The transfer of assets, liabilities, contracts, and staff from the TCTA to the new agency is not a small administrative exercise, and the implementation thereof must carefully be monitored. Honourable members, water is the lifeblood of our people, our economy, and our environment. For Action SA, water governance sits at the heart of our climate and environment policy framework. We strongly believe in regulatory reform, institutional strengthening, and ensuring that our infrastructure meets the demand of a growing and urbanizing nation. For decades, however, South Africa has seen chronic underinvestment and corruption when it comes to this critical water resource. Take the Guyana Water Project, for example, billions wasted, yet villages still sit without water. Or the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which for decades is left behind schedule. These failures are indicative of a government that has consistently promised but not delivered. On the bulk supply side, this is a self-induced crisis. At municipal level, the picture is no better. Just last week in Johannesburg, water protests turned violent. The collapse of infrastructure is reaching our metros, but our rural communities have been suffering the longest. In Makhanda, in the Eastern Cape, residents have endured the total collapse of water infrastructure for decades. 42% of all water is lost through leaks and broken infrastructure. This amounts to 7 billion in lost revenue annually. On the reticulation side too, we face a crisis, and all of this is happening on the back of changing climate. Droughts are longer and more intense. We cannot soon forget the threat of day zero in Cape Town. Floods are more frequent and more destructive than we have ever seen before, just like in Durban and surrounding areas, where lives and billions of rands in economic value have been lost. These compounding crises of bulk supply, reticulation, and climate change make the urgency of this action more undeniable. Honourable Speaker, Action SA, as a rational opposition, will support any initiative that moves us closer to fixing these crises. But we must stress, we must act swiftly and decisively, secure our water future, and confront the multiple self-induced challenges facing this country. Action SA will support this bill with our eyes open to the responsibility that comes with it and the knowledge that much more still needs to be done. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable KRJ Meshu.
House Chairperson, The
Yes,
African
Honourable
Christian
Member.
Democratic Party welcomes the tabling of the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, which seeks to strengthen governance and financial accountability in South Africa's water infrastructure sector. The bill amends the 2024 Act to formally list the agency as a major public entity under Schedule 2 of the Public Finance Management Act and to delist the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, thereby consolidating oversight and streamlining institutional mandates. This legislative refinement is timely. South Africa faces mounting water insecurity, aging infrastructure, climate volatility, and poor maintenance that has left many communities vulnerable. The agency's establishment in February 2025 was a critical step towards centralizing strategic water resource management. However, its effectiveness hinges on robust legal and financial architecture. By aligning the agency with PFMA's Schedule 2, Parliament ensures that it is subject to stricter reporting, audit, and procurement standards essential for public trust and fiscal discipline. The ACDP supports this establishment of the TCTA, whose overlapping functions and opaque financial arrangements have long been criticized by civil society and the Auditor General. Research from the Water Research Commission underscores the need for integrated infrastructure planning and transparent funding models to unlock sustainable water delivery. Speaker, water is not merely a commodity. It is a constitutional right and a cornerstone of economic resilience. The ACDP calls for the agency to prioritize rural infrastructure, equitable access, and climate adaptive technologies. We further urge the Minister to ensure that board appointments reflect technical expertise and ethical leadership. This bill is a step forward. Now the agency must deliver on its mandate with integrity, efficiency, and agency. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The United Democratic Movement is appalled that this amendment bill seems to have been shaped by just one meaningful submission, while another was dismissed as irrelevant, according to the committee report. This is a glaring failure of public participation. It is not clear whether the department had received any submissions. We cannot claim to serve the people if their voices are ignored. Honourable House Chair, while the UDM supports this amendment bill, we are of the view that this error or glitch should have been picked up before the act went through in the first place. This reeks of incompetence. The unnecessary delay on the establishment of the agency has prolonged the suffering of our people. South Africans in rural and underserviced communities continue to suffer. In Buffalo City's King Williamstown, 9 villages are without clean running water, and there are countless more across the country. The UTM highlighted this by writing to the MMC of Infrastructure in BCMM, copied the MEC of COCTA and the Minister of Water and Sanitation, and we received silence. This is unacceptable. In 2025, in a democratic South Africa, our people are still forced to fetch water from unsafe sources, endure waterborne diseases, and live with pit latrines and bucket toilets. The department admitted that 105 of 144 municipalities are in crisis. Pipes are old, wastewater plants are broken, corruption is rampant, communities are left dry and exposed to diseases. We cannot allow another generation to grow up denied safe water and sanitation. Parliament must enforce accountability. The UTM calls for immediate deployment of expert teams to failing municipalities, urgent repair and maintenance of infrastructure under strict oversight, transparent use of public funds, and meaningful prosecution of those who steal from the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Mati Utomi, honorable members, honorable DM, not DP, otherwise, but okay, something is wrong. Access to water is an essential aspect of a dignified life. But we must accept that our actions and inactions have left South Africans out to dry. More than 30 years after the dawn of democracy, millions of South Africans are still forced to walk far distances to access clean water, despite supposed government interventions. As you'll know, and it has been spoken around the Guyane water project, we know money continues to be spent, but the taps remain dry. So we can make laws and establish new entities. However, if they do not result in every household having consistent access to clean water in their homes, what is the point? So DMS, you come and close this debate. Don't go into the technical arguments. We know the amendment bill, it's supported, it's going to pass. But what you should say is, how will this entity ensure that there's water? That's what South Africans want to hear. That you'll come here and give a story of where it started, it's not going to help South Africans. You must say, all right, now there's this entity, now there's going to be water. Because as we have this debate now, even those that have taps in their homes, they are starting to see their water being snatched out from beneath them. You know, in Johannesburg, there was a big march that turned violent in areas such as Melrose, Parkhurst, Bryanston, are also now starting to face hours and days of water outages. And that's what I will expect of you, DM, when you come to close the debate. Don't come and ask us to support the amendment bill. We support it. Come and tell South Africans, how will this entity ensure that there's water? Because water is life. The only people who don't support this bill is MK. Don't worry about them. The majority here, including the EFF and everyone, we support the amendment bill. So don't come here and tell us that, no, please support the amendment bill. You must tell South Africans, how will this amendment bill ensure that there's water in the taps? Depart from your speech. Don't worry. Don't ask us to support it. We'll support it. No, don't even address them. We know where they come from. Don't even address them. Address the people of South Africa.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. Today, as we engage and as we debate, there are hospitals that are struggling to save lives because there's no running water. There's schools that are sending children home as we speak today because there's poor sanitation or there's no running water for the day or for the week or for months. There's homes across cities and towns where taps are running dry while there's leaks that are unaddressed. These are the realities in South Africa today. We're discussing a bill that could have enabled significant progress in fixing the water crisis in South Africa. Instead, when you look at that bill, it's a technical arrangement in law for what really is a critical and systemic problem in the lived realities of South Africans. This bill is meant to create a modern, streamlined agency to better manage South Africa's aging and insufficient and inefficient infrastructure. And that's something that we urgently need, but the bill alone doesn't do that. Currently, it just changes legal names and categories. And this in a time we're in crisis. So what matters ultimately is implementation. It's what happens with that transfer. It's what happens with the resources that are allocated to that agency. It's what happens with leadership, and leadership that actually is going to care about what is happening in South Africa. Even today in Johannesburg, our economic hub, we know that that's a city that's been hit hard, and residents are enduring long outages caused by decaying infrastructure and mismanagement. And we're reading that more than half of Johannesburg's water reserves are actually, or water reservoirs are actually leaking. And so these are the realities we live with. And what we need are not only immediate short-term reprieves like water tankers. We need long-term structural fixes. And so as BOSA, we are pursuing measures to stabilize the situation. And we're calling on government to do this. The Water Services Act allows struggling municipalities to hand over distribution to non-profits or to other providers. And we have raised this time and time again. And this should happen where it's appropriate until there's a stabilization of the system. We're currently pursuing a water litigation initiative to hold governments accountable for failing to provide the basic human rights of water, specifically in metros like Johannesburg. There are economic hubs and hospitals and schools. It is unconstitutional and it's indefensible. And lastly, we're taking to the streets today and joining communities and civil society organizations who are marching to the mayor's office in Johannesburg, demanding accountability and an end to this water crisis. There's various measures which must be taken. Launch water conservation campaigns, invest in infrastructure, appoint skilled and qualified leadership. Let's make sure that we end this water crisis. We can't have the same thing that happened with electricity in this country.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kegagilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Reddy, I've listened to your critics attentively, so kindly listen to my debate. Water is essential for life, and in our country, access to it is constitutional right. The democratic government has an obligation to take reasonable steps to ensure consistent access to safe, clean drinking water. As the African National Congress, we firmly believe—
Honourable Member, will you just take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Speaker. Will the Honourable Member be prepared to take a question? Especially
thank you, Honourable Member.
Constitutional right.
Honourable Reddy. Honourable Reddy.
Implemented.
Honourable Reddy. Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
Not from Honorable Reddy.
No, the member is not prepared to take a question. Please proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, to avoid the accusation that we are saying that things will improve once the agency is established, let me take this opportunity to highlight some of the key interventions undertaken by the National Department to ensure constant access to safe, clean drinking water and improved sanitation. The National Department has undertaken several key interventions guided by the outcome of the 3 drops reports, including follow-ups with affected water service authorities to implement corrective actions, the introduction of operation licenses for water service providers, and an ongoing process to amend Section 63 of the Water Service Act to enable enforcement and compliance with departmental directives. In addition, the National Department issued a directive to all water services authorities to outlining their responsibilities to develop an action plan that addresses—
Honourable Member, will you take your seat, please? Please take your seat, Honourable Member. Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Chairperson. I've realized that she can't take a question from Honorable Reddy, but I do have a question. Is she
Honourable
willing
Member,
to
are you prepared to
answer
take a question?
from my son?
Taking any questions from this—
Thank you. Please proceed.
In addition, the department—
Order, honourable members.
In addition, the National Department issued a directive to all water services authority outlining their responsibilities to develop an action plan that addresses the relevant drop results. These action plans must include implementing all necessary management tools to improve performance related to drop reports. Importantly, the national department has ensured that regular financial support is provided to municipalities through its two grants, the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant and the Water Service Infrastructure Grant, to refurbish and develop new water and sanitation infrastructure to address backlogs. Honorable members, we urgently need to transform the water sector to benefit historically disadvantaged communities by developing infrastructure in remote rural areas of the country. There is no doubt that under the ANC-led government, the country has made significant progress since 1996 in expanding water service, especially within the disadvantaged and vulnerable communities and rural areas. The ANC, we are the first to accept and acknowledge that inequalities to access basic services are still a reality, and progress to transform the water sector has been slow. Despite this, the National Department, together with the various local municipalities, implementing several bulk water resources projects aimed at ensuring water security and access to safe water, clean drinking water, improved sanitation infrastructure. These projects includes the construction of large dams, canals, pump station, water treatment works, wastewater treatment works, and bulk pipelines that are intended to guarantee constant supply to rural communities. Additionally, the department has already taken...
Honorable Reddy, may I draw your attention to Rule 66? I draw your attention to Rule 66. While heckling is allowed, you're correct. You cannot do it in a manner that interrupts the member from delivering a speech. I'm making a ruling, and I will act on that ruling if you persist doing this. Please proceed.
Additionally, the department has also taken steps to address some of localized water resources deficits and ensure water security in the country. The department...
Honorable member, please take your seat. Honorable Skosana and the Honorable Reddy. This is your final warning. Really. We cannot interrupt your own member that's on the platform by engaging in a conversation with the Honorable Reddy after I just made a ruling against the Honorable member. Please proceed, Honorable member.
Additionally, the department has also taken steps to address some of the localized water resource deficits and ensure water security in the country. The department is accelerating water mix initiatives, such as increasing the use of groundwater and the reuse and desalination of seawater. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government is not sitting idle waiting for the establishment of the agency. There is important work that is being done, which this agency will take forward once established. One of the key interventions being implemented in a countrywide program aimed at enhancing effective integrated planning in collaboration with municipalities, which includes developing 5-year water and sanitation reliability plans that will also coordinate funding streams during the implementation. The department is also in the process of developing provincial bulk master plan that will identify water resource shortages in critical areas and the development of pipelines of projects to extend water services provision to all affected areas. As African National Congress, we firmly believe that the agency will take the work of the department forward, leveraging the existing experience of Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority in executing mega water infrastructure projects. The ANC, we anticipate that the agency will take over the management and the execution of the both Vaal River system, which supplies water to 46% of our country's economy and 33% of the population, and the overall system which will augment the water supply by 480 million cubic meter per year once completed. Honorable Chairperson, the agency will also need to take over the implementation of Umzibumbu water project in the Eastern Cape, which is essential for improving regional water supply. Would include the building of the Ntambelanga and Laleni dams in the Eastern Cape. Then Ntambelanga Dam, which will store both 490 million cubic meters of water would be used for domestic and agricultural supply requirements, while the Laleni Dam would be used for hydropower generation. The agency shall build local state technical capacity to guarantee a constant water supply to our communities, leaving no one behind. As the ANC, we acknowledge that there is a skill gap within the country's water service authorities, as reflected in the 3 drop reports. Therefore, as the ANC, we have prioritized building technical capacity to guarantee a constant water supply to our communities, leaving no one behind. This plan also aligns with the objective of creating an ethical, capable, developmental state, as building the state technical capacity is a critical component of achieving such a state. We of the African National Congress are convinced that the principal act establishing the agency and this amendment bill empowers our government to develop necessary technical capacity of the state to guarantee a constant supply for our communities and ensure no one falls behind. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the amendment bill as recommended by the Portfolio Committee. We firmly believe that the principal act and this amendment bill will empower the democratic government to enhance state capacity and capability, therefore gradually improving water infrastructure development in our country. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, ready.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, before we proceed, order. I want to draw your attention to Rule 64 that deals with the conduct of members, especially Sub-Rule 9 that refers to members are not allowed to take photographs or video footage during proceedings, speak on a cell phone, eat, read newspapers, or in any other way conduct themselves in a manner not befitting to the dignity and decorum of the House. There is a number of members who are bringing catering equipment into the chamber. Please remove that from the chamber. It does not send a positive message out to the public that is viewing these proceedings that we conduct ourselves in this manner. There is a restaurant around the corner where you can at your own liberty go and enjoy your refreshments there, but not here in the House. If it persists, I will ask you to leave the chamber. The next speaker is the Honorable Moore. May I also ask members that to follow the speakers list, so that if you know you are next on the speakers list or there's no other speakers ahead of you, that you make use of the waiting benches on the side, please.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Democratic Alliance is in support of the South African National Water Resources Agency SOC Limited Amendment Bill. This bill is a technical amendment, but an essential one. It corrects the flaw in the 2024 Act by listing the agency properly as a Schedule II entity under the Public Finance Management Act, and in due course allows for the delisting of the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority. This gives the agency the lawful footing it needs to operate as intended. Although technical, the practical effects matter. Passing this amendment moves us from drafting to delivery. South Africans cannot drink legislation. They need projects built, pipes repaired, and bulk schemes completed. The law must enable that work, not delay it. We consider this bill in the middle of a national water crisis. South Africa is water scarce, but today's shortages are driven less by rainfall and more by governance failure. Aging infrastructure fails, reservoirs run low because pumps, valves, and telemetry are not maintained. And nearly half of the water we treat never reaches paying customers. That is water lost to leaks, bursts, theft, and non-billing. It is money lost too, weakening the very utilities that must keep the system running. Johannesburg illustrates the danger. Communities on the ailing commando system have endured prolonged outages. Last week, Wednesday, I met with the protesting leadership in Westbury, complaining of no water, complaining of queuing for hours because tankers did not arrive, and sharing stories of pensioners who could no longer have the strength to carry 20 liters of water home. In Coronationville, Sophia Town, Bruma, and many other suburbs, taps have too often been dry for days at a time. The pattern is similar elsewhere. In eThekwini, non-revenue water has climbed to crisis levels, with billions of rands in treated water vanishing each year. That tragedy is measured twice. First, in families without reliable water at home, and then in the hole blown in municipal finances. No country can prosper while its lifeblood leaks away. Unreliable water also cripples the economy. A factory can install generators to ride out power cuts. It cannot manufacture without water in the pipes. We have seen mines cut output and plants halt production during multi-day outages. I'd like you, colleagues, to consider a company like Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, employing more than 7,000 people across the country. Their product is water intensive. If municipal supply becomes unreliable, production stops. Contracts are missed and livelihoods are put at risk. Water security is job security. That is why, while acknowledging that the current crisis is rooted in failing municipal systems, we also need to acknowledge that we need to grow the national supply envelope. South Africa is a growing country. To give our people and our economy a future, we must bring new water online and use what we have far more efficiently. That means investing in dams, interbasin transfers, reuse and recycling, groundwater where sustainable, and pressure and leak management at scale. It also means building the financial muscle to deliver this pipeline without overwhelming the fiscus. The agency model helps to do exactly that. Listing the agency as a Schedule II entity enables it to own assets, raise finance on the strength of those assets and future revenues, and partner with development financiers and the private sector. Instead of relying only on the budget and sovereign guarantees, the agency can become a credible balance sheet and move critical projects to financial close more quickly. Done properly, this should translate into better risk allocation, lower costs of capital, and savings that can be passed on through resilient public infrastructure. But we must be frank, a new agency is not a silver bullet. The state has struggled to deliver large projects on time and on budget. Nowhere is this clearer than the Lesotho Highlands Water Project Phase 2, the next great catalyst for growth in Gauteng's bulk water supply. Our oversight visit there by the committee earlier this year found significant delays and massive cost escalations. Phase 2 remains essential to Gauteng's future, and the manner in which it is delivered is a test of our collective resolve in this House to do things better. So even as we support this amendment, we recognize that passing a law does not fix a leak or clear a project bottleneck. It is the beginning, not the end of our work. Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation must be a fierce watchdog over the agency and over every project it undertakes. Borrowing must be prudent and matched to revenue. Procurement must be competitive, transparent, and clean. Delivery must be measured against clear milestones, reported to this House and to the public. And national investments must connect to local capability. A dam or pipeline is only as useful as the municipality that can store, pressurize, meter, bill, and maintain the downstream network. We should also be honest about the moment we are in. Years ago, many warned that if water institutions were captured or allowed to decay, water shedding would follow. That warning has, in too many cases and too many communities, become daily life. We have missed the chance to prevent it. Now our responsibility is to catch up and restore reliability. It also requires cooperation across spheres, Deputy Minister. We need national and provincial, water boards and municipalities. We need to line up plans and budgets, align operations, and share data so that the bulk supply and distribution work as one system. At a time when protests are flaring up in Johannesburg and in communities across the country, this is not a moment for complacency. Yesterday in Buffalo City, schools let their learners go because of the crisis happening in that area. It is a time, colleagues, for action, and yes, for taking calculated risks to fix what is broken. We cannot afford project paralysis, and we also cannot afford reckless borrowing. The path between those two errors is disciplined delivery, sound preparation, clean procurement, and capable project management, and Chairperson, relentless oversight. In supporting this amendment, we seek to uphold the rule of law, enable an important institutional reform, and create opportunity to rebuild capacity in a sector on which everything else depends. If managed well, this agency can be a catalyst for sustainable development, helping ensure that the next grandmother in Westbury opens her tap to a steady flow, and that the next entrepreneur in eThekwini opens her doors with confidence that water will be there when the lights come on. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I call the next speaker, Honourable Members, earlier in the debate, the Honourable Skosana raised on a point of order in terms of the speech made by the Honourable Reddy. Given that the statement that the Honourable Member has referred to was the President's statement that related to the performance of councillors, the procedural advice that I've received is that Mr. Reddy's statement is his political interpretation of what the President said. The point of order is thus not sustained. The Honourable Member.
House Chairperson. If
Order, honourable members.
Lepe will be quiet, then I can proceed. Honourable members, let me
Honourable members.
let me state it out. Let me state it out loud and clear from the outset that this is a narrow technical amendment of a principal legislation, the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Act of 2024, whose purpose it is to allow for the insertion of the soon-to-be-established NWRIA into Schedule 2 of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999. The PFMA's Schedule 2 caters for major entities, and consequently, it will also be governed by provisions of the National Procurement Act as soon as it comes into operation, despite the DA's brazen challenge to it in the courts of law as part of its frontal assault against transformation in this country. It is therefore not an attempt, that is this particular amendment, at privatizing our water resources as alleged by Honourable Reddy. If anything, this technical amendment will pave way for the disestablishment of the TCTA Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, which has been in existence since the conclusion of the 1986 treaty between Lesotho and South Africa, which provided for the transfer of raw water from Lesotho into South Africa. In terms of our public finance management regime, which took effect 5 years after the advent of our democracy, the NWRIA will thus be properly scheduled under Schedule 2 of the PFMA, as I've already said, to enable it to borrow money from the markets, such as is the case with what its predecessor has done before, that is the TCTA. And this has been a great success over that whole period of time. In this regard, Honourable Chairperson, the current phase 2, which will cost 53 billion rand, to build infrastructure in Lesotho, such as roads and bridges in the highlands. The cost of tunneling mountains through the tunnel boring machine, which drills through the mountain to create a tunnel whereby to maximize the capacity of the Katse dam ecosystem, which dam at the moment, together with others, yields 780 billion liters of water every year to South Africa. And there is an expected extra 490 billion liters of water at the conclusion of this project, that is phase 2, by 2029 through the Pudihadi Dam. Honorable Chairperson, at the heart of this development are communities in Lesotho, some of which happen to be in the way of land that has been earmarked for the building of roads and bridges, which, by the way, will benefit them too and the government of Lesotho. And this will enable access to the highlands, not only for the companies that work there, but for the people of Lesotho, which infrastructure was not in existence before. And may I add that these communities have since received compensation for the inconvenience that they have suffered. This means justness and equity in addressing the well-being of affected communities. Honorable Chairperson, to ensure security of water for its citizens, South Africa continues to honor its obligation to pay royalties to the Kingdom of Lesotho to the tune of over 300 million rand per month to ensure that Lesotho's white gold, that is water, benefits South Africa and the Kingdom of Lesotho mutually. House Chair, allow me to turn to slivers of truth that have so far been peddled by the DA in the media and other platforms about the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which slivers of truth are so carefully choreographed and curated as to manipulate public opinion that because of the long delays in this project, the 53 billion rand is no longer safe, would possibly be at the risk of being embezzled. These misleading.
Honourable member, please just give me a moment. Honourable members on the platform, please mute yourselves.
Ngiyabonga, Ma'am Khawula. These misleadingly attractive slivers of truth are paraded as if they were factually derived, thus allowing the DA shamelessly to bow at the feet of the golden calf of the post-truth citadel. Avoid facing the truth and skirting around it instead. So what is the truth? Our truth, as derived from facts, is that this project has faced several delays, but no funds have been embezzled, and if they were, the AGSA would have said so, as we took them with us on an oversight trip to Lesotho in February of this year. The truth is that this is a complex project whose sole success depends on water gushing out of the tunnel in 2029 as a sign of it having been delivered within its revised schedule. This project, which the NWRA will continue to drive in a clear demonstration of a mutual relationship between our two peoples, will cement shared prosperity, human solidarity, and a better SADC region and Africa between our two countries. To this end, the African Union's Agenda 2063's first aspiration emphasizes the need for equitable and sustainable use and management of water resources for socio-economic development, regional cooperation, and the environment, and not least targets of SDG 6, which aim to increase water efficiency and ensure fresh water supplies, as well as protect and restore water-related ecosystems. The truth is that as it progresses, there will be external threats to it. That is this project. such as the feeble attempt by a San Francisco-based NGO that litigates frivolously and vexatiously on behalf of alleged claimants in Lesotho over the resettlement costs. We believe that this case has no prospect of success, and a nefarious attempt to arrest the development of Lesotho and the advancement of water security in South Africa will therefore fail. Honorable Chair, to the post-truth equation is an ideologically nondescript political entity called the MKP, which only knows how to say no to everything, including to an appropriation of a budget that ensures that its MPs have salaries and tools of trade. So they do not stand for anything substantive other than opposing anything and everything that moves. So they revel in politics of spectacle and performance theatrics, and no intent
Honorable members.
to advance
Order.
transformation. A few minutes ago, this nondescript political entity lost their application to stop
Order,
the
honorable
Madlanga
members.
Madlanga Commission of Inquiry from establishing the truth
Honorable Ditebe,
about
please take your seat. There's a point of order. Honorable Reddy, please raise a specific point of order as
The relevance of the Madlanga Commission and this item on the agenda, it's not relevant. Please.
Honorable Reddy, that is not a point of order. That is also your opinion. Honorable member, please proceed. Honorable Skosana, we are not going in a to and fro in points of order. Honorable Skosana, what is your point of order?
Yeah, on a different point, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the honorable members of the MKP, they are drowning our speaker on the podium, please.
For Skosana, I have already. Honorable members, you are now doing exactly what the Honorable Skosana is saying you are doing. So please don't drown out the speaker. Honorable members, Honorable Ditebe, please proceed.
Deputy Speaker, you've heard the forever extraverted, attention-seeking and excitement-seeking Honorable Reddy, but as I proceed,
Order, honorable members.
A few minutes ago,
Honorable members, no. Honorable members. Honorable member. There is not a point of order, so the Honorable Ditebe does not have to sit down. And I will instruct him when and when not. Please proceed.
a few minutes ago, Deputy Speaker, they lost their application to stop the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry from establishing the truth about
On a
explosives
point of order, Deputy Speaker.
by General Mufanazi in
Honorable
the second half
Ditebe,
of
please
this
take
year.
your seat. Honorable member on the platform, what is your point of order? Please take your seat.
This guy continues to be irrelevant. If he doesn't know what to say, he must simply sit down. He's off context. We're not talking about the Madlanga Commission here.
Honorable member, I'm also ruling you out of order for referring to this guy. That is not in terms of the rules. So please proceed, Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We must ask this nondescript political entity, what are you hiding? What are you afraid of? Why do you fear the light so much and love darkness instead? Take this house into your confidence.
Honorable Ditebe, please take your seat. Honorable member, what is your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, I just want to ask the honorable member on the platform, is it parliamentary to wear Soul Brothers t-shirt in parliament?
Honorable member, that is not a point of order, and I am now cautioning members for taking frivolous points of order. Honorable Ditebe, please proceed.
It's called presidential shirt, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ANC, for its part, sees this technical amendment as an important step towards confirming the legality of a state-owned company, which will bring together the TCTA, the water trading entity, I beg your pardon, and the infrastructure branch of the Department of Water and Sanitation, with the sole purpose of ensuring that our national water resource strategy sustains our industrial policy and our overall fundamental socio-economic transformation. On the contrary, or contrary to what has been said about this particular amendment to privatize this important resource, British MPs this year visited our portfolio committee and asked us how we were able to protect our resources through a clear leadership of the state in this regard, while they themselves privatized water and sanitation decades ago. The private sector's balance sheet, they said, has grown quite large, and therefore government was unable to buy them out. So we could provide salutary and salient lessons to them all the way from Europe. We were generous, as I said, to provide them with these lessons. The ANC, once again supports this technical amendment for purposes of it being inserted into Schedule 2 of the PFMA. Deputy Speaker, a number of...
Honorable Ditebe, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy.
Speaker, will the honorable member there be prepared to tell us through a question how this bill is going to put water in the tap?
Honorable member.
Question. Thank you.
Honorable member, yes, I will find out. Honorable Ditebe, are you prepared to take a question?
No, except to lecture him. I'm not going to take a question.
Please proceed.
He must understand something called the water value chain. The water we are talking about here is raw water. And as it gets transferred to the water boards treat that water and ultimately sell that water to the water service authorities, at which point he must pay his rates and taxes and water and so forth, so that we can reduce non-revenue water and ensure that the indigent get water as they should. So he's trying to drown me out because usabani ngemadlanga commission. Sengiqedile ke, Deputy Speaker, ngiyabonga.
I now invite the Honorable Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. And to my Deputy Chief Whip and other whips of other parties and members. And one of the things, Deputy Speaker, let's convey our sincere gratitude to all the members of Parliament, especially our portfolio committee led by Chairperson Honorable Passon, for the diligent manner in which we have taken this work. And thank all the parties that have supported this technical amendment, including the party that had a different view. It's allowed in a constitutional democracy. More importantly, this is about an error that has been made, a technical error, and to err is human. And more importantly, this error has fundamental aspects that of constitutionality, of appropriating powers to the Minister of Finance that doesn't have around the question of amendment of the PFMA. Now that we have dealt with these issues, it's going to be important for members of Parliament that you give clarity of your appreciation of the water value chain and the constitutionality and responsibility. This particular agency is not a creation of a new agency. It's a combination of existing organization, the TCTA, which is an SPV, with our own water trading entity, responsible for water security in terms of water supply, development, bulk water, in the main, the dams and canals. You know that our country is a water-stressed country,
In the world, we are living in a space where 2.4 billion people are living in water stress catchment, and we are one of those. And 2.2 billion people don't have access to clean drinking water, and 3.6, they don't have access to safe sanitation. How does this one respond? Our country has a water balance of 17 billion cubic meters per annum, but the yield is currently at 15 billion cubic meters per annum. You can think that there's a deficit, and the deficit is localized. Therefore, building more dams is the way to go, especially in the shared water system when our rainfall pattern and the runoff is below 600 millimeters per annum, while the global average is hovering close to 900. It's an important aspect. Therefore, the major dams that we must be able to build. Remember, the world to meet its SDG goals, we need $7 trillion, and the Africa needs $30 billion US per annum. And we know that we have actually fundraised a commitment of more than 12 billion for this year until 2030. South Africa needs R1 trillion. That money is not there. For us to be able to build all the dams, your Clan William dams, Lesotho, Mkomazi, Mzimvubu, Olifants, and many, many others around the country, to ensure water security, more dams must be built. And this agency will be at the cutting edge, getting the money off the budget, using the balance sheet in terms of the fleet that we have, that is above 100 billion rands that we have. That's the essence. The other matters we are raising are important matters, but the time and space don't allow you to do so. But water is an emotional issue. There is a turnaround. President has made an undertaking, is priority number one. Many South African, in terms of the mischief, 90% there's access to water, but the reliability is very low, 67%. When it comes down to issues of non-revenue water, more than 47%. Members, you are absolutely correct. What are we doing? How are we actually working together to resolve the problem? Therefore, the issues of implementation modalities and funding modalities, they are at the center of resolving some of those issues. Why are we doing the issues of SPV, like the TCTA that we're actually bringing together, is an important component. The issues of doing concession, like other municipalities like Mbombela and others are doing, is because the traditional funding is not sufficient to be in a position to do so. That's why we work with the mines around Valgamagara in the Northern Cape, so that we can be able to bring water of more than 100-kilometer pipeline. The very same thing with the people of Skukune, taking their water from the Wop, Nebo Plateau, Pulugwane, until Mkhalakwen. That's how we need to harness the resources, both in terms of the fiscus, but also the money that is available in the trading rating agencies. Well, the matters of Johannesburg, tomorrow we'll discuss it. I will not discuss it here. We know there's an intervention in Durban. There is a turnaround. We are not have arrived at the point we want. Johannesburg has a plan, but there are many communities that are struggling because of issues of underinvestment. Even here in Cape Town, they've done well in a number of areas, but there are areas of weakness. Yesterday, I was in Khayelitsha, in an area called Taiwan. There is no municipality in South Africa that does not have an infrastructure fail or an infrastructure overload. Sewer runs in the street. If sewer run in the street, we have a duty to respond timelessly to deal with the issues of sewer in the street, like that community of Khayelitsha. But more importantly, we must also be able to deal with issues of non-revenue water. When water is gushing in the streets, denying people the opportunity to have access to water, that is a crisis. But more importantly, the matters that will ensure that municipalities have the money they need. I'm not having contradictions with President. You know, to listen, listening is a skill. It's a very important skill. Comparative analysis is important. If we were able to know and not being selective, indeed an example of some municipalities that are doing much better, that are actually rival municipalities, but equally There were examples of municipalities where other organizations like the ANC were is running. Other municipalities were running them in a form of coalition. And one thing that we'll never do, Chair, they are drowning me.
Honorable members, everyone was quiet when your speakers were on the podium. So please afford the same respect. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
For this one, I want to assure South Africans that when it comes to water security in our country, assurance level will remain at 98%. That's the assurance level. But when it comes to water services reliability and sanitation reliability, we're down to 67. And our duty is to be able to push the numbers to around 80% by the end of the term. But in terms of access, we must be able to meet our developmental goals. More importantly, we want also to discuss the issue that for local government to work, we all live in one municipality or the other, we must pay for services. But we must also demand quality services. We must also demand issues of credible bills that must be put on the table. Our efforts supported by the Portfolio Committee to ensure that our water boards, they don't fail, is an important aspect. And we want to thank them because water boards are not actually being funded by the state. They are self-sustainable. But more importantly, various communities, 105 municipalities that are struggling, that are water services authorities, we have a plan, 146 plan that we've presented to our Portfolio Committee. What are we doing to turn the situation around? For all those municipalities, our ministry, we are going to be spending more than 12 billion rand just on the year under review, with 501 projects that are going to be able to try to stabilize the water grid. I'm the first to admit that in other municipalities, it's going to take time to stabilize the water system. Therefore, the deployment of our technical expertise from MISA, from the water boards, the construction, our construction unit, and also the experts that are there, working with our water partnership office and working with communities, because they too, how we actually behave with respect to the relationship we have between us and water, it has to change. Criminality must be stopped. We can't be doing illegal connection. Those who are actually doing tankering that are private, they can't vandalize infrastructure, including other parties that are branding water tankers in their name in eThekwini. It must fall. We must be able to build the capacity of the state to respond to the issues that affect our people. Water is a human rights issue. It has an economic aspect, environmental aspect, issues of biodiversity, issues of security. How we handle it, we must handle it with care. Equally, sanitation is dignity. And all South Africans must live in an environment that is not polluted. I thank you.
Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the South African National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, SOC Limited Amendment Bill being read a second time? Honourable Member, MK. Please switch on your microphone so that it is recorded.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MK objects to the bill. Thank you.
The objection of the MKP is noted. Any other objections? And with that one objection, it is agreed to. The Secretary will, honourable members, the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
South African National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency, SOC Limited Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the third order.
Debate on Heritage Day, celebrating the lives of our heroes and heroines who laid down their lives for our freedom.
I now invite the Honourable Molotsane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and the people of South Africa. Today we rise in this August House to honor, reflect, and commit ourselves to the sacred duty of remembering the cost of our freedom. Heritage Day is not merely a day of cultural celebration, but a solemn reminder of the sacrifices made by countless men and women, both sung and unsung, who laid their lives so that we may today stand in a democratic South Africa. Our theme, celebrating the lives of our heroes and heroines who laid down their lives for our freedom. We call upon to reflect deeply on the journey that brought us here, to honor those who fought against oppression, and to commit ourselves to building a South Africa that truly embodies the ideals for which they struggled. The freedom we enjoy today was not given freely. It was won at a great cost. For centuries, colonial and apartheid regimes subjected our people to political exclusion, economic exploitation, cultural erasure. Our ancestors were stripped of their land, their dignity, and their humanity. But in the face of this oppression, they rose. From the Bambata Rebellion of 1906, where ordinary men and women took up arms against colonial taxation, to the formation of the African National Congress in 1912, which provided an organized and principled response to racial oppression, our history is marked by courageous acts of resistance. The Defiance Campaign of 1952, the Sharpeville Massacre of 1960, and the Soweto Uprising of 1976 all remind us of the rivers of blood that watered the tree of freedom. Our heroes and heroines paid the ultimate price so that South Africa could be free. Honorable members, the sacrifices our forebears are not abstract. They live with us in the institutions, rights and freedoms we enjoy today. The Bill of Rights enshrined in our Constitution is the living testament to their courage. It is because of their sacrifices that today we enjoy freedom of speech, association, religion, and the right to vote, freedom denied to generations before 1994. Institutions such as Office of the Auditor General, the South African Human Rights Commission, and the Public Protector are direct legacies of the struggle. They safeguard democracy, promote accountability, and protect the rights of the vulnerable. As a democratic government, we have taken deliberate strides to honor our struggle icons. Through national orders, we celebrate the contribution of leaders who fought selflessly for freedom. Through national days, we remind our people of the significance of our shared history. Through the renaming of public spaces, the building of monuments and memorials, and initiatives such as Freedom Park and the Wall of Names, we ensure that future generations know the stories of those who came before them. It is equally important to honor the unsung heroes, those whose names may not be in the textbook, but whose sacrifices are etched in the soil of our land. The work of the Missing Person Task Team under the National Prosecuting Authority continue to search for and restore the dignity of those who disappeared under apartheid brutality. Since 1994, South Africa has embarked on a journey of healing by repatriating the remains of our leaders who died in exile. The remains of Moses Kotane, Moses Mabhida, J.B. Marks, Kgothi Molotsane, and many others who have been returned to their homeland where they rest among their people. Recently, the remains of 49 liberation fighters who passed away in Zimbabwe and Zambia have been brought home. We continue to work on the repatriation of Khoi and San ancestral remains, ensuring that the dignity of the first people of our land is respected and restored. This is an act of justice and reconciliation and healing. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our liberation was not achieved in isolation. The struggle of South Africa were intertwined with the broader struggle of self-determination among the African continent. Countries such as Tanzania, Mozambique, Zambia, and Angola gave refuge to our exiles, hosted our training camps, and provided platform for the liberation movement to thrive. Our victory in 1994 was not only a South African triumph, but also a continental and global victory against oppression. As the African National Congress, we remain committed to the Pan-African ideal of unity, solidarity, and collective liberation. We cannot speak of heritage without reflecting on the importance of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This instrument gave our nation the chance to confront the brutalities of the past, to foster forgiveness, and to chart a path towards unity. Yet our work is not done. We must continue to pursue justice by reopening inquest into unresolved cases, such as the death of Steve Biko and Albert Lithuli, and by engaging with reports like Khampepe Commission. These steps are necessary to complete the journey of truth, justice, and reconciliation. Honorable members, even as we celebrate our heritage, we confront the uncomfortable reality of symbols of colonial and apartheid rule still dominate our public spaces. Statues such as Louis Botha at the entrance of Parliament remind us of unresolved questions about whose heritage is truly celebrated in our country. The theory of the national question teaches us that true liberation is incomplete until the cultural, social, and economic dimension of oppression are fully dismantled. To this end, we must continue to debate, transform, re-image our public spaces so they reflect the heritage of the majority and affirm the dignity of all South Africans. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Heritage Day is not just a commemoration of the past. It is a call to action for the present and the culture and present and the future. We must teach our children the stories of Bambata, Charlotte Maxeke, Nelson Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, Chris Hani, and countless others. We must honor the foot soldiers, the mothers, and the communities who kept flame of resistance alive. Their sacrifices compel us to build a South Africa that is just, inclusive, and united. A South Africa where no child goes to bed hungry, where women work free from fear, and where economic opportunities are accessible to all. Let us on this Heritage Day recommit ourselves to the struggle for social justice, nation building, and unity. Let us ensure that legacies of our heroes and heroines are not reduced to statues and ceremonies, but we live through the actions we take daily to transform our society. Honorable members, our heritage is one of our struggle, resilience, and triumph. Let us celebrate it by deepening our democracy, protecting our freedom, and advancing the vision of South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mkhize. Honourable Mkhize, before you start, I have been informed that this is your maiden speech and the usual convention will be applicable in that his honourable members, when it is a maiden speech, the convention is that there are no frivolous interruptions or heckling, but that is dependent on whether the speech is controversial or not. Please proceed.
Muchaviseke, zikhenza nkarhi lowu mi nga nyika wona ku ri ni vulavule eka platform leyi. Eka siku leri ra nkoka swinene ra ku hoyozela ndhavuko wa hina tina hi maAfrika. Lapha phambi kwenu kumi isosha lomkhonto. Ngithunywe ngingamalala. Ngiyiduna lasembo, umkhize ukhabazela kamavovo, uzihlandla kagcwabe, ilala nguni. Ngiyakhuleka esimahleni. Ngingumzukulu kanduku zamphamba ngoba zamshaya isiphundu. Unankonja konjana okhonjwa ngemini emide lemfishane eMpumalanga. Yinzalo kamnyama kwaba kubo ozalwa intombi kaSchool Party sikaNonkohlwane uOka Haska Nombobo. Umagona amabili elinye liyahle elinye liyacimela lithi uyadeka wemgcombokazi. Ngiloku engiyikho ngilapho engikhona ngabo. Yingakho ngithi ngiyimi. Ngivela kwelika Skikuyadela wena obona ukubona ebusuku. Inkosi eseyakhothama leyo uWiseman Khayelihle Mathaba kwelamaqambi kwaZulu. Ndaba ezitha. Ngidabuka lapho inkosi uShaka eyaveza khona ubuqhawe bayo ngokubumba isizwe namhlanje esibizwa ngamaZulu. Ekhaya likaMkabayi kaJama lapho ihlala inkosi uZwide Kalanga nenkosi uSoshangane bedabuka khona. Namhlanje sinesizwe siziqhenyayo ngaso samaTsonga, umsuka waso nawo obuya khona leKwaZulu. Endaweni yakwaNongoma eyayidume ngeNdlovukazi yakwaNdwandwe uNtombazi Ndlovukazi. Lapho ubukhosi kwaSoyengeni kwavela khona futhi kwabamba iqhaza elikhulu ukubumba ezinye izizwe. Ikhaya lamaqhawe njengabakwaSibiya abasibusisa isizwe ngeNdlovukazi uMthaniya nabaselangeni abasinika uNdlovukazi uNandi kaBhebhe. Honorable members, we do not celebrate Heritage Day to admire cultural attire and cuisine alone. We mark it because our freedom was purchased at a price, with blood spilled, lives laid down, and future sacrifice so that we attain our freedom. Across our land, from green hills of KwaZulu-Natal to the Karoo of the Northern Cape, the soil is soaked with memory of those who refused to surrender. Their courage compels us not to reduce Heritage Day to ritual, but to live its meaning in practice. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and fellow South African, we stand today as people with, we do not stand today as the people without history, but as the proud descendants of the kingdoms of the nations that refuse to bow. We are the heirs of the Gaza kingdom, the royal blood of Kgosi Sechile, Kgosi Kama, and Kgosi Leruo Sekedi Motlegi of the royal Bafokeng flows through us. We are Bakwena, Bangwato, Bakhatla, Bapedi genes of Kgosi Sakwati, Kgosi Sekhukhune the first, Kgosi Mampuru the second, Kgosi Sekhukhune the second, and Kgosi Victor Tulare run in our veins. We are the children of Morena Moshweshwe the first and of the Basotho kingdom. We are Amangamalala, Amandebele, Abathembu of Malandela and Nelson Mandela. Amampondo Mise Kazangwa, Amampondo Kakondwana, Amagalega Kagalega, Amahlubi, Amazizi, Singabambo. We are clothed in the colors of many nations, just like the trees and the flowers of our land. We are the Khoi and the San, the Aboriginal people. We are the colored people, the Indian people, all part of the oppressed majority. We are the living testimony of heroes and heroines who fought gallantly, who resisted dispossession, who gave their lives so that this motherland might not be stolen by settlers. Settlers who, even today, demand our souls for our soil. And across our provinces, their spirit speaks. In KwaZulu-Natal, we remember King Shaka Kasenza and Inkosi Pambata, warriors whose defense of sovereignty still instructs us in courage. In the Eastern Cape, the cradle of liberation, we honor Oliver Tambo, Steve Biko, and Charlotte McClagan, whose vision placed nation above self. In the Western Cape, we recorded the martyrs of the Trojan Horse massacre and the voices that rose from Kukuletu and Langa demanding equality. In the Northern Cape, we salute the miners and the workers who struggles against exploitation, still anchored in Postmosberg, Kuruman, and Kimberley. In Mpumalanga, we recall the fiery spirit of youth of Mbombela and the rural masses who resisted disposition under apartheid. In Mpumalanga, we remember warriors like Makado and the enduring strength of rural women who carried both families and the liberation struggle on their shoulders. In the Northwest, the battlegrounds of Taung and the fearless spirit of Solomon Mahlangu remind us that it was the youth who carried the struggle forward. In the Free State, we honor the sacrifices of communities uprooted by forced removals and the unyielding women who led resistance in their wake. In Gauteng, the beating heart of the struggle, we remember the Sharpeville massacre, June 16 in Soweto, and the workers' strikes that broke the backbone of apartheid. Honorable Speaker, the truest celebration of heroes' sacrifice is to complete the mission they started. And here lies our shame. The struggle remains unfinished, their dream deterred, because this government has chosen comfort over courage. They fought for freedom, yet over 11 South Africans sit without jobs while billions meant for industrialization and youth empowerment are underspent or stolen. They gave their lives for equality, yet land remains in the hands of the privileged few, while the poor are still crammed in informal settlements, waiting for a title deed that will never arrive. They dreamt of dignity, yet millions of households still queue for water trucks, still relieve themselves in pillar-train, still live under leaking roofs and collapsing bridges. When load shedding plunges our towns, clinics, and schools into darkness for hours each day, disrupting business and costing the economy billions, government tells us to be patient while it signs corrupt contracts, appoints unqualified cadres to ESCOM. Is this the freedom which our heroes died? When townships, traders in Gauteng, Limpopo, and Northwest are strangled by foreign monopolies and unfair competition, government refuses to legislate protections, dragging its feet while small business close daily. Is this the economic liberation in the Freedom Charter? When public hospitals in the Northern Cape and Free State stand half-built, looted of equipment before their doors open, and when schools in rural Mpumalanga still have children learning under trees, can we dare to say we are free? Honorable Speaker, the truth is harsh. This government has betrayed the very vision it claims to celebrate. It has taken the blood of our martyrs and converted it into tenders for friends, contracts for cronies, and comforts for elites. Until we confront these failures with honesty and courage, we cannot say we are honoring our heroes. We are mocking them. Honorable Speaker, the MK Party maintains that Heritage Day must not be a museum. It must be a weapon of conscience. It must hold the governing accountability. It must hold the government accountable for billions unspent while clinics in the Northern Cape and schools in the Eastern Cape remain unfinished. It should demand jobs for the youth in Mpumalanga and Northwest instead of empty promises. It must ensure protection for women in Limpopo and Free State against gender-based violence. Honorable members, our heroes and heroines are not asking for flowers. They're asking for fidelity to their vision. As Solomon Mahlangu declared before the hangman's noose, tell my people that I love them and that they must continue to fight. On this Heritage Day, we must pledge in every province, in every community, to continue to fight against corruption, fight against hunger, fight against inequality, the fight against forgetting. Only then shall we be worthy to say that we have celebrated the lives of our heroes and heroines. Kwaza mkondo kwaza! Kwaza mkondo kwaza!
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Potgieter. Could I please ask the members on the platform to mute yourselves?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Heritage Day is a celebration of our diverse cultures and traditions, a chance to honour the struggles of those who fought to ensure that we remember who we are and where we came from, and to reflect on the work that is still needed to preserve for future generations. For some of us, the fight to protect our identity and heritage was waged when we were children, and for our children even before they were
My
born.
apologies, Honourable Potgieter. Honourable members. Honourable member. Could the whip, Honourable Kaula, I would not like to ask you to leave before your speech. Honourable whips, please control your members. Honourable Potgieter, please proceed.
Thank you. We did not feel the weight of apartheid police knocking at our doors, the fear of exile, or the daily humiliation of being denied our culture, language, and humanity. All we know are the challenges of today: unemployment, poverty, and crime. For those too young to understand the sacrifice, it almost
Honourable Potgieter, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable member, what is your point of order?
I think the speaker on the podium is misleading. There is no police during apartheid who knocked on a white man's house. Not true.
Honourable member, that is not a point of order. And you are now trying to interrupt the speaker. Please proceed, Honourable Potgieter.
Thank you. For those too young to understand the sacrifice, it almost seems as if there was no struggle, or worse, that it was in vain. This is the deepest danger that we face, a generation growing up disconnected from the sacrifices of our heroes, especially with so many of our institutions meant to preserve our culture and heritage, to educate and inspire the next generations, being closed, left in disrepair, or neglected. Honourable Speaker, when we speak of heritage, let's remember that sport is part of our cultural identity. Yet Swimming South Africa this week warned that crumbling pools and budget cuts threaten one of our most successful Olympic sports. This year alone, the department has cut sports funding by 40 million rand, with athletics and swimming losing up to 60% of their prior funding. The minister proudly handed Olympic champion Tatiana Smith an award, while at the same time stripping the support needed to nurture future champions. Instead of investing in athletics, funds have been diverted to costly projects such as VAR at the expense of grassroots development. Athletes are left without facilities, coaching, preparation programs, and financial backing to compete internationally. Just as libraries, museums, and cultural centers decay, so does our living heritage in sport. True heritage is preserved not through headlines, but by building opportunities, nurturing talent, ensuring reliable funding, and honoring legacies that inspire future generations. Across South Africa, many of our cultural and heritage institutions, which celebrate the diversity of our nation, are in disrepair or facing prolonged neglect. The Joburg Art Gallery, home to one of Africa's largest public art collections, has remained closed for years and is allegedly undergoing renovations to the tune of 40 million rand, driven by pressure from the DA and civic organizations, noting absurdly that public reps and MPs have been repeatedly denied access to monitor progress. The Joburg Central Library, a historic building housing over 1.5 million books, remained closed for 5 years due to fire hazards and structural concerns, and was only reopened in August 2025, again from sustained pressure from the Democratic Alliance and civic organizations. Robben Island, one of our most iconic heritage sites, saw 150 million rand being spent in preparation for the G20 summit, rather than ongoing preservation for the purpose of preserving our history. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, together with various government bodies, continue to allow our cultural and heritage facilities to fall into disrepair. Instead of regular maintenance and proper partnerships with the private sector, hundreds of millions are only spent once facilities reach crisis point. Many of these institutions already generate or could generate enough revenue to sustain themselves, but misallocation of budgets and poor oversight prevents this. It is a costly and unsustainable way to preserve the history, culture, and opportunities that these sites are meant to provide. Perhaps it's also time for some serious reflection by Minister Mackenzie on how the defunding of iconic cultural events, which generate billions for the economy between them, And taking away sports development funding undermines the heritage and potential of South Africa. And do not be mistaken, we are quite well aware that the minister is currently trying to find justification from 5 years back in order to present a rationale for his decision of defunding these historic cultural events. We are not fooled. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture must be properly led and held accountable to ensure that project failures like the 250 million rand wasted on the non-completion of the Sarah Baartman Centre of Remembrance are not repeated, and that the legacies they are meant to honor are fully realized. The people of Hankey can finally breathe a sigh of relief as the DA Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure has confirmed that funding for the Sarah Baartman Centre will resume and that all systems are in place. This is a story of heritage that can finally be told when the right people are at the helm. True leadership in support of our heritage is measured by the care we take in preserving it and making it accessible to everyone. Heritage is not merely symbols, statues, or annual events. It is the programs, spaces, and opportunities that allow every citizen to engage with, learn from, and take pride in our culture. Honourable Speaker, to celebrate the lives of our heroes and heroines, it is not to look back with nostalgia, but to look forward with determination. It is to take up the unfinished work of those who fought for freedom and justice and to carry it into every community, every school, every cultural space, and every single child's life. As Nelson Mandela reminded us, it is not our diversity which divides us. It is not our ethnicity or religion or culture that divides us. Since we have achieved our freedom, there can only be one division amongst us, between those who cherish democracy and those who do not. Heritage Day calls on all of us to cherish our diversity through meaningful action, not divisive policies, actions, or words. I thank you.
I have on my list Honourable Kaula, but I do see it's Honourable Mtetwa who will be speaking.
Manibulise ku-CIC umongameli wombutho namandla EFF and the awaiting President of the United States of Africa, President Julius Malema, commissars, fighters, and fellow South Africans. House Chair, Ekvasa Kafar. Some were Europeans and non-Europeans in Africa. My mother was a kitchen girl and my father was a garden boy. Others were bus boys, Javas Madam, Makulu buses, and your children were train buses. Bese niyamangala ukuthi kungani abantu abansundu beziphindisela ngodlame against racism, white supremacy, man-made poverty, closed doors of learning and culture, and any other form of discrimination in this supposedly Freedom Day. Can we genuinely stand tall and celebrate the heritage that shaped us? Or is our heritage the tapestry of cherished traditions, beliefs, landscapes, landmarks we have inherited and deem precious enough to safeguard for those who come after us? How se jwalo he, ke eng eri sietsweng yona, lona ba re eteletseng ko pele. As members of this house, what legacy will we leave for future generations? Will it be the statues of Louis Botha and Paul Kruger, or the looming presence of H.R. Verwoerd in Orania, where apartheid's shadow lingers? Or will it be the subtle grip of cultural colonization as foreign voices flood our screens and shape our stories? Or will our legacy be tainted by the spread of anti-Black propaganda, baseless cries of white genocide, and the divisive chants of Mabahambe put South Africans first, when in actual fact it is put colors and whites first? A populist and demagogic anti-democratic revolutionary myth disguised as a new struggle for liberation to liberate colors and whites. But from who and from what? The very segregatory tendency that was hidden in the tricameral parliament that allowed colored and Asian South Africans nominal representation in exclusion of black people who are still not allowed to participate in the government.
Can I please raise a point of order?
Now, just see who is.
Speaker.
Yes,
Wyk.
Honorable Mtetwa, please take your seat. Honorable Van Wyk.
Speaker, thank you very much. In 1985, with a cry.
Honorable
with a cry
member,
about it.
Honorable member, that is not
No,
a
I'm
point
still on the
of
floor.
order.
I'm calling a point of order here.
Honorable,
Colored people was never part
Honorable-
of that government.
Honorable Van
They
Wyk.
refused to be in that government.
Honorable-
The honorable member must not come and talk nonsense here and
Member,
see not
please
only the
allow
house,
me
but
to
the country
decide.
itself.
During the
Honorable Van Wyk,
apartheid.
take your seat. That is not a point of order. Honorable members. Honorable members. If you raise a point of order, refer me to the specific point of order. If you don't have the actual number of, honorable member, you are absolutely out of order. So your action is not assisting. So Honorable Van Wyk, if you do raise a point of order, point to the specific rule or give me a description. But I have now listened to what you say. That is not a point of order. That is a matter of debate. Honorable members, Honorable Dugmore.
Speaker, Deputy Speaker, just on a point of order, and I'd like to refer to the rules as well as the final list of speakers. I note that the Honorable Van Wyk is on the speakers list. So why doesn't he just say what he wants to say when he speaks?
Honorable Dugmore, that is also not a point of order. And you don't have to preside on my behalf. Honorable Mtetwa, please proceed.
The very segregatory tendencies that were hidden in the tricameral parliament that allowed coloureds and Asian South Africans nominal representation in exclusion of black people who were still not allowed to participate in the government. When racial propaganda is echoed by the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture, it erodes the fragile progress towards unity and deepens the wounds left by colonialism and apartheid against the very need for social cohesion. The surfacing of racial slurs and open hostility displayed by Minister Gayton Mackenzie towards black people on social media fans the flame of division and betrayal of the progress we claim and dishonoring the legacy of leaders like Reverend Allen Busak, Mama Albertina Sisulu, and Reverend Chikane, amongst others, the founders of UDF, whose goal was to establish a non-racial united South Africa in which segregation is abolished and in which society is freed from institutional and systemic racism. Its slogan was UDF unites, apartheid divides. That's your education, sir. It is a direct attack on the words of our founding father of this democracy, Tata Nelson Mandela, once said, I quote, never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another. If we embrace this vision of heritage, we must weigh our words and deeds with care, for they become the foundation upon which our children and their children will build. Let us move beyond ritual speeches and curated histories. This Heritage Month, let us seek deeper understanding, embrace our responsibilities, and turn our painful past into a legacy worthy of celebration. In this way, we ensure that those who follow will remember us with pride. Let us draw lessons from the story of Charlie Kirk and choose unity over divisions, working together to heal and strengthen our nation. Kusho mina-ke uJobe, uDingiswayo, umfolo zomnyama okhetha abawelayo, nabawelayo bawuqokelela. Kusho mina ikhulisa Nkosi, inkonyane yenkosi sangalezwe.
The Honorable Khadebe.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as early as 1976, Umntwana kaphinda angene, the late IFP founder emphasized his vision of a South Africa with a single destiny. It is encouraging that this vision continues to shape
Order, honorable
democratic
members.
dispensation.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Van Wyk. Honorable members of the EFF in the back row. Honorable Kaula. I have to say before you proceed, Honorable Khadebe, please take your seat. We are busy with a Heritage Day debate celebrating the lives of heroes and heroines who laid down their lives for our freedom. And this debate is now deteriorating in a shouting, and that is not a celebration of the people whose lives we are supposed to be celebrating. So please respect the decorum of this debate. Honorable Khadebe, please proceed. Honorable Mkalipi.
I'm the whip here of EFF.
I
My
know you are
members
the-
were provoked by the PA member.
Honorable member.
So instead of being fair, you are accusing my members in front of me as a leader here. Don't take me serious, Chief.
Honorable member, you also just came in. You weren't here for the first part of the debate. So honorable members, again, let's not let this deteriorate. It's doing a disservice to this topic. Honorable Khadebe, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As early as 1976, Umntwana wakwaPhinda angene, the late IFP founder, emphasized his vision of a South Africa with a single destiny. It is encouraging that this vision continues to shape our democratic dispensation, even 3 decades after the fall of apartheid. Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi remains one of our nation's greatest luminaries in advancing democratic discourse and affirming the value of heritage in nation building. He once said, I quote, "We have our own history, our own language, our own culture, but our destiny is also tied up with the destinies of other people. History has made us all South Africans," close quote. Today, these quotes, these words remain as powerful as the day that he said them and remind us that heritage is not only about remembering the past, but also about embracing our shared responsibility to shape the nation we live for future generations. For decades, the IFP has championed the recognition of traditional leadership in law and practice. We have consistently placed traditional leadership at the heart of our struggle and heritage, understanding that they embody both cultural continuity and community stability. Traditional leaders are more than custodians of culture. They are pivotal in guiding local development, resolving disputes, and maintaining the cohesion of communities that form the backbone of our society. Heritage itself has deep connections to the Zulu nation. It originated as a proposed Shaka Day, honoring King Shaka Kasenza Ngakhona, officially recognized in 1995 by President Nelson Mandela as national holiday. The day serves to celebrate South Africa's diverse traditions while fostering unity in our post-apartheid democracy. Today, the legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi continues through leaders such as the Honorable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, ozalwa ebukhosini bakwaHlabisa, la kuzalwa khona indlovukazi uSongiya, ongumama weSilo, uSongiya kaNgotsha, ongumama weSilo, umpande kaSenza Ngakhona. Under his leadership, COGTA has provided essential institutional support resources and capacity building initiatives that empower traditional leaders to serve their communities effectively and responsibly. Honorable Madam Speaker, our collective goal should be to ensure that the vision of those who came before us is translated into practical action and enduring values. By bridging the past and present, we need to ensure that future generations inherit not only our stories, but also the spirit of unity, resilience, and Ubuntu that has shaped our nation. Our political forebears made sacrifices in the face of oppression, which reminds us that freedom and progress are not guaranteed. They are earned through unwavering commitment and courage. Let us allow these examples to guide us in our communities, encouraging each South African to act boldly, uphold human dignity, and contribute to the ongoing project of nation building. It would be remiss of me not to point out how disheartening it is that our vibrant cultural legacy, achieved through immense sacrifice, has at times been undermined by mismanagement and neglect. Therefore, as we celebrate this important day, let us remember that South Africa's greatest strength lies in her heritage, a living testament to unity in diversity and a source of identity, inspiration, and hope for generations to come. I thank you.
The Honourable Van Wyk.
Speaker, greetings to the House. In five minutes, I just have to comment and tell a history of 500 years. Because the way we are being undermined here in this country as so-called colored people, even the history, even the struggle, the way we partake in it, still we are being undermined here. Jy kry 'n honorable member hierso wat hy is nou net gemislead het met wat hy gesê het dat coloureds was in die parlement in 1985. Nog nooit nie. Ons was nog nooit daar nie. Ons het gesê nee. Ons het gesê as almal nie daar kan wees nie, dan wil ons dit nie hê nie. Dit is wat gebeur het. Hier in die parlementen, elke keer, dan kom die EFF en kom praat hierso van coloureds. Chief, ek is nie 'n colored nie. Ek is 'n descendant van die Khoi en San.
Honourable Van Wyk, please take your seat. Honourable members, you know full well that you cannot make gestures in this house. So please stop doing that. Honourable Van Wyk. Honourable Mkalipi and Honourable Dagmore. I cautioned earlier that we have to have the necessary respect for this debate. So you are making it an absolute frivolous, irrelevant affair. Honourable Van Wyk, please proceed.
Dis hoe ons geundermyn word hier so as coloureds. En die colored mense in die land en moet kyk na dit. Speaker, kom ons gaan sommer na straight na die punt toe. In 1951 het die apartheid government die descendants van die Khoi en San, African mense, gerename as coloureds met die Race Classification Act. In 1990, die wet was gerepealed. In 1996, toe kom die wet weer in met die Constitution van 1996. Vandaag, dan kom honorable members hierso en kom undermine ons, asof daar was nog nooit 'n Basil February met die struggle nie. Daar was nog nooit 'n Ashley Kriel, asof ons nog nowhere gewees het nie. So, ek gaan nie hier kom sit en 'n heritage man kom staan en celebrate hierso en die heritage kom celebrate as ons so geundermine word hierso dat ons is coloureds. Ons is nie coloureds nie. Ons is descendants van die Khoi en San en hy is 'n apartheid wet.
What is the official language of colored?
Honourable member on the platform, Honourable Michael. Please mute yourself. Proceed, Honourable Van Wyk.
Speaker, I've left my whole speech just to come and repeatedly say one thing. The fact of the matter is, the descendants of the Khoisan in South Africa, they were here first. They are the true owners of this land. Enige iemand kan maar net maak wat hy wil. En ons is met 'n apartheid wet in 1951 colours gemaak in die land in. En jy kan maar van my 'n joke kom maak hierso. Jy kan my maar uitlag. Ek gee nie 'n hel om nie, maar ons is hier so om dit repeatedly te kom sê dat ons is African net soos julle Africans is. Ons is nie products of rape, soos hulle altyd sê ons is produkte van rape nie. David was altyd gesê ons is products of rape hierso.
Honorable Van Wyk, please
Ons
take,
jong mense
Honorable
gaan
Van
dood in
Wyk,
die land in.
Honorable Van Wyk, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member. Please
Honorable
proceed.
Speaker, with all due respect, I'm requesting Honorable Member to withdraw the statement that he's making. We are not products of rape. That's undermining survivors. That's undermining people who are born from that incident.
Honorable Van Wyk, I still have to rule before you take to the podium. Honorable Member, I will have to look at the exact phrasing of what was said, and I will come back to the House with a ruling. Honorable Van Wyk, could I also ask you to please not be so controversial and please stick to your speech. Let's proceed.
I'm going to repeat, in South Africa, in many speeches, in articles, many people have said it. Political parties have said it, that colored people are products of rape. And I'm sticking to it. I will never back down from it. And that thing, we have to debate it here in Parliament. We have to bring it to Parliament. We have to challenge the 1951 Race Classification Act. We are not colored.
Order,
We are
honorable
descendants of
members.
boy and son. And the reason why you don't want us to take our identity is because we are the true owners of this land. Dis hoekom, even die DA in die Westkap, hulle kom complain van alles hierso, van stadiums en so aan. Maar wat van ons mense wat doodgaan nie? Ons mense gaan dood, hulle laat dit toe met al die drugs en die skietery, want hulle weet wie se eienaars van die land. So,
thank you,
ek kan maar
honorable
net maar
member. Your
even,
time
ek
has
repeat it
expired.
here. Colored
Honorable
people
Van
is a
Wyk,
product
your
of
time
rape nie.
has expired.
Salute.
Honorable Mulder. Order, honorable members.
Agbare young speaker, ek wil graag myself bepaal by die onderwerp waar ons vandag veronderstel is om oor te praat tydens Erfenisdag. En dit is om te herdenk die lewens van die helde en die heldinne.
Order, honorable members.
Om te herdenk die lewens van die helde en heldinne wat hulle lewens afgelê het vir ons vryheid. As ons praat oor vryheid, kan ek julle verseker die party waaraan ek behoort se naam verwys na vryheid, die Vryheidsfront. Ons verstaan vryheid baie goed. En dalk moet ons eendag 'n debat hou oor wat verstaan ons in hierdie huis onder die term vryheid. Die stryd vir vryheid het nie begin in 1900 of 1912 of wanneer ook al nie. My voorouers was van die eerste mense wat geveg het in anti-koloniale oorloë teen die wêreldmag, die British Empire. Later van tyd is dit genoem op 'n stadium die Anglo-Boereoorlog. Later is daar gepraat van die Suid-Afrikaanse oorlog. My mense het gepraat van die eerste en die tweede vryheidsoorlog, the first and second freedom wars against the British Empire. Ons moet praat oor helde en heldinne en ek gaan praat oor net twee. Ek wil begin om te praat vandag van Lizzie van Sail. Lizzie van Sail is gebore in April 1894 en sy is dood 9 Mei 1901. Sy was net 7 jaar oud. Sy is dood aan wanvoeding en ingewande koors waar sy 'n gevangene was in 'n Britse konsentrasiekamp in Bloemfontein. Op bevel van die Britse owerhede van die tyd het sy na familie net halwe rantsoen gekry, only half of the food, want haar pa was 'n bittereinder wat geveg het teen die Britse Empire en nie wou oorgee nie. Die ander held waarna ek wil verwys is die bekende kaptein Danie Tron. Danie Tron is gebore die 9de Mei 1875 in Tilbag. Hy is dood op die 5de September 1900 op die ouderdom van 25 en was 'n formidabele vegter gewees wat 'n verkenningskorps, vandag sal ons praat van 'n Recce Command, op die been gebring het teen die British Empire. Een na die ander geveg het hy geveg in daardie tyd en hy's dood naby Gatsrand toe hy 'n kolon van die Britse weermag gestuit het, 'n man alleen 48 skote geskiet het voordat hulle met kanonne geskiet het en op daardie geleentheid dood is. The overall commander of the British forces, General Lord Roberts, referred to Danie Tron as the hardest thorn in the flesh of the British Empire at the time. Dit is die mense wat ook helde was wat ek vandag graag wil herdenk. Maar nou in die jaar 2025, wie is die helde wat ons herdenk? Wie herdenk ons nou? Wie lê hulle lewens nou af vir ons vryheid? Ek dink die meer as 70 mense wat elke dag in hierdie land vermoor word, is die helde van vandag wat hulle lewens af lê vir vryheid. Gaan maak die som. 70 mense per dag word vermoor vir 'n totaal van meer as 25,000 Suid-Afrikaners word elke jaar in hierdie land vermoor. Wat beteken vryheid vir hulle? Het vryheid enige betekenis? Is daar enige vryheid wat na hulle kant toe gekom het? Is dit die land waarin ons tans woon? Van wetteloosheid? Van ordeloosheid? Wat help dit om te sê met 'n grondwet, everyone has the right to life? Dit beteken niks vir 70 Suid-Afrikaners wat elke dag vermoor word nie. Ons verstaan vryheid baie goed. Die party waarvan ek 'n lid is, was nie net bittereinders aan die einde van die vorige bedeling nie, maar ons was nuwe beginners. Nuwe beginners om van Suid-Afrika 'n nuwe suksesvolle land te maak, waarin daar werklike vryheid sal wees vir almal, wat herdenk sal word deur almal op 'n dag soos vandag, Erfenisdag. Miskien moet ons 'n slag 'n diepte debat voer oor wat presies beteken vryheid. Ek dank u.
The Honourable Kobe.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Today we gather to debate Heritage Day, a day dedicated to honoring the heroes and heroines who laid down their lives so that we may stand free, equal, and dignified under our democratic constitution. Their sacrifice was not merely for political freedom, but for the right to live in a society where justice, equality reign above oppression and discrimination. Yet, as we celebrate, we must also confront a difficult truth. Our culture and heritage, rich and diverse as they are, do not always sit comfortably with the constitutional order our heroes fought for. Culture is not static. It is shaped by centuries of tradition, identity, and belonging. But heritage can sometimes perpetuate practices that clash with constitutional values of equality, dignity, and non-discrimination. Take, for instance, the recent Constitutional Court ruling, which confirmed that a man may take the surname of his wife. Legally, this is a matter of equality, ensuring that men and women enjoy the same rights. But culturally, the strikes against the deeply rooted traditions in many communities where the passing of a family lineage is always followed by the man's line. To many, this feels like an erosion of heritage. This example illustrates a larger tension. The Constitution often demands change where culture insists on continuity, whether in inheritance laws, gender roles, or family responsibilities and practices. We see repeated clashes with the constitutional rights and cultural norms. And here, let us be clear, the supreme law of our land is the Constitution. It is not culture that bends the Constitution, but culture that must adapt within the framework of constitutional democracy. Some may ask, does this not mean abandoning our heritage? Absolutely not. It means recognizing that heritage must evolve in line with the values of human rights, dignity, and equality. Our heroes and heroines did not sacrifice their lives so that we could live bound by customs that deny others dignity. They died so that every South African, male, female, regardless of gender, background, or belief, can stand equal before our law. Let us therefore celebrate not only our traditions, but also our ability to question them, refine them, and bring them into harmony with our Constitution. True heritage is not fossilized in the past, it grows with us. And if we honor those who came before us, we must commit ourselves to ensuring that culture is never used to oppress, but rather to enrich a society firmly grounded in freedom and equality. That, Honorable House Chair, is how we pay tribute to our heroes and heroines, by protecting our Constitution they gave their very lives for, and guiding our heritage to serve the cause of human dignity in a democratic and free South Africa. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I call the next speaker, I do have a ruling on the matter that was raised by Deputy Minister Letsike. I have reflected on the comments, and Honourable Van Wyk said we are not products of rape. While I can understand the concern of the Deputy Minister and the devastating impact of rape on persons in our country, in this instance, Honourable Van Wyk was raising this matter in the context of the heritage of the Khoi and San and comments that are in general made about it. So the remarks are therefore not in the context, or rather the remarks are therefore in order in the context in which they were used, and members can bring a different view during the course of the debate. We now proceed. Honourable Meshwe. Honourable Meshwe.
Deputy Speaker, we
Please
begin our
proceed.
contribution today by mourning the assassination of Charlie Kirk, a courageous Christian voice silenced while preaching truth on a university campus. Even in death, his witness has brought the gospel to millions across the world, including us in South Africa. As we commemorate Heritage Day with Kirk's memory on our minds, the African Christian Democratic Party urges South Africans to reflect on that moral heritage that once defined us as a nation of kind, caring, and hospitable people. Today, that legacy is unfortunately under threat. Many South Africans are sadly becoming cruel and hard. A recent incident in Gauteng saw a pregnant foreign woman denied medical care. She collapsed on the pavement, bleeding, while bystanders took photos and laughed. This is not the South Africa envisioned by our Constitution. It is a heartbreaking snapshot of callousness that we must stand against. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP calls on all our people today to let this Heritage Day be a turning point. Let us claim our moral heritage. Let us all choose kindness over cruelty and hospitality over hostility. Our nation's healing and prosperous future depends on it. During his Heritage Day address, President Ramaphosa reminded our nation that xenophobia is inconsistent with our values and that Ubuntu must extend even to those from other countries. Yet, the reality on our streets tells a different story. For many years now, many tourists have been speaking of South Africa's friendliness, but often it is not South Africans who offer that welcome. Before cell phones, children were raised to help strangers. If someone had a flat tire, neighbors would rush to assist. That was the culture of soft hearts, our true heritage. If 70+% of South Africans profess Christianity, as they say, then pastors must stir consciences of people around them with truth as Charlie Kirk did. Scripture is clear. Deuteronomy calls us to care for those far from home. Leviticus commands us to love the foreigner as ourselves and treat them with dignity, respect, and fairness. We are blessed by many Zimbabweans, Congolese, Mozambicans, Malawians, etc. People who enrich our economy, our churches, our communities. Yet, the media headlines.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The Honourable Nontendra.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The UTM joins the nation in celebrating our heroes and heroines who sacrificed their lives and families to ensure that we attain democracy and preserve our identity and heritage under very difficult circumstances. We applaud their relentless fight against oppression. The UTM wonders, what is the reaction of our heroes and heroines on the Constitutional Court's ruling which permits men to assume the surnames of their wives? This judgment, hailed by some as progressive, is in fact another reminder of how our highest courts remain entrapped by the colonial scaffolding of Roman Dutch law. Sizibuza umbuzo ukuba eyona nkundla iphezulu yomthetho ifikelele njani kwisigqibo sokuba masilahle amasiko nezithethe zethu, silahle ubuthina. Deputy Speaker, yiba nombono unonyana abathathu okanye abane, bonke bebiza izibongo zamakhosikazi abo, elo khaya liyobizwa ngasiphi isibongo. In African society, surnames are the living archive of our respective lineages, the thread that binds us to our forebears, our clans, our identity. It is not custom, nor tradition, nor heritage for a man to abandon his ancestral line and assume the surname of his wife. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we cannot keep legislating as though Europe is still our point of reference. True transformation demands laws that reflect our people's culture, their values, their aspirations. Anything less is betrayal of the African soul. We must ask ourselves, what is the value of our constitutional democracy if time and again African traditions are dismissed as secondary or worse, irrelevant? What heritage are we celebrating? I think this House could agree with me in saying that the greatest way to kill a society is to disconnect it from its roots, and this is what this ruling will do. Our democracy repeatedly elevates Western ideals above African values under the guise of choice. The UTM will not be silent while our society is pushed further away from its roots. I thank you.
The Honourable Ghana.
Baie dankie voorsitter. Ni tlakuka eka ndzengo wa namuntlha ku tlangela tindzimi ta 12 ta Afrika-Dzonga, swifundza swa 9 swa tiko ra Afrika-Dzonga. Ni tlakuka ni tlangela evunanga na xintu xa ma-Afrika-Dzonga. Honorable members, I rise to celebrate the diversity of South Africa's musical, culinary, and cultural heritage, which has taken the world by storm. For instance, Amapiano plays on the dance floors of Berlin. Our wine is paired with food in restaurants in France, and our art, like that of Gogo Esther Mahlangu, hangs on the walls of art galleries in London. We must be proud of who we are and work even harder to ensure that we jealously protect our heritage, but to make it commercially attractive, which means that the ministers Tau, Tilil, and Mackenzie must work together. And that's my appeal on this Heritage Day. My appeal is also that we do not reduce and undermine our rich heritage and cultures by calling this important day a National Pride Day. Such is an assault on the heritage and culture we wish to promote and uphold. Our South African culture and heritage is born out of blood, struggle, and tears. It must not be whitewashed and sanitized. It was the late great President Nelson Mandela who said, and I quote, "When our first democratically elected government to make Heritage Day one of our national days, we did so because we knew that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our new nation," end quote. Our history is one of division, but our future has to be one of diversity. We must celebrate South Africa in all its beauty and diversity every day. Workplaces and schools, including Parliament, must encourage the use of all languages and wearing of traditional clothing, not just on one day of the year. It is through this expression that we will come to better understand who we are as South Africans, because the story of South Africa is told through each one of us. But honorable members, patriotism also means building a safe, prosperous, equal, and united South Africa, which means we must be deliberate about fighting crime, GBV, and corruption. When you travel across the continent and the world, people are proud of who they are and where they come from. We must become those people, or else we'll be influenced to become who we are not. We are worthy of celebration both here and across the globe. Lastly, Voorzitter, if we are not careful, we will lose our country.
Thank you.
And it will start with
Honourable
our culture and our heritage. Baie dankie, Voorzitter.
Baie dankie, agbare Ghana. The next speaker is the Honourable Shlazu Webster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today in this House, we have been asked, as we debate Heritage Day, to consider and celebrate the lives of our heroes and heroines who laid down their lives for freedom. And to those who paid the ultimate price for the greater good, we are forever grateful. And we owe it to them to keep their courage and sacrifice alive as embers of hope. But I want us to consider today that the essence of heritage is not confined to loss. It must also be about what was given to us, what values were instilled, and what we're responsible to carry forward. In a society and in a world that's so divided, what can we offer of value to improve the discourse? We say, "Ngesintu umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu," that we are because others are. And that's the gift of our ancestors, of those who come before us. It's the lens through which we see one another. The knowledge that I am because you are, and that's our greatest heritage. It is Ubuntu. When we look at the lives of our heroes, we have to see more than warriors of the past. We've got to see teachers of the values of today. We have to look at Abomzilikazi kaMashobane and remember that hero, not only as a conqueror, but also as a nation builder, somebody who forged unity, trade routes across diverse clans into the Matabele nation. His legacy teaches us that in today's fractured politics and divided economy, we must revive the spirit of building across difference, because it is shared belonging that heals division. We must look at King Shaka. Uskidi, beyond the battlefield, he showed us discipline. He showed us innovation. He showed us how to organize. His legacy teaches us that in education and governance, for example, we need that same spirit of disciplined innovation, that we must not repeat broken models, but we need to imagine what is possible. Then they're the women of 1956, and they remind us that true change is born from collective courage. And they stood not just for themselves, but for their community. And their legacy teaches us that progress requires solidarity over isolation. And we need that more than ever in our nation today. And so then Ubuntu is not just a slogan. It is something that we must use in our economy against inequality and exclusion. I can't prosper while others are locked out. We must use it in education, and remembering that every child requires and carries a spark of potential, and that our heritage demands a system that nurtures excellence for every single child. And in the fight against crime and violence, we must remember the sanctity of life and the dignity of each person. So let's honor our heroes by living out the values that lift us, and let's become a beacon and a model for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Webster. ATM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Heritage Day is not about song and dance alone. It's about confronting the scars of our past and asking whether we, as a nation, have done justice to the memory of those who resisted colonial conquest. One such towering figure is King Hitsa Kakauta, the great Xhosa king who was killed and brutally decapitated by British colonial forces in 1835. To this day, his head remains withheld in foreign possession, denied to his people, denied to his descendants, denied to Africa. This is not heritage preserved. This is heritage desecrated. Honorable members, the continued withholding of King Hitsa's head is not just an unresolved historical matter. It is a direct insult to African dignity. It is a colonial wound kept open by silence and inaction. How can we celebrate Heritage Day while the remains of our heroes are still treated as trophies of conquest? This speaks to a large problem: the systematic erasure and disrespect of African monarchies and traditional leadership. Colonial powers did not only dispossess our people of land and resources, they sought to serve the very symbols of our identity, authority, and pride. To this day, traditional leaders are undermined and their heritage is sidelined in the national discourse. Heritage Day must therefore not be reduced to colorful attire and cultural festivals. It must be a day of truth-telling, a day when this house confronts Britain's moral responsibility to return the remains of King Itza and others who were stripped of their dignity, a day when we commit ourselves to restoring respect for African monarchies and traditional leadership, not as ceremonial relics, but as living institutions that carry out history and identity. This commitment must also include the Amatlubi, whose kingdom was destroyed by colonial conquest and whose rightful place among African monarchs must be restored. The land of African monarchs, taken through dispossession and conquest, remains central for any genuine conversation about heritage and redress. Without land, without restored kingdoms, heritage becomes hollow. ATM stands firm. Heritage without justice is empty. Heritage without redress is hypocrisy. Let us in this house declare boldly that the dignity of African leaders must be restored, that the kingdoms of the Amatlubi and all dispossessed monarchs must be recognized and restored, that colonial wounds must be healed, and that true reconciliation cannot exist until our heroes rest with their people and African monarchs regain their rightful land. Asizukonwaba ke de inkosi zibuyiselwe nekumkani izidima zazo nomhlaba ubuyele kwinkosi. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Member, ANC.
Honorable House Chair, the African National Congress rises in appreciation of this critical debate, which speaks not only of the history of our country, but of our ongoing responsibility to honor the architects of freedom, both recognized and unrecognized, both celebrated and those that have been silenced. We are called today to reaffirm the ANC's long-standing commitment to a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous, and united South Africa, as articulated in the Freedom Charter as a guiding document of the National Democratic Revolution. The Freedom Charter boldly declares the people shall share in the country's wealth and that all shall enjoy equal rights, close quote. Yet for too long, the wealth of our liberation memory has remained unequally shared, limited to a narrow definition of heroism that is centered only around the most visible. Honorable House Chair, the struggle is not always waged through bullets or ballots. Sometimes it is waged through music, through poetry, through photography, and the written words. It was the songs of the legendary Brenda Fassie. It was the drums of the legendary Mariam Makeba. And it was the trumpet of the legendary Prayu Masikela that stirred our people's consciousness. The lens of the legendary Sam Zima, who captured Hector Peterson in that moment of martyrdom, did more to galvanize the world against apartheid than many speeches that were ever heard. As the ANC's 55th National Congress reminds us, cultural production is a side of struggle. It must be decolonized and harnessed in the service of national liberation and social justice. These artists were not only entertainers, they were revolutionaries. They used their platform as weapons of defiance, and they then paid heftily for it. Let us not relegate their contribution to the mere nostalgia. Let us institutionalize their work into the school's curricula and public broadcasting and our national monument. In the spirit of the strategy and tactics document of the ANC, we must understand culture as a battleground for the battle of ideas, and ensure that revolutionaries' content in our heritage lives on. Honorable Chairperson, our national memory must be inclusive, or it will be incomplete. The Freedom Charter reminds us that there shall be peace and friendship. And yet our historical narrative has failed to reflect the full diversity of those who fought for that peace and friendship. Where is the sustained recognition of the Bantu Women's League, which in 1913 led one of the earliest mass action against the past laws? Where is the national curriculum? Where in our national curriculum are the stories of the 1954 Women's Charter, a revolutionary document that predates even our democratic constitution in its articulation of the gender justice? We have not given adequate recognition to the roles played by the LGBTQI community and persons with disability, many of whom were actively involved in the underground structures, yet whose names never make it to the wells of heritage institutions. Let us be clear, heroism is not exclusively a property of those who were males. It's not a property of those who were armed or politically senior. As the NDR teaches us, the struggle for national liberation is simultaneously a struggle for gender and class emancipation. Honorable Chair, the youth of this country are not leaders. The youth of this country are not only the future leaders, but they are the current leaders. The fires lit by generations past continues to burn through the bravery of the Fees Must Fall generation, the courage of the Black girls at Pretoria Girls High who challenged the racist policies, and the radical solidarity of the movement like Total Shutdown, which declared war on gender-based violence. In them, we see the living spirit of Solomon Masangu, who said, tell my people that I love them and that they must continue to fight. The ANC Youth League's perspective on the NTR calls on the mobilization of youth as a dynamic detachment for the liberation movement. These youth are not a distraction. They are a continuation of our liberation project. It is our duty to resource them, to resource their activism, not to repress it. Honorable members, liberation did not only happen in exile. It did not only happen in the camps of Mkondo Wesizwe and other liberation armies. It happened in the communities, in the kitchens, in the classrooms, in shabins, in taxis and in train stations, wherever our people were galvanized to focus on their own liberty. Local museums, communities and heritage projects and platforms like SABC's Unsung Heroes are playing a vital role in telling stories and telling some of these stories. We must support them. As per the ANC's 2017 policy conference said, memory and heritage must be reclaimed and democratized so that no community struggle is erased from the narrative of South Africa. Let us ensure that the aunties who cooked for 4 bears, taxi drivers who transported activists under threatening conditions, the teachers who taught banned literatures their names are also known. In closing, honorable members, we must shift our culture from mourning our heroes to celebrating them while they are alive. The Honorable Mama Sophia de Bruyn is still with us. She is not a ghost. She is a living archive. Mama Kaula is your in there. Let us not only name bridges and halls after her, let us give a platform in parliament, in schools, in society to pass the torch herself. The ANC Constitution commits us to recognizing those who sacrifice for the cause of liberation. This recognition must be living, not symbolic. Let us fund their legacies. Let us document their stories. Let us ensure that no revolutionary dies in poverty or in obscurity. And this has nothing to do with the noisy Mama Kaula. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, you make it very difficult for the presiding officer to not laugh when I'm here. So it will seem like I'm part of the debate as well. Al-Jama, NCC, UAT,
Hey. Thank you, Chairperson. Also, Africa. The United African Transformation declared before this House and the continent that African heritage is non-negotiable. Our surnames, our lineage, our land, and our dignities are sacred trust from our forefathers, and it will be protected or defended by all cost. We call upon Africans to rise. We say, Vugataki, to reclaim our heritage, our names, our stories, our lands. Let us not betray the vision of our forefathers, but carry it forward with courage. The recent ruling allowing African men to take their wives' surnames may seem progressive for others, yet it undermines the foundation of African identity. When an African man relinquishes surname, it severs ties to the ancestral land, inheritance, and memory. This is not coincidence. It's part of the wider imperial design to dispossess us of our birthrights and distract us from the land question. Colonial powers understood this in 1835, that if spirituality, culture, and education were reshaped, the people could be prepared for oppression. That project lives through our legal system. Laws breed culture, and culture becomes heritage. If we want our children to know their history, we must replace the Roman, Dutch, and British law with native African cultural law rooted in memory, dignity, and land rights. Our surnames are not labels. They are vessels of history and land claims. Ubuntu teaches us, I am because we are. To erase African surname is to erode identity, culture, and rightful claim to dignity. Let this parliament, as custodian of African heritage, rise to defend our names, honor our forefathers, and safeguard the land of every African. We are the custodians of the sacred heritage. We are the descendants of queens and kings. Our surnames, our land, our dignity, we shall defend for the generation to come.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Good. DA. Point of order, Chair.
Next Wednesday, I intend to
Chair,
celebrate.
Honorable Maglu, there's a point of order, but I'm not sure where does it come from. Ma'am Kaula, next time you must raise your hand because I can see.
Sorry, Chair.
Eh,
Sorry.
Yes.
Bekuthola ukuthi ngabe bekuthiwa bazosiculela namhlanje babuye basaba iGNU ngoba ngiyabona bonke bayimisele bayi black members.
Ma'am Kaula, I'm not even sure what you are talking about, so can we please continue? You're out of order. Continue, Honorable Member.
Honorable members, next Wednesday, I intend celebrating our country's rich and diverse heritage in Oudtshoorn, the ostrich capital of the world. Both Oudtshoorn and the Kango Caves contribute significantly to South Africa's cultural heritage, showcasing the beauty and uniqueness of our nation's cultural legacy. Unfortunately, even today, some individuals and political parties continue to try to divide us based on our skin color, language, culture, and political party affiliation, hindering national unity. It is time for us to put aside our differences and embrace our diversity in promoting a harmonious coexistence. It's a day to pause and reflect on the rich tapestry of our culture by embracing our differences, listening to each other, stories, and sharing our diverse backgrounds. As we come together on Heritage Day, let us be mindful of cultural nuances and celebrate our diversity with respect. Honorable Speaker, preserving heritage sites is crucial for our national identity. I stand here today and I'm reminded of a pivotal moment in our nation's history in 1994 when Nelson Mandela was released after 27 years in jail. Coincidentally, I was 27 years old at the time, making a wonderful moment in my own life aligned with our country's journey to freedom. Sitting in front of the TV with my late father, I vividly recalled his excitement as he celebrated Mandela's release, running around our four-roomed house, beaming with happiness and joy. It marked a new chapter for South Africa, a moment where people can come together, unite in hope and celebration. That sense of unity and collective joy is what we should strive to recapture today. Never did I think one day, yes, one day I will become a member of parliament overseeing heritage initiatives for this country. Just last week, I intended to visit Victor Verster in Paarl when Nelson Mandela stayed before his release in 1990. I was shocked at being told that Nelson Mandela's cottage at Victor Verster prison has been closed to visitors since COVID-19. It's said that this historic site, a symbol of our nation's resilience, remains inaccessible to the public. Honorable members, I visited Robben Island. The ferry Sikululekile, which means we are free, is grounded, not sailing for almost a decade, yet millions already has been spent. This has severely impacted businesses reliant on tourism. What is concerning that this is happening under the nose of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, who have received a 2.7 billion towards heritage promotion and preservation. Speaker, I'm left feeling helpless, watching as funds are allocated without tangible results. Historical sites which could be generating jobs and stimulating economic growth are being neglected. It's disheartening to see opportunities for development and job creation slipping away while funds meant for heritage, preservation and promotion aren't being utilized effectively. However, House Chairperson, I'd like to share a story of hope about someone who was 3 years old when Nelson Mandela was released. Today, that young and dynamic leader has shown that prioritizing job creation and a thriving visitor economy yet can yield marketable results. His initiatives such as the Urban Safari and Antarctica Gateway concept has led to a record number of visitors to the mother city. It has supported investment infrastructure, development, enhanced security, and innovative marketing campaigns. The successes of the DA-run city of Cape Town under the remarkable leadership of Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis, as recently attested by the President, shows us that there is hope for our tourism sector and our economy. It shows us that with effective leadership and strategic initiatives, we can unlock opportunities, develop community-based tourism, support local businesses, drive economic growth, and create jobs. Why can the minister not show the same dedication in preserving our historical sites such as Sarah Baartman, Robben Island, Victor Verster, and other significant landmarks? Our heritage sites are not just bricks or plaques. They are the beating heart of our history, the reminders of sacrifice and opportunities for our children for today, tomorrow, and the future. We cannot afford more locked gates, broken ferries, and wasted billions. But decline is not destiny. In DA-run governments, honest and competent leadership has shown that heritage can be the driver of jobs, pride, and unity. Honorable Chairperson, South Africans deserve leaders who do not reduce our heritage to vanity projects or political slogans, but to guard it as a national treasure to build our future for the generations. We must make a choice here today, either decay or a new era where our history is preserved, our artists and athletes are supported, and our people can be proud of who we are. The DA chooses the latter, and we today invite all South Africans to do the same. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now recognize our last speaker, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. You must get very worried when you see the right wing speaking the language of the left wing, trying to be revolutionary. So it is quite as confusing as a way that people wanting to diminish what you call our heritage. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, as the African National Congress, we rise in the House without hesitation, but with the revolutionary clarity, and to reaffirm our commitment to the values, the sacrifices, and the revolutionary vision that brought us to this democratic dispensation. We cannot afford to have a generation that is growing up alienated from their roots, disconnected from their struggle, and blind to the truth of who we are as the people. Honorable Muruti Mishwe, you say that you are quoting a scripture that you love your foreigner, you love your neighbor, but you hate the Palestinians, you hate LGBTQI. You are so selective in what you love and who you don't love.
Point of order, Chair.
But more than just celebration today, we must.
Honorable Low, you please take the seat. Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that the honorable member is misleading the House. On not one occasion did Reverend Meshwe say he hates Palestinians. In fact, it's just the opposite. We said we love all, Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you.
Honorable Low, can you please refrain from using words that other members did not use?
House Chair. House Chair, can I please?
I didn't say sit, Honorable Low.
House Chair, can I point of order, please?
Honorable Member, the rules of the House say that you raise your hand first. Then you are recognized, then you can speak. You do not just open the mic and start speaking. Honorable Low, please take your seat. Honorable Member, what's your point of order?
The honorable member is misleading the House here. No one was speaking the language of the oppressor because Afrikaans doesn't belong to the language to the oppressor here.
No, that's a point of debate, Honorable Member. Please
Yes,
take
but
your
still,
seat. Please take your seat.
Afrikaans
It's a
is
point of
ours.
debate. Please take your seat. Honorable Low, continue.
But more than just a celebration, today must be a call to action to preserve our heritage and to defend and advance the democratic gains that our struggle has delivered. Because our heritage is not static, it is living, breathing, and bound to the journey of a people who refuse to go backwards. Hence, it is our duty to reclaim it and tell our stories with pride from African perspectives for African people. This is not just about education. It is about restoring dignity, building social cohesion, and driving nation building rooted in the truth. The ANC asserts that the time is long overdue for history to be a compulsory subject in all our schools, but not just any history. We demand an Afrocentric decolonized curriculum that tells the stories of Nkosi Bambata, Nkosi Galeshewe, Chief Albert Lutuli, Dade Subukwe, Dade Biko, Dade Mandela, and Dade Sisulu, not as footnotes, but as central pillars of our identity. Honorable members, the Freedom Charter declared that the people shall govern and that they shall be woke and secured. These were the exact dreams, these were the exact words that were to concentrate demands of people in the struggle, a road to a society we continue to build through the national democratic revolution. That struggle has brought us far by dismantling apartheid, establishing a constitutional democracy, and restoration of our rights, dignity, and justice. To further preserve our heritage, it is important to remember where we come from. The pain of the dispossession, the cruelty of racism, and the courage of resistance. But it also means protecting the progressive values enshrined in our Constitution and championed by the movement of the people, the African National Congress, which is non-racialism, non-sexism, unity, democracy, and equality. In the contemporary landscape of South Africa, the preservation of our heritage and advancement of our democratic gains are crucial for fostering a cohesive and unified society. At the heart of this endeavor lies the promotion of civic education and the imperative for accurate historical accounts that reflect African perspectives. Hence, understanding our history is not merely an academic exercise. It is important, it's an important component of social cohesion and nation building. And to defend and advance our democratic gains means ensuring that our people do not only enjoy freedom in theory, but in tangible material conditions that change lives. In the age of this current, which is the fourth industrial revolution, we must harness technology not only for innovation, but also for the preservation and the protection of our cultural heritage. You can stand up, MK. Shows like Shaka Ilembe are more than just entertainment, they are acts of cultural reclamation. They remind us of who we are, where we come from, and the stories that have shaped our identities. We must multiply and support such efforts without being blindly and wanting to be political. Establishing cultural clubs, heritage societies, and similarly initiatives that are crucial to preserve their diverse traditions. The recent success of the second annual Kumbula Wetu Ingoma Yeseshondeni event held at UKZN Edgewood campus in KwaZulu-Natal. It is a testament to the growing appetite among young people to reconnect with their roots. Similarly, programs across schools and universities have proven that when given the opportunity, the youth will rise to honor and protect the heritage. These cultural spaces must evolve into vibrant hubs of political education, cultural pride, and youth mobilizations where heritage is not only celebrated, but also used as a tool to confront the challenges of the present and shape the future for confidence. Hence, as we work to defend our heritage and deepening our democracy, deepening it well, and we must remain vigilant. We must fight corruption, inequality, and narrow nationalism that threaten the values of which our heroes and heroines sacrificed. It is our collective duty to guard against these forces, uphold these principles of the Freedom Charter, and protect the democratic institutions built on the blood and courage of those who came before us. If it means that confronting inequality through radical socio-economic transformation, in making sure through the ANC Youth League resolutions that is clear, in making sure that we accelerate land distribution, we invest in youth empowerment, and we build an inclusive economy that makes sure that we preserve our minerals, in making sure that there are quotas that are going to be imposed for those who are going to buy our minerals. They are going to buy our minerals and making sure that there's money created to create more jobs and making sure that our people are going to have access to quality and free education. These are not new or radical ideas. These are continuation of the mission passed down to us by our forebears. We honor them today. Honorable House Chair, As we allow inequality, division, and justice to foster, we do not merely slow progress. We betray the generations who gave their lives for justice and freedom. If we allow opportunists and revolutionaries, sloganeers, and all of those that distort our history and to try and twist a narrative of our struggle, then we're complicit. We're complicit in a way that would not be able to find ourselves. As I conclude, it is quite important and significant, Honorable Mulder, you did recognize that people must live, they must have dignity to live. And it's quite surprising that your conscience only comes back now when you're in podium. But when you are alone, you lack consciousness because you haven't thought of giving us a piece of a land, you haven't thought of giving us a piece of your wealth, they had to steal from our forebearers, they had to steal today, and you want to come and lecture us about your history that you can not make reference to. As you conclude, it is more than a day of celebration of a pride. It is a foundation for identity and the future. We must use our education, our technology to bring our stories, and we must continue to implement BELA so that the minority groups are irritated by transformative reforms that we could have brought back as the African National Congress. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I will then call the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Debate on P20 topic, fostering inclusive and sustainable futures, harnessing global cooperation for equitable participation of women and youth in development.
I will now recognize the Honorable Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, the esteemed members of this august House. Let me, Honorable Speaker, from the outset appreciate the opportunity presented to the members of Parliament to reflect on their experiences towards the P20 under the following topic: fostering an inclusive and sustainable futures, harnessing global cooperation for equitable participation of women and youth in development. Honorable House Chair, the debate on the Parliament 20, which is P20 that we host here today, presents an important opportunity to reflect on the contributions of South African parliamentary diplomacy in advancing our national interest and also influencing global discourse on issues such as debt, restructuring, climate change, youth and women's development, food security, and critical mineral harnessing processes. Honorable members, Parliament plays a critical role as the voice of the people. It is through parliamentary diplomacy that South Africa's active engagements in bilateral and multilateral forums allows our elected representatives to complement the work of the executive and also exchange knowledge with their peers and advocate for South Africa's values on democracy, equality, and justice for all. Honorable House Chair, since 1994, South Africa's Parliament has participated in international platforms such as the United Nations, the African Union, BRICS, and most recently, the G20. On these global stages, our parliamentarians have consistently advanced an inclusive development agenda by championing the participation of women and youth. These interventions, House Chairperson, have shaped global commitments into opportunities for skills development, entrepreneurship development, and also innovation for those who are often excluded. Parliamentary diplomacy always involves collaborative interactions with parliamentarians and relevant other non-parliamentarians actors at the international level. It also aims to strengthen domestic constitutional mandates while complementing the executive branch's efforts in promoting foreign policy objectives. I also need to indicate, House Chairperson, that parliamentary diplomacy continues to present a significant opportunity to exchange knowledge and also experiences with other parliamentarians from other countries globally. We need to work together towards the process of promoting peaceful and interconnected world where we need to advocate for South Africa's constitutional values amongst parliamentarians from other countries to help us to complement the efforts of the executive in pursuing South Africa's interest and the process of championing our foreign policy objectives. Through dialogue and cooperation, our parliamentarians have an opportunity to foster both North to South and South to South solidarity. These approaches has opened doors for young people and women in general, whilst enabling the process of sharing of good practices in legislative reforms that continues to empower the marginalized communities and also strengthen social protection for those marginalized groups. Honorable members, everywhere we go across the length and breadth of South Africa, we are confronted by the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Where in 31 years into our democracy, we continue to have these triple challenges continuing to affect mostly our young people and our women in general. It is against this backdrop that President Cyril Ramaphosa has made a decision to follow on the footsteps of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the previous chair of the G20, which has hosted the first G20 Social Summit. South Africa will also host the G20 Social Summit from the 18th to the 20th of November 2025 at Birchwood Conference Center here in Boksburg, Johannesburg. The hosting of the Social Summit presents an opportunity for our government to take our G20 presidency to the people of South Africa and also engage in meaningful conversations that really concerns them. We hope to produce a declaration for the outcome of the Social Summit that will include legacy initiatives that are conceived and led by the people themselves. House Chairperson, our G20 presidency, under the theme Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability, continues to provide a timely platform to bring the voices of our people into the global decision-making process. Later this year, the Social Summit that I've already alluded to will ensure that women, youth, children, and labor federations, and also our communities from grassroots level, continue to contribute directly to the shaping process of the outcomes of that G20 Social Summit. The declaration emerging from the Social Summit will be grounded in their lived experiences, and also it will be aligned with the priorities of this P20 debate that we continue to have here today. House Chairperson, Parliament has also been central in advancing the work of the P20 engagements groups, culminating in the Parliamentary Speakers Summit that was held in October under the theme Harnessing Parliamentary Diplomacy for Global Solidarity, Equality and Sustainability. Our parliamentarians have influenced the international discussions on gender equality and also on issues of youth empowerment, and most importantly, on issues of climate justice and the whole issue of inclusive peace-building mechanisms that we continue to have in the continent of Africa and beyond. At the AU Summit, South Africa has contributed to the adoption of the Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls earlier this year, wherein we had agreed on a concretized step to protect women's rights across the continent. Honorable members, South Africa has also been vocal in the global financing debates at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development Initiatives that was recently held in Spain. Our representatives have emphasized the need for a fair financing mechanism and also on the issue of debt relief and a greater fiscal space for investment towards a sustainable development goals. These efforts must also translate into tangible benefits for women and youth-led enterprises, particularly in the disaster-prone countries like South Africa. House Chairperson, I need to indicate that for us to continue going forward with the global solidarity, it will require all of us to have bold actions on technology transfer and under the emerging critical mineral frameworks. South Africa is advocating for skills development and the whole process of industrializing our economy.
Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I will now call Honorable Mkhize, and I'm informed that it's her maiden speech. So can we practice kindness? Continue, Honorable Mkhize.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. How can we speak of inclusive and sustainable futures when the present is soaked in inequality and despair? In our townships, young people sit with degrees in their hands, but no jobs to go to. In our rural villages, women still walk kilometers for water, only to risk their lives along the way. Persons with disabilities are left behind by schools that cannot accommodate them, while children of the poor drown in floods because housing and infrastructure budgets are looted. These are not isolated tragedies. They are the daily reality of millions, many of which are the reason we still sit in this house today. They remind us that exclusion is not an accident. It is the product of government failure. And every time leaders gather to speak of development while doing nothing for these communities, they further betray the very people they claim to serve. We cannot speak of sustainable futures when half of humanity is unsafe, unheard, and unseen. We cannot preach inclusivity when government after government has perfected the art of policy on paper, but poverty in practice. Inclusivity cannot be a slogan. It must be a radical transformation of power, resources, and opportunities. In 2020, government launched the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, promising to end femicide. Yet, in 2024 alone, 11,000 women were murdered. This means that every day, 30 women are killed, not by strangers in war, but their homes, their streets, and their workplaces. Shelters remain underfunded. Police stations still lack victim-friendly rooms, and the GBVF Council is barely functional. Rural women farmers were promised vouchers under the presidential employment stimulus. In KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, most never received them. Funds vanished into administration, while women returned to empty fields and empty promises. Women carry this economy, yet earn 30% less than men, remain excluded from land ownership, and are shut out of finance. Only 13% of farmland is owned by women, despite them being the backbone of agriculture in the rural areas. The cost of exclusion is poverty. The price of equality would be prosperity. Globally, studies show that closing the gender gap would add $12 trillion to the world economy by 2025. Yet, here at home, government underspends budgets meant for women while overspending on consultants and luxury travels. Our youth has been abandoned. In 2025, 42% of young people under 35 are jobless. In some provinces, the figure is close to 50%. The Youth Employment Service promised 1 million jobs by 2023. 2 years later, fewer than 130,000 short-term placements were created, most lasting less than 12 months. How can young people build a future on temporary stipends? The presidential employment stimulus has become a revolving door. Young people move in for a few months, collect a stipend, and are dumped back into unemployment. This is not empowerment, it is pacification. The National Youth Policy 2020 to 2030 promised mainstreaming youth voices, but young people remain excluded from boards, councils, and decision-making spaces. Parliament and government departments still treat the youth participation as decoration and not democracy. And the scandal at NSFAS, more than 13,168 students unfunded, despite 988 million rands allocated. Thousands dropped out of universities and TVET colleges. Meanwhile, government poured billions into collapsed ICT contracts. This is not mere failure. This is betrayal. It is robbing a generation of its future. For persons with disability, inclusivity is not even an afterthought. It is an afterthought to the afterthoughts. Over 70% remain unemployed. Less than 5% of schools have facilities for inclusive education. Public transport remains inaccessible despite endless promises of upgrades under the integrated public transport network. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities underspent 133,000 million in 2024-2025, while allocating less than 1% of its budget to disability programs. This is not a statistics, it is a death sentence for millions of South Africans excluded from schools, jobs, and society itself. Globally, persons with disabilities represent nearly 16% of the population, and their consumer spending is worth $8 trillion. Yet here, they are treated as charity cases instead of full citizens with rights and economic power. In June 2025, the Eastern Cape was devastated by torrential rains and flooding, with Umtata at the epicenter of this disaster. River burst their banks, homes were swept away, and families were trapped in their houses before sunrise. A school bus carrying children was swallowed by these floods. 6 lives were lost, others remain missing, and countless households were left homeless. Yet, while communities grieved and waited for relief, government aid was delayed for weeks, trapped in bureaucracy and tender disputes. At the same time, township traders are being suffocated by rising costs while foreign-owned monopolies dominate the spaza sector. These small businesses are the lifeblood of local communities, yet government refuses to put laws in place to protect them. The result is hunger, desperation, and the slow strangulation of townships' livelihoods. Even the much-celebrated district development model has collapsed into another political talk shop. The Auditor General's 2024 report exposed widespread underspending, poor coordination, and zero visible impact on the ground. This is not mere incompetence. It is calculated neglect of the poor. The P20 platform is supposed to harness global cooperation for inclusive development. For South Africa, it should be the space to fix broken schools, protect women working to fetch water, create jobs for the youth, and open doors of opportunity for people with disabilities. But government turns it into another platform for speeches and not solutions. More underspending while poverty grows. More conferences while shelters crumble. More coalitions while women and youth are pushed to the back. Inclusivity without women is hypocrisy. Sustainability without youth is a fantasy. Development without persons with disability is injustice. Honorable members, the solutions are not miracles, they are common sense. Protect the budgets that belong to women, youth, and disability programs. Create legal, real lasting jobs, ensure representation by law, transform our schools, and end wasteful spending. But the ANC, even under its so-called GNU, has failed again and again. They promise equality, but deliver exclusion. They promise sustainability, but deliver stagnation. Honorable Chair, for 3 decades, this government has failed. For the past year, even the GNU has failed. They sign every international convention, but leave women raped walking to fetch water, youth jobless after graduation, and persons with disability shut out of schools and jobs. The MK party refuses to accept empty rhetoric. We will fight for inclusion, not as a slogan, but as a lived reality. Because women rise, because when women rise, the nation rises. When youth lead, the future is secure. And when persons with disabilities are included, we achieve justice. Let us not build a future of exclusion. Let us build a South Africa of shared dignity, shared prosperity, and shared justice. This is the revolution our people deserve. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can honorable members sit down? Honorable members of the MK, please, we need to continue. I understand your excitement. Honorable Kanyile.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, it is such a great honor for me today to speak on this matter. A matter that is deeply interconnected with the future we want to build, fostering inclusive and sustainable futures by harnessing global cooperation for the equitable participation of women and youth in development. Honorable members, sustainable development is not merely about economic growth or technological advancement. It is about ensuring that growth is inclusive, equitable, and just. For this to happen, we must ensure the voices of participation and contributions of women and youth are not treated as optional. We must not just speak about women and youth development on commemorative months. Talking about these issues is not sufficient. We must demonstrate an intent to act on women and youth development. Women make about 49.7% of the world's population, almost half, yet they continue to face systematic barriers in entrepreneurship, education, employment, leadership, and access to resources. Women encounter daily challenges, which amongst them include gender-based violence and femicide. While research done recently indicated that majority of women in South Africa are stuck with abusive partners because of financial dependency. Ultimately, the theme fostering inclusive and sustainable futures is more than a mere development priority. It is a prerequisite for survival and prosperity. For those women who try and work hard for themselves, like Yandi Sambulawa, who was awarded a contract by the KZN Department of Health to provide accommodation for medical internship students and home serves in 6 hospitals across the province. Her invoices that date as far back as 2021 have not been paid. She was forced to take loans to service the government hospital while she was not paid and used her trucks as a security. To date, she has lost all her trucks, which were worth about 10 million rands, lost her house, lost the furniture, and the non-payment has led to her health critically deteriorating. Honorable Chair, I want to reiterate that women development should be demonstrated in action. Talking about it is simply not enough. In many countries across the globe, youth constitute the majority of the population. Failing to educate, employ, and engage them is not just a moral failure, but a tremendous economic waste. For talent without opportunity means very little. They also face barriers to education. Those who manage to acquire tertiary education are unemployed, while many students from poor and missing middle families have not graduated because they owe institutions of higher learning. Young people and women bring fresh perspectives and are often early adopters of technology and are drivers of social entrepreneurship. Meaningful inclusion is key to solving age-old problems with new, innovative solutions, making our development efforts more resilient and adaptive. Honorable members, as a country, we cannot talk about youth development while we don't want to confront the issue of substance abuse. Young people who have lost hope in ever finding employment find themselves addicted to drugs, and those who are ready to be rehabilitated are unable to do so because of government's long waiting list on rehabilitation centers. The biggest question we need to ask ourselves is about the president's and SAP's dedication in rooting out the drug laboratories and arresting the drug lords. Despite the monumental crisis facing youth groups in South Africa, government saw it fit to splash a great amount of state resources on a national dialogue, when in fact such resources could have been used to invest in youth startup businesses, clear student debts, and fuel job creation initiatives. Honorable Chair, it is particularly troubling that Minister Senzo Mchunu, whom very serious allegations were leveled against by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, amongst them being that he was allegedly involved in organized crime and associated with drug lords, remains a minister and still enjoys the ministerial perks paid for by the hardworking taxpayers. Drugs kill the future of our youth and perpetuate gender-based violence, but it looks like there is a yardstick used to determine who should abide by the country's laws and who should get a slap on the wrist. This is totally unacceptable, and we are all equal, as we are all equal before the law, we should be treated as such. Honorable members, in August 2025, the Democratic Alliance launched the party's 6-point plan to sabotage the economy. This bold, results-driven plan outlines a set of non-negotiable demands for reform, which will kickstart our economy and set South Africa on a path to growth and jobs. Allow me to highlight these 6 points that will sabotage our economy. Removing job-killing policies and laws to enable more investment, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Fixing South Africa's energy crisis to guarantee affordable and reliable electricity through competitive markets. Turning around failing railways, ports, and digital infrastructure for a competitive, connected, and modern economy. Reforecasting public expenditure, eliminating waste and bailouts, and supporting sustainable pro-growth public finances. Fixing collapsing municipalities to deliver better services by stabilizing coalitions, professionalizing administrations, and decentralizing powers. Cracking down on organized crime and corruption by professionalizing and decentralizing public safety. Honorable members, these plans are realistic and will give us tangible results, and without a strong economy, we will not be able to develop our women and youth. Women and youth need equal access to financing, markets, and employment opportunities. Investing in women-led and youth-led enterprises is not charity, it is smart economics. Studies consistently show that when women and young people thrive economically, communities rise with them. However, despite the odds, beacons of hope exist. Youth pioneering in fields such as Amapiano, artificial intelligence, and e-commerce inspire generations, and under a DA government will be supported to reach even great heights. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now recognize Honorable Lonzi.
Honorable Chair, South Africa is trapped in a cycle of elite-driven and neoliberal development where inclusion is promised on paper but denied in practice. If we're truly committed to an inclusive and sustainable future, we must speak honestly and act decisively against forces that continue to undermine the equitable participation of women and youth. It is our strong view that the stubborn exclusion of women and youth from meaningful economic activity is not just accidental. It is maintained by systems designed to exploit the most vulnerable in our society. Today, however, we want to turn to a matter much closer to home that we should attend to while we're trying to make sense of global cooperation. It is common cause that the township economy is not owned by South Africans. It is common cause that the over 200 billion rand spaza shop economy is not in the hands of our youth and women. It is common cause that the 200 billion rand consists of goods largely not produced in South Africa, and in some cases not even produced legally. House Chair, it is common cause that government has no real understanding of the spaza shop economy. You know, during my constituency day, I went to go and buy airtime for our volunteers at one of the spaza shops, Deputy Minister. To my surprise, I was told that when buying airtime, there's an additional cost that our people have to pay simply because they are paying with a bank card. This, I am told, is not an isolated incident. It is a daily reality in poor communities where our people are being charged illegally surcharges for airtime, for buying electricity, for cash withdrawals, and basic goods even when they are using SASSA cards. This practice is not only unethical, it is illegal. The Consumer Protection Act is very clear. A supplier may not charge more than the displayed price. It prohibits unjust and unreasonable pricing. PASA regulations and the National Payment System Act further prohibit merchants from passing transaction fees to customers without disclosure. Worse, we're told that ANC politicians go and collect these monies from spaza shops as protection fees, meaning our grandmothers, our youth, and social grant recipients are not only.
Honorable Lenzi, please take your seat. There's a point of order.
Thank you.
I have not recognized you. Wait. Honorable Reddy.
Speaker, can the speaker repeat which party, I didn't hear that is going to the spaza shops and robbing our people? If you can just repeat that, please. I couldn't hear. Thank you.
No.
You want gossip? You want gossip, yeah?
Proceed, Honorable Lonzi. That's not a point of order.
ANC. Honorable Lonzi is gossiping, yeah.
Honorable members on the virtual platform, please. We can't continuously speak about the same thing. If you are not recognized, do not speak. Continue, Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, we're
Point of
told
order,
that
point of order,
ANC
Chair.
It's Honorable what? Because it doesn't show here. Honorable Sedukanelo. Okay, we continue, Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, we're told that ANC politicians go and collect these monies from spaza shops as protection fees, meaning our grandmothers, our unemployed youth, and social grant recipients are not only.
Honorable Lonzi.
Chairperson, I've raised my hand on a point of order.
Honorable Masina.
Thank you very much. Honorable.
No, before, I have not recognized you.
Oh, I apologize.
Yes. See, I have been addressing all honorable members here. If you want to raise a point of order, please do not switch on your mic. So you are even giving a grant to those who are on the virtual platform to just speak. So can you please raise your hand first, then I recognize you, then we can speak. Honorable Masina.
Honorable Bolonzi is adventurous and sponsoring applications.
What is your point of order, honorable member?
Is that is slanderous to the ANC comrades that were collecting money.
That's a point of debate.
From spaza shops, because there is no such.
Honorable Masina, please, that is a point of debate, is not a point of order. We shall continue. Honorable Tambo.
Chairperson, a point of order on the online platform.
Thank you, Chairperson. We'd like to remind the House and the Honorable Masina, there's no member called ANC in Parliament, so there's no one to slander here.
Yeah, that is why I hold
slander anyone called ANC here. It's out of order, please.
I want us to continue. Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, before you speak, I want to address you as well. It applies to you as well, that you do not just speak, but you raise your hand. The table is here to advise me if there are members who have raised their hands on the virtual platform.
Chair, my hand is raised.
Practice that.
Chair, my hand is raised.
No, they had advised me. I'm saying do not open your mic and speak before you are recognized.
Apologies, Chair.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, on a point of order, Honorable Lonzi is misleading the House and leading South African citizens. And I think he must give factual information. In fact, he must start to look and interrogate at what his president is doing when it comes to the spaza shop industry.
Honorable
He's
Chauke,
misleading the House.
that is a point of debate, Honorable Member, and we are continuing. It's not a point of order. Honorable Lonzi, please take the platform.
Thank you, Chair. We're told that ANC
Sorry, Chair, there's a hand.
go and collect these monies from spaza shops as protection fees.
Honorable Lonzi, please take your seat. Honorable Low.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks,
Honorable
Chair.
Low.
Chair.
No, but okay, I have recognized Honorable Low, but your members are speaking right behind, so we'll never hear what you are about to say.
Wait,
Honorable Reddy, Honorable Reddy.
You see now, there's another
Honorable Reddy, you raised a point of order and I granted you, and everyone listened to what you were saying. There's no need to howl. Honorable Low.
Chair. My point of order is based on the fact that it's misleading and misinformation to apportion the African National Congress to tax shops that we could have made more progress and strengthened and make sure that our people get access to the tax shops in locals and wherever.
Honorable Low.
Even rural areas. People
Honorable Low.
And have been given those particular access to
Honorable Low. Honorable Low, you are out of order. I had made a ruling with that, what you are saying now. And I did say it's a point of debate. Can we continue with the debate and stop raising point of orders? Thank you. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. We're told that ANC politicians go and collect monies from these spaza shops as protection fees.
Order.
Meaning that our grandparents,
Point of order,
our
Chair.
employed youth.
Honorable Lonzi.
Order.
No.
Order.
Honorable members, switch off your mics. Switch off your mics. No, Honorable Masina, I'm not going to recognize you. You're repeating the same mistake I told you about.
Honorable Lonzi, I told.
Reddy. Yes, I'm recognizing you.
Chair, I'd like to bring it to the House attention that my nickname is ANC.
Honorable members, can you please let us, honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable members. Honorable Mhlongo. No, don't do that.
Yes,
Honorable
I was saying that I would like to bring it to the attention of the House that my nickname is ANC. Now, this honorable member,
don't point fingers. Don't point fingers.
Very offensive. So he must withdraw that nonsense.
So, honorable member, what is your point of order?
So my point of order was that it's casting aspersion on me as my nickname is ANC.
We don't deal with nicknames here, Chair. Can we proceed?
Honorable members, no. Honestly, time is not on our side. And if we continue like this, which means we are going to finish at 8. So can we please continue? We do not entertain nicknames and everything else. Honorable Lonzi, please continue.
Chair, we're told that ANC politicians go and collect these monies from spaza shops as protection fees. Our grandmothers, our
Speaker, we need
youth,
protection. This is
and
wrong.
even social grant recipients
Honorable Speaker.
are not only exploited, their money.
This is very wrong.
Political
Speaker, this is
donations.
not going to happen.
Chairperson, this is aspersion and propaganda, false propaganda.
Abuse of ANC is wrong.
Masina.
No.
Honorable Masina, you are as well abusing your rights. I have told you countless times that you can't just open your mic. And as I have said, casting aspersions in your rules, it is clear what it means. And I did say that this is a point of debate. So can we please continue? Because we are not going to finish. He's going to go back and say that again, and then it arises other emotions. So we can't continue like that. And I've made a ruling on this. I've made a ruling on this, and I'm cautioning you now, Honorable Masing. You do that again. Honorable Reddy.
Speaker, it's a new point of order. The speaker is being drowned and they're irrelevant points of order. He needs to start the speech again because we can't hear the speech. Please.
Honorable Reddy, you are one of the members who have been drowning the speaker, so we are not starting afresh. Honorable Lwenzu, please take the platform.
They were
House
told
Chair.
that ANC politicians
House Chair.
responsible for taking the money at the spaza shops.
House Chair.
Honorable Lonzi, please sit again. Honorable Sibonelo, I can't see your last name, yes?
Yes, apologies for coming in this manner. My hand has been up. House Chair, I think you've been more than patient. You have been patient enough with members of the ANC. There have been disruption. They've been disrupting the session here, and I think you must just call security to remove them.
Honorable Sibonelo.
Honorable Masina.
Honorable Sibonelo, you are also distracting us because we are about to continue, and we give the same time of platform for members to raise point of orders. And I will say, as the presiding officer, if now they are abusing that system. And I'm now giving an opportunity to Honorable Lonzi to continue with the speech.
House Chair, ANC politicians are stealing the money of our social grant recipients as they go and fetch these additional costs from the spaza shops. Whilst the ANC is politically responsible, the banks are also financially complicit. These proceeds, they process these illegal transactions daily. They are digital footprints. They are traceable and they are auditable, yet they do nothing about it. When banks knowingly process unlawful transactions without flagging them, that is not just negligence, it is money laundering. Not different from what the president did by hiding dollars under the mattress and the couches. It is aiding and abetting exploitation of the poorest of the poor. And for this reason, we demand one, a parliamentary inquiry into banking complicity.
Honorable Lonzi, please take your seat. Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I'm rising on Rule 85. The honorable member is casting aspersion on the president. He says the president did money laundering by hiding dollars in his mattress. Can you please rule on that, Honorable Chair?
Chairperson, if I could also raise a point of order on that order.
Okay, can I address this one? I will recognize you later. I did not hear that Honorable Lenz said that, but we'll come back to that. I'll listen to Hansard and come back to that. Honorable Tambo.
No, I'm fine, Chair. I just wanted to indicate that I didn't hear the Honorable Lonzi mention the name, but it looks like the shoe fits somewhere. Thank you.
No, it's fine. I have addressed that. Honorable Lonzi, please continue.
This practice is no different to the president hiding dollars underneath the mattress and the couches. And for this reason, we demand, number one, a parliamentary inquiry into banking complicity in illegal point of sale pricing. Number two, a full FIC investigation into suspicious transactions in the spaza shops. Number three, we want the enforcement of the Consumer Protection Act in the spaza shops. And fourthly, state-supported township cooperatives to empower our women and youth. Chair, if this House is serious about an inclusive and sustainable future, it must confront the criminals in our economy, whether they wear ANC t-shirts or bank-issued blazers. The people are watching, and we must not stop until justice is served. We must remind the people of South Africa, and we must tell them they don't have to pay the additional costs in the spaza shops. And I'm not surprised by the response of the ANC. I'm not sure when last any of them used the spaza shops because they are so detached from the material conditions of our people. When our people buy airtime, they are charged more. When they buy electricity, they are charged more. When they want cash back, they are charged more. But you don't know this because you are in Sentin, you are in Camps Bay, you are in the suburbs. These are the lived realities of our people, and we are going to continue to fight this struggle until our poorest of the poor is not exploited. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Van der Merwe. Is the Honorable Van der Merwe on the virtual platform, maybe?
Yes, it's Honorable Machi.
Honorable Machi, please proceed.
Yes, the Inkatha Freedom Party believes in the spirit of Ubuntu. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. This same principle must guide international cooperation because support from global partners should not be patronized or imposed from above, but rather inclusive and empowering, especially when it comes to ensuring the full and equal participation of women and youth in shaping their own future. Development cannot be done for communities. It must be done with them. We must urgently confront the structural inequalities that continue to limit meaningful participation. Women still carry a disproportionate burden of unpaid care work and remain systematically excluded from access to land, finance, and leadership opportunities. At the same time, young people who represent Africa's most abundant resource face a youth unemployment rate of 46.1%, a crisis that cannot be ignored. It is vital that we continue taking proactive steps to create an enabling environment where global partners can support us meaningfully. This includes efforts to return discriminatory laws, invest in women and youth-led enterprises, and expand access to digital infrastructure, quality education, and skills development. In South Africa, initiatives like the Youth Gender Action Plan demonstrate the power of local ownership supported by international cooperation. YGAP provides a framework for addressing gender-based barriers faced by young people, including access to healthcare, economic opportunities, and political participation. Similarly, in the Sheetfed ZA platform, developed in partnership with the International
Honorable
Trade
Machi,
Center.
Honorable Machi, please just pause
Yes.
for a moment. I have a hand in the sitting or in the chamber. Honorable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable Reddy must stop taking photos in the House. This was raised earlier and it's not really correct. No, I don't love you, but he must stop doing that.
Thank you. Honorable Reddy, let me remind you once again, and the Honorable Frolic earlier in the sitting did read out the specific rule which prohibits the taking of photos. Now, I saw it myself, Honorable Reddy, and I was waiting for Honorable Machi to... Honorable Reddy, I'm not going to play games with you. You even invited the member behind you to smile for the photo. Yes. So please don't do it again. Honorable Machi, please continue.
These examples show that when local priorities align with global support, we can arrive real, lasting change. But to scale these successes, we must foster inclusive partnerships rooted in shared responsibility and long-term commitment. The IFP calls for inclusive development to be more than just a buzzword. We must support childcare facility so women can work, run for office, and lead. Invest in youth innovation hubs, particularly in rural and peri-urban areas, not only through aid, but through financial literacy, soft skills, and entrepreneurial training, and include women and youth in peace-building efforts, not just in post-conflict cleanup. Inclusion is not charity. If we truly believe in a sustainability, inclusive future, then we must fund it, build it, and co-lead it together. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Peterson.
I wanted the sky.
No, please, honorable members on the virtual platform.
That's so cute.
No, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Let's allow the Honorable Peterson.
Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable members, members of the public. Let me begin with the harsh truth. The future we envision, a world free from poverty, inequality, and environmental collapse, is simply not possible unless we fully harness the potential of two critical groups, women and youth. As we face crises on multiple fronts, climate change, economic disparities, and political instability, millions of women and young people remain sidelined, denied the opportunities to lead, to contribute, and to shape the future. This exclusion is not just a social injustice, it's a global failure. The future will not be inclusive, it will not be sustainable unless we ensure that these groups, who make up more than half of the world's population, have an equal seat at the table. We must face the facts. The exclusion of women and youth in development processes is costing us everything. It's costing us economic growth, social stability, and a livable planet. But here's the truth that should ignite us. We are on the cusp of change. We know that when women and young people are given equal access to healthcare and economic opportunities, entire communities thrive. We know that when women are empowered, not only are they able to lift their own families out of poverty, they are able to transform entire societies. The future is in our hands. The power to transform society rests in the hands of women and youth, but they cannot do it alone. They need our support, our resources, our policies, and most importantly, our unwavering commitment to cooperation. This is not just a question of gender or age. This is a question of humanity. If we want a sustainable, equitable future, we must ensure that every person, regardless of their age and gender or background, has the opportunity to contribute, to lead, and to succeed. In conclusion, as Chairperson, it is concerning that some members still want us to clap for mediocrity, wrapped in fake confidence, while on the Cape Flats, our children still die every day, and that is why we can now be responded to as whoosh. We aren't whoosh. Your projection is loud. We are angry, yes, rightfully and justifiably so, an anger that you mock from a space of ignorance, an anger that you will never understand. Thank you.
Next speaker is the Honorable Denner.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, fostering inclusive and sustainable futures by harnessing global cooperation for equitable participation of women and youth in development is a theme that addresses an urgent global imperative. The G20, including its engagement groups like the W20 and the Empowerment of Women Working Group, has established crucial targets such as the Brisbane eThekwini goal to narrow the gender gap in labour force participation by 25% by 2030, and the Nelson Mandela Bay target to reduce youth need rates by 5% by 2030. However, as we reflect on South Africa's position, we must confront a stark and uncomfortable truth. Compared to other G20 countries, our nation performs dismally in fostering equitable participation for women and youth in its economy. The statistics are alarming. South Africa's need rate stood at an average of 41.7% in 2024, the highest among emerging G20 economies. This rate has increased by 5% since 2014, while the global trend has been one of decline. We are a staggering 10.5% short of the G20 Antalya goal to reduce need rates by 15% by 2025. Furthermore, unlike many G20 nations, need rates for young women in South Africa have also risen, indicating systemic failures rather than gender-specific progress. For women, the challenges are equally profound. While the gender gap in labour force participation in South Africa has marginally narrowed over the past decade, it remains substantial at 10.7%. Women are largely concentrated in lower skilled or semi-skilled roles. The unpaid care burden is immense, with South African women performing over 75% of such work, exacerbating economic and social inequalities. This contributes to a gender pay gap, with women earning 23 to 30% less than men for similar work. Die kern van hierdie uitdagings lê in ons eie regeringsmislukkings oor die afgelope 3 dekades. Sistemiese mislukkings in onder meer onderwys en opleiding, gesondheidsorg, maatskaplike dienste, plaaslike regering en polisieering het 'n permanente agterstand vir veral vroue en jong mense in hierdie land geskep. Terwyl die ANC ongelukkig probeer om 'n rooskleurige prentjie van bemagtiging en inklusiwiteit met kosmetiese transformasieteikens en tickbox oefeninge te skilder. Werklike bemagtiging vereis diepgaande hervormings, nie 'n potloodtoets nie. Gebrekkige toegang tot kwaliteit onderwys en opleiding is 'n reuse hindernis. 80% van graad 4 leerders in hierdie land kan nie lees vir begrip nie. Ons ekonomiese groei en werkskepping word ernstig belemmer deur oorregulering. Ook speel geuite rasgebaseerde wetgewing 'n vernietigende rol. Hierdie wetgewing is inherënt diskriminerend, onregverdig en selfs vernederend. Die wêreldwye tendens beweeg weg in die rigting weg van hierdie tipe wetgewing deur dit af te skaf, omdat dit bloot nie werk nie, maar Suid-Afrika weier om by die res van die wêreld sy G20 vennote en uit sy eie geskiedenis te leer, terwyl ons jong vroue, ons vroue en ons jeug die prys daarvoor moet betaal. We must shift our focus from superficial structural reforms that ensure genuine, equitable participation for women and youth, rather than merely endorsing cosmetic efforts. Only then can we truly build inclusive and sustainable futures for all our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The inclusive and sustainable future that we all speak of will remain out of reach if half the world's population and next generation are left behind. Women and youth are not simply participants in the development. They are the very drivers of economic growth, social cohesion, and democratic renewal. Firstly, inclusivity is the foundation of sustainability. Excluding women and youth from decision-making perpetuates inequality and undermines long-term progress. Studies show that full gender equality in the labor force could add trillions to global GDP, while youth-led innovation is fast-tracking the green and digital transitions that our society so desperately need. Secondly, no nation can address the great challenges of our time alone. Climate change, unemployment, technological disruption do not respect borders. Global cooperation is therefore essential through sharing of resources, technology, and best practices while tailoring solutions to our local realities. Thirdly, we must confront the barriers that persist. Women continue to face wage gaps, gender-based violence, and limited representation in politics. Youth continue to struggle with unemployment, lack of skills, and restricted access to finance. These are not isolated problems of individual countries. They are global patterns that demand collective action. We cannot ignore that in too many places, citizens are still denied equal rights simply because of their race, gender, and background. Such injustices make genuine inclusion impossible. The pathway forward, colleagues, is clear. As Action SA, we call for policy alignment that mainstreams the participation of women and youth in trade, climate, and digital strategies. Capacity building through investment in education, digital literacy, and entrepreneurship. Further, we call for financial inclusion that expands access to credit, capital, and social protection. And finally, representation that ensures women and youth sit at every table of governance, from parliament to multilateral corporations. From a global South perspective, these challenges are absolutely urgent. In South Africa, for example, the youth unemployment is unacceptably high and gender inequality continues to limit our women's potential. Harnessing global cooperation must therefore mean ensuring that benefits of global trade, globalization, digital transformation reach young entrepreneurs in Soweto or the women farmers in Mulechi, not only the elite and selected few. It must mean that partnerships must be fair and empowering, from climate finance to technology transfer. Honorable members, if we want a world that is sustainable, we must make it inclusive. If we want a world that is inclusive, we must place women and children and youth at the center of development. And if we want this vision to become a reality, then global cooperation must move from pledges to action. Let us commit today to building a future where women and youth do not only participate, but lead in shaping the destiny of our nations and the world. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Thring.
Thank you.
ICT, can you please assist by muting the Honorable Member who's seemingly at some or other choristers event? Honorable Thring, my apologies.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP welcomes the P20's focus on fostering inclusive and sustainable future through global cooperation. We affirm the urgent need to ensure an equitable participation of women and youth in the development, both as beneficiaries and as architects of change. South Africa's hosting of the 2025 G20 and P20 platforms presents a unique opportunity to champion women and youth employment strategies, responsive budgeting, and inclusive governance. Yet, as noted by the Financial and Fiscal Commission, our national budget still lacks embedded gender redistribution mechanisms, and women remain disproportionately burdened by economic exclusion. The ACDP asserts that we must confront the reality that many South Africans, especially women, face intersecting barriers of poverty, violence, and exclusion. We agree with Professor Jantjies, Director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, who urged G20 states to commit to increased public and private investment in affordable, quality child and elderly care and other services that disproportionately burden women. The ACDP has consistently called for targeted investment in youth entrepreneurship, skills development, and rural inclusion. We urge the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities to increase funding for mainstreaming women, but caution that without measurable outcomes and accountability, these measures risk becoming merely symbolic. The ACDP affirms that employment and promotion must be based on merit. Yet we recognize that unlocking the full potential of women and youth requires a whole of government approach. What's needed now is the political will to open doors and remove barriers, integrating equity wherever possible. South Africa is not short of talent in either demographic, but what is lacking is education, opportunity, and structural inclusion. As kingdom builders, the ACDP calls for this P20 moment to be more than just a summit. Let it be a turning point, igniting a shift in global conscience, a pivot towards justice, and real opportunity for every woman and young person in fostering inclusive and sustainable futures through global cooperation. This can be done from the dusty streets of Umtata to the corridors of Geneva. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the UDM? It wouldn't seem so. Then I recognize the Honorable Garner.
So the topic before us today, it says that we must foster inclusive and sustainable futures, and harness global cooperation for the participation of youth and women in development. That's the topic. Too often, when we speak of inclusion, the conversation is misplaced. We frame youth and women as recipients of development, as if they are brought in at the margins, when history tells us something very different. From political liberation to economic innovation, it has always been the energy, the courage, and the creativity of young people, supported and sustained by women, that has driven transformation. They are not guests at the table of development. They have always been builders of the table itself. What we must recognize and accept is that youth and women are not waiting to be given permission to lead. They are already leading. They are leading in technology, in climate activism, in community development, and in political reform. The challenge is not whether they can contribute, but whether systems, policies, and older generations are willing to stop acting as gatekeepers, blocking this leadership from flourishing. Creating an inclusive and sustainable future demands more than rhetoric. It demands structural change. It means removing barriers to participation, opening doors for young innovators and women entrepreneurs, and ensuring that the environment is conducive for their ideas to emerge, grow, and reshape society. It means ensuring access to education, finance, mentorship, and governance spaces where decisions are made. Global cooperation is vital because the challenges we face, including climate change, inequality, conflict, and technological disruption, do not respect borders. Neither does the creativity of our youth nor the resilience of women. To harness this power, nations must collaborate to share resources, knowledge, and opportunities that enable women and young people everywhere to thrive. But let us be clear, this conversation is not about allowing youth and women to lead someday in the future. It is about recognizing that they are already leading today. The responsibility of government, institutions, and older generations is to support and not obstruct, to enable, not control, to walk alongside, not ahead. If we truly want inclusive and sustainable futures, then we must not stand in the way of young women and young people who are already shaping them. Our role is simple, to ensure that the path is clear and the doors are open.
Honorable Glaser Webster.
Thank you, House Chair. We really want to welcome this opportunity as Bold One South Africa to engage in a conversation that we believe is vital, and that of inclusive and sustainable futures for women and youth. And in my limited time, I want to focus on the complex economic plight of women in South Africa. And I want to recognize International Equal Pay Day. And this is a global day that reminds us that fairness cannot wait. And like the women of 1956 did with political freedom, we must recognize the urgency of now as it pertains to real economic participation. I've said before that I don't know a more hardworking group than South African women on this very platform. Yet for decades into our democracy, women remain disproportionately represented among the poor and economically marginalized. Women are paid less than men, and that is a fact. On the continent, women in East and Southern Africa are paid 19% less than men on average. To make up this difference, women would then need to work an additional 5 hours every day, and this is according to UN Women Africa, and you can imagine the impact on families and communities of that. And that's those women who do have jobs, because the unemployment rate for women is 35.9% compared to 31% for men, and that reflects a gap of 4.9 percentage points. Among graduates, the unemployment rate for women is 15%, and that's compared to 8.9% for men, and it indicates a disparity of 6.1 percentage points. And that's why I've introduced to this House the Fair Pay Bill. It seeks to close the gender wage gap, and it seeks to confront wage exploitation, to enforce salary transparency and hold employers accountable. And these are measures that ensure that women and youth work is valued equally and fairly and fosters the economic inclusion which we speak about and debate today. And so I want to use this opportunity to call on every single member of parliament in this house to support the Fair Pay Bill when it comes to this floor. If we say we want to see economic inclusion for youth and young people, for women and young people, this is one of the ways. And so we are today calling on the public as well to exercise the power right to all MPs on the Employment and Labour Portfolio Committee and urge them to back this progressive reform. We've got to commit to turning proposals into policies and policies ultimately into measurable change. So we must act together to build an economy where women and youth not only participate, but lead, thrive fairly and equally. So once again, a call to MPs, to the public, to support the Fair Pay Bill, to support equality, and to support justice and economic inclusion of youth and women. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the ATM? Not, then I recognize the Honorable Kumbaka.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, we gather today at a moment of historic significance, not only for South Africa, but for the global community. As we prepare to host the 11th P20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit from the 1st to the 3rd of October in Cape Town, we are called to reflect deeply on how parliamentary democracy can be harnessed to foster inclusive and sustainable futures, and how we can strengthen global cooperation to ensure the full and equitable participation of women and youth in development. South Africa's presidency of the G20 is a profound responsibility. As the first African nation to host the G20 summit, we have the opportunity to bring the aspirations of our continent to the center of global economic discussions. For the first time in history, Africa is not at the margins of global discussions. Africa is at the table shaping the agenda. Honorable members, the global landscape is shifting. The world is no longer defined by the power of its few, but by the voices of the many. This presents both challenges and opportunities, especially for emerging economies such as ours. We must seize this moment to leverage change, not only for the benefit of South Africa, but for the advancement of Africa and the entire global South. This year, we mark the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, a living testament to the power of collective action. When the Charter declared in 1955 that the people shall govern and that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, it is not mere rhetoric. 70 years later, the words "the people shall govern" still echo as a call to action, not a relic of history. These values must continue to inspire our domestic policies and our contribution to building a fairer global order. Fellow South Africans, South Africa is a proud child of international solidarity. Our liberation struggle succeeded because the world stood with us against apartheid. That legacy places on us a moral obligation to support those who today continue to fight for justice and freedom. Solidarity is not charity, it is justice in action. Our freedom was won because the world stood with us. Today we must stand with those whose freedom is under siege. It is in this spirit that South Africa has mobilized the world against the genocidal war being waged against the Palestinian people. By launching a genocide case at the International Court of Justice, we affirm that justice knows no borders. Our stance has since been joined by peace-loving nations across the globe. Today, the 18th of September, marks exactly 1 year since the United Nations General Assembly overwhelmingly voted for Israel to end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territories. In pursuit of peace, South Africa remains committed to silencing the guns and addressing the root causes of conflict. We believe in dialogue, diplomacy, and strategic peace-building. Peace is not the absence of war, it is the presence of justice, equality, and inclusion. But peace will only be sustainable when it is inclusive, when women, youth, and people with disabilities are not afterthoughts, but central actors in peace processes. Their voices must shape the solutions that rebuild societies and secure futures. Honorable members, inclusion is not a slogan. It must be embedded in the fabric of governance. When women and youth are given equal access to education, to jobs, to leadership, they do not just uplift themselves, they uplift the entire communities. A young person empowered with opportunity is not a burden on society. They are an engine of innovation. A woman equipped with economic tools is not just a participant in development, she becomes a multiplier of progress. This year also marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, a groundbreaking framework that placed gender equality at the heart of global development. This was adopted by 189 governments. It affirmed that women's rights are human rights and set clear goals for ending discrimination and advancing the empowerment of women and girls. 30 years after Beijing, equality cannot remain an aspiration, it must become an achievement. Honorable members, let us recognize the transformative potential of our youth. South Africa is a young nation with the majority of our people under the age of 35. Their energy, creativity, and resilience are amongst our greatest national assets. But too often, this potential is stifled by unemployment, exclusion, and inequality. To waste the talents of our young people is to betray the future. That is why our commitment to youth empowerment must be practical and not just a symbolic thing. It must translate into access to skills, to entrepreneurship, and to platforms where their voices can shape policy. South Africa must therefore use its leadership of the G20 and the P20 to champion bold and ambitious commitments for inclusive growth, for gender-responsive policies, and for economic empowerment of women and youth. A future that excludes women and youth is not a sustainable future. It is a broken promise. Development without women is incomplete. Development without youth is unsustainable. Development without both is impossible, and it won't happen. Honorable members, as we carry forward the spirit of this debate, let us be guided by the principles of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. Let us be unwavering in our commitment to uplift the historically marginalized, to multiply our efforts for peace and justice, and to ensure that no one is left behind in the march towards development. As Che Guevara said, and I quote, "The revolution is not an apple that falls when it is ripe. The revolution is not an apple that falls when it is ripe. You have to make it fall. Change does not wait. We must act now for women, youth, and the oppressed everywhere. In justice, we remain undefeatable." I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of Al Jamal? The NCC? The UAT? Good. I recognize the Honorable Mbiku. Order, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today, I stand before you, not just as a community leader, but as a fellow South African who believes in the promise of our people and the hope of a new tomorrow. The theme we gather under, that is the fostering inclusive and sustainable future, is not just a slogan, it is a moral imperative. And within that, our focus of harnessing global cooperation for the equitable participation of women and youth in development is the heartbeat of our future. South Africa is a nation of extraordinary potential and limitless possibility, but also of painful contradictions. Youth unemployment stands at 46% for those between 15 and 34. For disabled youth, the rate is even more dire and is amongst highest in the world. Women, while increasingly visible in leadership, remain disproportionately affected by poverty, violence, and exclusion. 1 in 3 women has experienced intimate partner violence. Gender-based violence and child abuse are not isolated incidents. They are a national crisis. Over 10,000 rape cases were reported in just 3 months last year. Children are being violated, trafficked, and silenced. They are not just statistics. They are stories. They are lives, and they demand action. We must build a society rooted in fairness, where no one is left behind. A society that champions freedom, not just from oppression, but freedom to dream, to work, to thrive. A society that celebrates diversity, not as a challenge, but as our greatest strength.
Honorable Mbeku, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, could you please ask Honorable Reddy to respect the seriousness of the topic and respect the member on the podium by stopping to gesture?
Yeah, Honorable Reddy seems to be engaged for now. I think he's not yet at the point where he's disturbing her. But Honorable Reddy, I think you're treading a fine line. Yeah, so thank you. Honorable Mbeku, please continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, now everyone is disrupting the Honorable Mbeku. And as her whip indicated, she's actually addressing some very serious statistics. So let's give her the floor.
We must build a society rooted in fairness, where no one is left behind. A society that champions freedom, not just from oppression, but freedom to dream, to work, to thrive. A society that celebrates diversity, not as a challenge, but as our greatest strength, and a society that guarantees opportunity, especially for those who have been historically excluded. So what must we do? We must empower women and youth through global partnerships, support initiatives like South African Youth Gender Action Plan, which offers a roadmap for gender equality through education, safety, and economic inclusion. Leverage international cooperation like Sweden's support for youth-led GBV prevention to amplify local solutions. We must also create pathways to employment for youth and disabled. We must promote platforms like Job-Abled and Disability Workshop Development Enterprise, which connect disabled youth to real jobs and skills development. We must continue to encourage business to invest in inclusive partnerships that lead to permanent employment. Strengthen community-based project and justice. We must expand access and better fund Tutuzela care centers and legal aid for survivors of GBV and trafficking. We must advocate for full implementation of National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide between 2020 and 2030. We must educate and mobilize by launching local awareness campaigns that teach children and families about the rights, safety, and support system. The community leaders to recognize and respond to signs of abuse and explanation, in closing, let us be clear.
Melanie and I are deeply grateful.
Honorable Meiberg on the virtual platform, please remain muted.
Let us be clear, the future we want will not arrive by accident. It must be built brick by brick, voice by voice, hand in hand. A nation that marginalizes women and youth is a nation that is at war with its future. Let us be the generation that says, no more silence, no more exclusion, no more violence. Let us be the generations that fosters a future that is truly inclusive, truly sustainable, and truly South African. So what do we do next? We commit, we collaborate, we challenge. We commit to amplifying the voices of women and youth in every sphere of development. We collaborate across borders, sectors, and generations. And we challenge the status quo that tells us inclusion is optional. Because the future we seek is not built by exclusion, it is built by equity, So I ask each of you, what legacy will we leave? And what legacy will you leave? Let it be one of courage, of cooperation, of transformation. Let us build systems that work for women, economies that trust youth, and futures that reflect this full spectrum of human potential. Because when women and youth lead, nations rise. Let us be bold. Let us be brave. Let us build a world where every woman, and every young person can say, I belong. I matter. I lead. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you. The Honorable the Deputy Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. It is with profound responsibility to rise in this House as South Africa hosts the G20 and convenes the P20 summit for the first time on the African soil. This is not merely ceremonial. It is the recognition that Africa is no longer a passive observer, but an active participant and shaper of global futures. The question before us is stark. Will the multilateral system continue to reproduce inequality, austerity, and dependency? Or will it be finally embracing development, justice, equity, and empowerment? History warns us of the dangers of exclusion. Structural adjustment programs imposed by the Bretton Woods institutions were packaged as solutions, but proved disastrous. They cut health agenda, they cut education budgets, they privatize national assets and strip countries of their sovereignty. Let me tell you, they present outdated governance dominance by global north, and they also show the failure to prioritize the needs of low and middle income countries. Who bears the heaviest cost? Vulnerable groups. It is therefore why in this current moment, South Africa's presidency of G20 must be understood against this backdrop as we advance the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability to ensure that no one is left behind through erasure. This presents an opportunity to reimagine a multilateral order, not as just a fortress of powerful, but a democratic arena where the global South, especially Africa, contributes to shaping outcome that affects us all. Through the leadership of His Excellency President Ramaphosa, we are leveraging G20 as an important multilateral platform to position empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disability, but also ensuring that they are not just tokens of representation, but full participants in decision-making, in economic transformation, and in future of our societies. Honorable members, despite progress, we must be frank to acknowledge the barriers that remains entrenched. Youth unemployment is amongst the highest globally. Women face persistent pay gaps, invisible unpaid work, limited across access to finance, and underrepresentation in leadership. We've seen it with many parties only presenting men. Persons with disability remain largely excluded, with formal employment often below 1%. Globally, the anti-gender movement threatens to roll back the decades of hard-won gains. These are not just temporary problems, they are structural and requires deliberate interventions. Nevertheless, we must also shine a light on achievements in the past decade. Empowerment and transformation has not only been an aspiration, but its practice already reshaping our society. We share, of course, seeing that many of the youth without a matric now have matric. This have seen the decline from 61% in 2014, but now we have just below 50%. Higher education enrollment have risen in the country to 13.2%, and we are seeing women driving much more of this growth. expanded access through TVET colleges, SETAs, learnership, and National Skills Fund, linking skills to labor markets demand. We are seeing much more participation of women and youth. Honorable Mkhize of MK, facts are important. Even in your maiden speech, lies have no legs and they will be exposed. First lie was around NSFAS. Since the inception of NSFAS, it has opened doors of learning for with more than 5 million South African youth students, proving that public investment can transform lives. This really exists. No other G20 country have shown so much power and so much investment like South Africa, with nearly 70% of undergraduates through NSFAS. The second lie, you have said, Honorable Mkhize, that last year the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability have underspent 118 million. That's a lie. It was only 8 million. And you have to understand this, that we have presented this in portfolio committee. Honorable House Chair, by 2024, 77% of female-headed household had mobile internet access. I'm not interested in you. Enabling women in rural areas to participate in digital markets. In South Africa, the gender gap in mobile banking is narrowing, and we've seen this taking shape and improving many lives because there's access to internet. Initiatives such as the UNDP Youth Digital Empowerment Programs are training 1 million South Africans in artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. I want to also respond to Honorable Lonzi, his obsession about the ANC. We see exactly what it is. Those that continue to charge, because he raised the issue of spaza shops, to charge people over buying of data in spaza shop are involved in unscrupulous behavior. I agree with him on that part. But what we will not accept, Honorable Lonzi, is adopting to the same behavior of blaming ANC and casting aspersion on the ANC and its members. Change your way. House Chair, South Africa has taken a bold step with the Public Procurement Act of 2024, which makes the inclusion of women, youth, and persons with
Order,
disabilities.
honorable members.
This is transformation that we need to continue seeing. The Public Procurement Act is very important, and President Ramaphosa has made this announcement, and women, youth, and persons with disability are, of course, going to get a share of what was passed here by yourselves in the government budget 3.0. This is not only just a rhetoric statement, it means that billions of rands will be redirected to women, youth, and persons with disability. Le batla kapa le sa batle, it will go, that economy will go in the hands of women, youth, and persons with disability. And what is quite important, the strategy of economic empowerment for women, youth, and persons with disability also provides us with measurable targets and fiscal instrument of empowerment. Women are showing us in entrepreneurship. Women are playing role and breaking the ground in ICT, in finance, in green economy. Allow women to take and shape all these sectors and let them participate equally. But what will be at this level where we need to shape up in the global level, where we have to see that intersectionality matter. Oppression is never singular. A rural woman with disability faces overlapping barriers of gender, geography, class, and systematic exclusion. Our policies must address these layered realities, ensuring that commitments across P20, W20, and Y20 are transformative, not rhetoric. South Africa is deliberate, and we are going to ensure that our work continue to contribute to prioritize on food security, health, and inequality reduction with the intersectional lens. And I want to say that W20 inception, we were reminded that G20 members that policy must be rooted in lived experiences, including of women in the rural communities, women in the informal sector, young people, and people with disability. These commitments ensures that our global agenda does not treat people as single categories, but recognizes the overlapping identities that shape exclusion and inclusion policies needed to overcome it. I want to say this, Honorable Chair, South Africa's G20 presidency is our opportunity to demand a multilateral order that is democratic and just. Africa cannot remain a less than 5% of the vote in IMF and World Bank. Regression conditionality must end. Human development must be placed at the center of global finance. It is quite important in the commitment we've made that the people shall govern. That was the aspiration of our Freedom Charter. Our constitution carries the same inclusion vision. It is our duty to make it real, both within our borders and in the global fora where tomorrow's rules are being written. It is why Honorable Lozi and members of parliament must understand ANC still leads. Our renewal agenda will continue to lead you in the greatness of all, particularly for women, youth, and persons with disability. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes this debate. The secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour on 2024-25, third quarterly report regarding performance of Department of Employment and Labour and entities in meeting strategic objectives for 2024-25.
I recognize the Honorable Manele to introduce the report.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, in particular PC members of Employment and Labour, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, committee support staff, South Africans following the deliberations of this House. This report is introduced at the backdrop of a very important judgment by the courts of our country on a very important matter of employment equity, in particular targets that must be met by employers in line with Section 15, capital letter A of the Employment Equity Amendment Act. The court decision deals with Part A, which focuses on the set targets and resumption targeted date of the 1st of September 2025, and Part B, which focuses on the constitutionality of Section 15, capital letter A, which is yet to be heard. This is important in the continuous efforts to the reversal of the national oppression imposed by colonialism and apartheid, characterized by race, gender, and class. In the current reality, this characterization of the national oppression is represented by the current fault lines of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We maintain that employment equity has nothing to do with reintroducing racism, but as empowerment of women has no race, and an empowerment of people with disabilities has neither race nor gender, but look at people from the point of disability. Honorable members, I'm therefore presenting the report of the committee as adopted on the 7th of May 2025, having received a presentation from the Department of Employment and Labour and its entities on the 5th March 2025 and 2nd April 2025. The overall non-financial performance for the quarter under review is at 77%, which is a decline from the first and second quarters of 2024-2025. Capacity constraints, financial limitations, and unfilled vacancies significantly contributed to the challenges experienced in the 7% achievement of the administration program. Despite these setbacks, the department made progress in reporting on irregular expenditure cases, ensuring compliance with financial regulations. The financial performance is overall 75% spending, which is 2.89 billion spent out of the allocated 3.85 billion, reflecting moderated spending for the quarter. Fellow South Africans, the committee observations and recommendations are as stated in the report, which takes into account all views expressed in the meeting. Amongst others, the committee observed persistent audit irregularities and recurrent findings which are revealing systemic weaknesses in governance, internal controls, and compliance within the department. Hence, the committee recommends that the department strengthen internal audit capacity, conduct timelines follow-up on audit findings, and enforce accountability measures to address systematic governance and prevent recurrence of irregularities. This report, Honorable House Chair, is presented for this House's approval, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, political parties wishing to do so will now have an opportunity to make declarations. The usual times will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Chairman. By the very nature of reports, they more often than not reflect the majority parties. Fortunately, under a government of national unity, we are starting to detect rays of sunshine. I've pointed out in the past that the reports emanate from within the department. The department sets the goals, sets the assessment, and sets the outcome. The glowing report is then sent to a committee who has to discuss the report within the parameters set by the very same department that is being held to account. It is vital for not only the members of parliament, for the public to take a step back and see the vastly different assessment the department gleaned from the users of the department and the general public. I get constant feedback of a negative basis from the public, which the occasional golden thread of positivity. I must add that this thread of positivity is getting a little brighter, which speaks volumes about the nature of our new parliamentary structure. However, the constant feedback, if we are to be honest, is generally negative. I receive about 500 emails per month, with only about 5% indicating positivity. The deluge of complaints speaks volumes. At this point, I must add that my interaction in most instances with the senior staff of the various entities is positive. The response from the senior staff has been incredibly different from the previous dispensation. The GNU has indeed worked its magic with at least the thinking few. Within hours of me reporting each and every complaint, I receive a response from the upper echelons with a promise that this complaint will be sent on to other individuals who will tackle it with vigor. It is at this point that we find the breakdown and disappointment. The department has access to the most sophisticated tools available and to world-class service providers. It should not be a problem at all to tackle an individual's claim for unemployment insurance monies. Every single individual who is registered with the UIF has perfectly documented digital footprint through the receiver revenue, which is then cascaded down to the Department of Employment and Labor and eventually to the UIF. After spending billions of rands on these systems, you would have expected that the users of the systems are well-trained and well-versed in ensuring that the claim will be activated with electrifying speed. Clearly, there's no worry about the availability of funds, as we're regularly told that the UIF has billions invested through the PIC and a huge surplus. Therefore, the only holdup can be the inability of the staff or the inability of the system. We are told that the system is foolproof and in fact has been tried and tested for decades by the private sector. Where does the problem lie? When trying to hold the department to account, we very seldom get cogent answers. The only thing we do hear from quarter to quarter is how the system is going to be improved and how the staff are going to be held to account. This monotonous story has been told to me for 11 years. Over these past 11 years, I've asked, I have accused, I have shouted, but very little improvement. You have to couple this administrative nightmare with the unacceptably high unemployment rate in the country. Daily, we see companies closing down and retrenching. As a labor lawyer, I've faced every single week with the news of mass retrenchments and businesses reluctant to try and create further employment. Again, I'm aware that because of the positivity of the GNU, we are starting to see businesses for the first time in years investing in themselves and creating more jobs. However, with the jobs bloodbath explained above, the Department of Employment and Labour has reported an overall performance of 96%, and the administrative branch reported an achievement of 90%. How can this add up? Either the numbers are wrong or the department is setting itself targets that are far too easy to meet. There's a path to high unemployment, growing economy. This path outlined by the DA's plan to turbocharge the economy. The minister would do well to keep a copy on her desk when her department sets its next performance targets. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, the MK. Honorable House Chair, honorable members, I rise today as Umkhonto wesizwe but to reject the Portfolio Committee's report on the third quarterly performance on Department of Employment and Labour and its entities. This report does not show enough progress that can address the poverty and the catastrophic nature of poverty that our people are facing. Honorable Chairperson, as we stand here today, our people are languishing in poverty. Employment rate in the period under review for 15 years to 24, it was standing at 60.8%. So this department, umaguguti, izohluleka ukulwa ne unemployment. Okushuthi mhlambe kungadingela sigcine sesibiza nge-Department of Unemployment rather than Department of Employment and Labour. Honorable Chairperson, logically it will tell you it is simpler to come up with statistics counting the number of unemployed, because in many countries, developed countries and progressive countries with progressive leaders, it is fewer people who are unemployed, and therefore you count the unemployment rates. Maybe in South Africa we are reaching a threshold where we should count the employed, because very soon we will go above 50% of the unemployment rates. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying today, I'm hearing to the debates and the discussions of the so-called ruling party or leading party. Ngithi uma ngabe singayishintshi lendlela yale economy esebenza ngayo South Africa, we are heading straight for a catastrophe in South Africa. And I'm warning that if we are not changing our ways and copy from countries that are progressive enough, and if we hide behind Donald Trump, Donald Trump we will not progress. If we stuck on Donald Trump sanctions against South Africa, there are countries that are progressive, countries that have been sanctioned over 25,000 times, but they are progressive and their unemployment rate is so low that every citizen can share in the country's wealth. And if you look back at what is happening around the country, the MK Labour Desk has risen to fight the scourge of the illegal immigrants abathatha indawo zomsebenzi ama-South Africans. And it is the duty of this department to supply labor inspectors to go each and every factory, every shop, and make sure that what is ours remain ours. And as we stand here today, we commend the work that MK Labour Desk is doing, because our youth, our unemployed citizens of South Africa find themselves cold in the streets, having to fend for themselves. And we are promising South Africans that if you vote for MK Party, we are going to change the trajectory of this economy. We are going to stop
the dismantling of departments of government and make sure that we nationalize the resources of this country so that we can beneficiate them and create a growing economy. It is an example that has helped other nations. Why don't
Thank you,
focus
honorable
from
member.
them?
Your time
We
is now
are
expired.
that they must
Thank you.
invest so that we can get.
Thank you, honorable member. The EFF. Thank you, honorable members. Please take your seats.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the CIC Commander-in-Chief, Julius Sillo Malema, commissars, fighters, and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, the report before this House reflects the performance of the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities for the third quarter of 2024-2025. It is also carries the observation and recommendations of the committee, of which EFF happens to recommend. Chairperson, what we see in this report is a department collapsing under its efficiency. The committee itself has noted challenges in operational efficiency and policy implementation. The report reveals a shocking truth, a lack of accountability, a persistent corruption activity, and a backlog of unresolved cases. It is clear that this department is failing to address corruption. Chair, that is not incompetency. It is a failure to protect public purse. Inspection and Enforcement Unit achieved 100% of its target. The reality on the ground is that workers continue to face daily exploitation. This suggests that the scope and capacity of this unit are still too constrained to truly address the scale of the problem. The compensation fund is underspending its budget, while at the same time failing to reach its target. This is a proof that this department cannot even spend money it already has, let alone create opportunity for young unemployed youth. The report confirms what we already know. Targets means nothing, Chair, without political will. The political will to transform the economy. Without radical economic transformation and industrialization, this government will never be able to create jobs. It is unacceptable that the very same department tasked to create jobs is crippling with acting leadership position and endless vacant positions. The EFF calls for the full capacitation of the state to create sustainable jobs and drive industrialization. We further call for skills development and nationalization of key sectors of the economy, because jobs cannot come from a government that has surrendered economy to private sectors. The EFF Labor Desk will continue to be the vanguard of the working class and the workers. It will continue to advocate, educate workers for their rights, unlike the ANC-DA-led GNU that is protecting the interests.
Thank you, honorable member. Your time is now expired.
EFF support the report.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The IFP notes the Portfolio Committee's report on the third quarter performance of the Department of Employment and Labor for 2024-25. While we acknowledge areas of progress, particularly in inspections and enforcement services and in public employment services, we remain deeply concerned about the areas of underperformance. Administration achieved only 67% of its targets, with serious weaknesses in fraud resolution, as a mere 13% of cases were finalized within 6 months. Labor policy and industrial relations also underperformed, with delays in processing collective agreements and implementing the ethics work plan. In light of this, the IFP continues the call for urgent filling of vacancies, improved expenditure planning, and strict accountability on unresolved fraud and corruption cases. Strengthening governance and efficiency will ensure that the department delivers fully on its mandate. The IFP supports this report.
Thank you. The PA.
$33.2. Let that sink in. Honorable members, we as the Patriotic Alliance welcome this report, but this report is not a true reflection of what we see in the House. As the Portfolio Committee, we are left with more questions than answers. EFF, DA, MKP, PA, believe it or not, in that House, fights is won for the people of South Africa. Humongous to think that even today here, we cannot agree. 33.2. That is the unemployment rate. We ask about COVID cases. 2022, COVID was lifted in this country, yet arrest has not been made. More than 80% of cases standing over. Our own government takes us to AI, technology functions. Yet there's no reality when it comes to labor. We have only started using biometric fingerprints now. Our system is flawed. Our system is corrupted. More of the employees of Department of Labor is sitting with cases against them than cyber criminals attacking labor. It is sad that as a committee, we seek answers. We fight for South Africa. We stand for the people of this nation. But as the reports, we read, all is well. All is not well. It is time we go back to the drawing board. It is time we look in the mirror. Minister, I plead of you, lead by example, not typed words on a piece of paper. Every race in this country deserves better.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your
you.
time has expired. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, this report highlights the performance for the reporting period of the department and its 6 entities. These include the CCMA, the UIF, the Compensation Fund, Supported Employment Enterprises, Productivity South Africa, and NEDLAC. But for the purposes of this declaration, I will focus only on the UIF. In response to a written question concerning UIF maternity claims, the Minister of Employment and Labour answered in July of this year that for the 2023-24 and 2024-25 financial years, a substantial number of maternity benefit claims were processed by the UIF with no backlog of outstanding claims. For the current financial year, a backlog of only 2,600 claims was reported. This report that we are handling here today describes the UIF as a vital social security program providing short-term financial relief for various reasons, including maternity leave. It aims to be a caring, accessible, and customer-focused institution. However, the report indicates that the UIF faces challenges in financial management, compliance enforcement, and program execution, explicitly mentioning claims processing delays and administrative inefficiencies. The overall UIF performance for this quarter stood at 62%, and the committee's observations on the UIF's performance for this period specifically noted that delays persist in the processing of claims. There is a clear and significant discrepancy between the Minister's answer regarding backlogs and the department's own performance report. The performance report unequivocally states that the UIF is experiencing claims processing delays and that such delays persist across its operations. Since receiving the Minister's answer, the FF Plus has received a number of claims from individuals that are still outstanding from the very previous or the very periods for which the Minister stated there were no outstanding claims. This direct, real-world feedback from claimants further
Thank you, Honourable Member.
the Minister's official answer. House Chair, I must say, Someone is not speaking the truth and it's not me. Thank you.
Action essay.
Thank you, Chair. South Africa continues to face the world's highest unemployment rate, where 1 in 3 job seekers cannot find work. Yet the Department of Employment and Labour remains unable to show meaningful progress in addressing this national crisis. Instead of clear outcomes and measurable improvements, we are presented with vague plans and endless promises. The committee itself has now confirmed what many South Africans already know, that the department is failing to track results, failing to implement policy effectively, and failing to coordinate with labour market stakeholders. At the very moment when every effort should be focused on creating jobs, the department cannot even fill its own senior vacancies, including that of the Director General. Chair, the tragedy is not that this department cannot create jobs. It is that it cannot even protect those who lose them. The Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Compensation Fund, institutions meant to provide relief to vulnerable workers, have become exposed as breeding grounds for fraud, maladministration, and reckless financial management. When the funds meant to sustain unemployed and injured workers are looted, it is the dignity of South African workers that is stolen. This is just not an administration failure. It is a moral failure. Chair, Action SA calls for urgent accountability and reform in this department. Until this rot is addressed, the Department of Employment and Labour will remain the Department of no jobs and no responsibility. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration on this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The UDM. RISE, BOSA, ATM, Aldermar, the NCC, the PAC, the UAT, GOOD, the ANC.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, the third quarter report of the Department of Employment and Labour demonstrates the tangible progress in advancing broader socio-economic objectives of job creation, fair labor practice, and social justice. The positive performance across multiple programs underscores a committed effort to promote inclusive growth, protect workers' rights, and uphold constitutional values. Notably, the department has made significant strides despite challenging economic conditions, showcasing resilience and strategic focus aimed at building a more equitable society. The report highlights that in the third quarter, department achieved 96% success rate across its non-financial indicators, fulfilling the majority of its set targets. For instance, the inspection and enforcement services achieve 100% in specific indicators, having inspected 227,067 workplaces against a target of 223,578, overachieving by 3,489 workplaces. This proactive approach ensures compliance with labor laws and safety standards, safeguarding workers from exploitation and harm, which is vital for fostering societal stability. Additionally, 99% of non-compliant employers were served with notices, that is 14 days notices, reflecting swift enforcement mechanisms that underscores the department's commitment to accountability. Furthermore, the department's public employment services registered over 753,000 job seekers, exceeding the 639,000, thus actively contributing towards reducing unemployment. Notably, it filled the 71,017 employment opportunities against a target of 45,000, achieving an overachievement of 26,017 placements. These figures, House Chair, illustrate the focused effort on mobilizing employment initiatives to connect job seekers with opportunities, impacting the economy and empowering communities. Honorable Bikram, figures don't lie. We adopted the report collectively without any coercion. Significantly, the department's labor policy and industrial relations initiative recorded full achievement across all indicators, consolidating the foundation for sound industrial harmony and social dialogue. Achieving all targets in this area fosters a conducive environment where workers' rights are protected and constructive employee-employer relations are nurtured, which is imperative for sustainable economic development. On the financial front, resource utilization reflects prudent management, with most programs operating within their allocated budget. Although under expenditure was noted in some areas, such as the core operation and capacity building programs, these reflect careful planning and phased implementation. For instance, the department spent 922.5 million of its 1.3 billion budget, which is a 68% expenditure rate, highlighting responsible financial stewardship necessary for sustained service delivery. Whilst challenges remain, particularly in achieving some targets like the timely payment of benefits, that is claims, which is 92% paid within 10 days against a 100% target. Ongoing efforts are aimed at enhancing efficiency. Department continues to develop ICT systems and monitoring networks, which will bolster operational capacity and service quality in the coming quarters. Overall, the report reflects a national commitment to addressing unemployment, upholding decent work standards, and advancing socio-economic transformation. The achievement of 17 out of 25 performance indicators in labor activation program and full success in key service delivery areas underscores the resilient and strategic approach. This progress aligns with the overarching goal of creating a society where all citizens have equal access to opportunities and social safety nets are strengthened and workers' dignity is prioritized. In conclusion, the third quarter report exemplifies dedicated efforts to foster a fair and inclusive labor market, promote social justice, and strengthen institutional capacity. These achievements foster hope and confidence that ongoing reforms and progress will continue to yield positive outcomes, paving the way toward a more equitable, productive, and prosperous society. Continued focus and resource mobilization will be essential to sustain these gains, to address emerging challenges characterized by the tariff wars and the need to diversify our markets, in line with the thinking that is broadly expressed by the House Chair, in building an inclusive economy that benefits all South Africans. The ANC support this report.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Acting Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? MK?
Thank you, House Chair. As MK Party will reject the report, please note that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other objections? With the objection of the MK Party, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read what's hopefully the last order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor on third quarterly performance of department and entities.
The Honorable Manele to introduce this report.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, in particular, PC members of Employment and Labor, the honorable ministers and deputy ministers, committee support staff, South Africans following the proceedings of this House. I introduced this committee report on the backdrop of a historic court judgment and sentencing of Chinese nationals for non-compliance with labor laws of our country as employers and on human trafficking. This was a result of inspections conducted by our Department of Employment and Labor, DEL, working together with the Department of Home Affairs, the South African Police Services, and the Hawks. This is not only about demonstrating good work done by our law enforcement agencies, but this is also about a message to deter those who would want to ignore compliance with the laws of our country. In particular, would like to congratulate and thank the leadership of Advocate Msiza, who at the time were at Boss Paradise, was regarded as a person who did not understand the implications of the law and how to define the employer, is now vindicated by this court decision. Honorable House Chairperson, I therefore present this report as adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor in its meeting held on the 23rd of October, 2024, having considered presentations from the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities on the 11th and 18th September 2024. This report presents a 96% overall non-financial performance of the department for the period under review, with inspections and enforcement having achieved 100% of their performance target. Just to mention, without stating other programs outlined in the report. Honorable members, the financial performance indicates an overall 68% performance, resulting in 439.9 million underspending from the 1.363 billion allocated for this quarter. The observations and recommendations of the committee takes into account different views expressed in the committee, which reflect a collective oversight role that we play over the executive as members of parliament representing the people of South Africa first before our parties. Fellow South Africans, amongst others, the committee observed that the CCMA as an important platform to ensure labor peace is negatively impacted by underfunding, hence the recommendation that the department should explore ways in which the entity can be adequately funded to avoid compromising the service quality. In addition, the matter of vacancies and acting positions amongst the sources of instability in the leadership of the department and entities, in particular the Unemployment Insurance Fund, UIF, and the Compensation Fund, which have got acting commissioners, hence the recommendation on the filling of critical vacancies, including that of the Director General. The report is now presented for the approval of the House, and I thank you as I saved you some time. Thank you.
Thank you. There will now be an opportunity for declarations. The DA.
Don't worry, I'll be quick. I'm like a bad penny. Speaker, in my previous speech, I lamented the fact that the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities greatly exaggerated their positive performance, and I highlighted the way in which the various portfolio committees were hidebound by reports specifically designed to reflect positivity. In light of these Alice in Wonderland type reports, the committees are then entrusted to observe and to reflect on the report in the absence of external feedback. I make this point again and again, like I always do. We need to try and reflect reality. I'm glad that the committee's observations largely try and conform to this idea. Firstly, the committee reports, and I quote, challenges in operational efficiency and policy implementation. That's an understatement. Secondly, it laments, quote, delays in monitoring and evaluation of employment-related initiatives. The committee then boldly went on to state, and I just listened to this carefully, inefficiencies in budget utilization with concerns over expenditure trends, shock and horror, And even more remarkably, it was reported, and I quote, "There's a need for improved oversight in labor market interventions." Shock again. I'm almost shocked to report that the committee's blunt observation, and I quote, "The department's ethics plan has not been implemented, showing poor integrity initiatives." Horror again. It is difficult in this time allotted to me to fully describe my disappointment. And they said, only 13% of fraud and corruption cases are resolved within 6 months, indicating delays. How's that for an understatement? The one consistent and realistic body is the Auditor General. The committee observed, and I quote, "Persistent audit irregularities and recurrent findings reveal systemic weaknesses in governance, internal controls, and compliance with the department." In other words, it's just broken. This means that the department has once again failed to do the bare minimum of good governance. It can hang its head in shame. It would be interesting, Speaker, to get a full audit of how much the department has spent on external legal advice and external litigation. We also know that it is good and extremely useful to have rules, regulations, and laws within reason. However, these rules mean nothing. Without enforcement, nothing. Invariably, these are being flouted. We are told that, for instance, that 39% of domestic workers earn less than the minimum wage. Labor inspectors are few, and their tools of trade are insufficient. The National Economic Development and Labour Council, NEDLAC, should now be at the forefront of what is happening in the labour market in South Africa. They, with the CCMA, should be the shining jewels of the department. NEDLAC suffers because they have resource constraints, and the social partners still have enormous difficulties dealing with each other. NEDLAC is the true debating chamber of South Africa and should be better resourced and given greater powers. Rather than money being spent on less representative so-called dialogues elsewhere in government. Nevertheless, NEDLAC must be applauded for amending Schedule 8 of the Labour Relations Act, which will indeed lead to more employment and reduce the burden on the small business sector. Once again, Speaker, the UIF is the champion of delays and is faced with allegations of significant fraud, having lost over R1 billion in bad investments. It's about time the department opens its eyes to the use and abuse of workers' insurance money. Once again, we hear the cry of enhanced digital systems to improve efficiency. Maybe one day we will stop blaming the system and start looking at those who are managing it. The compensation fund can be best described as
Honorable Bagrime,
Thank
will you
you.
please just take your seat for a moment? I have a hand to my left. Yes, Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, I'm rising on the member misleading the House. He said it's going to be short.
Well, that's a point at this time of the evening I want to sustain, but give him chance to conclude.
I am shocked, and thank you for reminding me. After having lost over R1 billion in bad investments, it's about time the department opens its eyes to the use and abuse of employment's money. Stop blaming the system. Look at those managing it. The compensation fund is a train smash. While the department continues to draw on UIF and CF surpluses to fund its pet projects, the CCMA is being hollowed out. We are starting to see constraints affecting dispute resolution capacity and an increase in labor disputes. With employment shrinking and the business community under siege, the only body that is suitably qualified to handle the majority of disputes is starting to crumble due to funding shortages.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time has really now expired. MK.
And Honorable House Chair, honorable members, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party rejects this report on the third quarterly performance of the Department of Employment and Labour. This is not just about the statistics and glossy presentation, it is about
the lives of the millions of South Africans who are desperate for work, justice, and dignity, and this department is failing them. Yes, there are a number of inspection claims processed and outreach programs, but what use are these numbers when rural communities remain excluded, when programs are stalled, and when the interagency coordination is collapsing? In provinces like Northwest, where I am deployed, people are not seeing delivery, they are seeing despair. The government arrives with reports, but never with results. The labor activation program, LAP, is the clearest example. Instead of being a lifetime, it has become a cesspool of corruption and incompetence. We have repeatedly asked for the due diligence report on the company given these contracts. We have been ignored. We have asked whether these companies have the skills and infrastructure to deliver. We have been ignored. And then there is the scandal of the Petujo Security, a company that was awarded a lab tender using the fraudulent document originated from the inside the department itself. Honorable members, this is not a clerical error. This is a state-enabled fraud. This is why communities have lost faith. This is why youth unemployed stays above 40%. This is why the MK party rejects this report. And we are not just rejecting, we are demanding the immediate tabling of the due diligence report on all lab contracts, a full forensic investigation into the Petujo security, suspension of all lab disbursement linked to the compromised contracts. But MK will go further. When we govern, we will open the books to the public. Even lab contracts, even reports, even cents spent will be published. We will blacklist companies that defraud the state, and we will make the lab funds go straight to the real skills development cooperatives and the small business, not to the pockets of the cronies. Honorable members, accountability is not negotiable. MK is here to clean up this department, to restore integrity, and to make every rand work for the unemployed and poor. This is our solemn pledge, and MK will not endorse fraud. We will not tolerate silence, and we will not allow the hopes of our people to be stolen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The EFF. Order, honorable members, please take your seats.
I will never play to the gallery because we have accepted our report, all members of the committee. Chairperson, the report presented paints a stark picture of a country struggling to provide meaningful opportunity for its people. The spending patterns of the department and its entity indicate to South Africans that they don't care about the crisis of unemployment. For example, the departmental budget allocation for 2023-2024 was 4.16 billion, spending about 99.5%, yet achieved only about 81%, and programs like administration only achieved below 60% of their target. While inspection and enforcement services spent 98% of its allocated budget, yet failed to address the systematic challenges faced by vulnerable workers. The compensation fund, with a budget of 12.6 billion, overspent to 13.1 billion, yet achieved only 57% of its indicators, receiving a disclaimer audit opinion due to inadequate ICT controls, poor record management, and lack of consequence management. The quarterly labor force survey showed a decrease in unemployment by 1.4 percentage points to 32.1%, but we must question the quality and sustainability of these jobs. Are they dignified formal sector position or informal work that offers no security? Chairperson, young people aged 15 to 24 years face dire prospects with 3.5 million not in employment, education, or training. Black African women are affected with an unemployment rate of almost 39%. Chairperson, whites still constitute 61% of top management positions, underscoring slow progress of unemployment equity. The EFF advocate for enforced compliance aligned with Constitution and international conventions. The EFF Labour Desk with the EFF Labour Desk will continue to advocate for the vulnerable workers and the working class. The EFF supported this report. We participated fully. We even gave progressive recommendation to ensure that we create sustainable jobs and we industrialize. After industrialization, we nationalize key sectors of economy to make sure that we change the status quo of our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The IFP, having considered the annual reports of the Department of Employment and Labor and its entities, notes progress in expanding UIF coverage, strengthening supported employment enterprises for persons with disabilities, and exposing workplace non-compliance. However, serious concerns remain. Material irregularities, weak procurement practices, and delayed UIF post-verification process undermine accountability. ICT projects remain poorly aligned to strategic goals. Disaster recovery readiness is inadequate, and persistent vacancies in the inspectorate weaken enforcement of labor and immigration laws. Further, the compensation fund continues to struggle with internal controls, ICT deficiencies, and skill shortages. The IFP therefore calls on the Minister to act decisively, strengthen financial discipline, expedite UIF recovery processes, align ICT projects with departmental objectives, urgently fill funded vacancies, and implement turnaround strategies in the compensation fund. South Africa cannot afford inefficiency where workers' rights, livelihoods, and dignity are at stake. The IFP accepts the report.
Thank you. The PA.
As PA, we accept and support the report. 7 years and 3 months to arrest and convict 7 Chinese foreign nationals is remarkable, but not a work pace we as South Africans should follow. Let's arrest 7 foreign nationals in 7 days. Let's start with the plus minus 7,000 illegal spaza shops in our townships. That's taking away jobs from Africans and colored South Africans alone. This report is amazing on paper, as is the DA's promises before elections. But in reality, we all know they're only promises. Too many children goes to bed hungry as their parents are unemployed and cannot even afford bread. UIF is not a till open for free for all or staff. It is a form of security for people that has lost all. CCMA and labor officers are undermanned, overwhelmed, and cannot help the poor of the poor. Not all of us can afford labor lawyers. Labor Department, we need to do better. We need to reflect the truth in our reports. We need to tell the people of this country we are struggling. Let us get help from labor professionals. I'm sure the government can afford it. Let us get people that can do the job to assist us and teach us how to do it. The time for failing the people of this country is over. It's time we rise up, vote better, and make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
House Chair, the department showed significant under-expenditure, with public employment services using only 26% of its 526 million rand allocation, underspending by 389 million rand. This was compounded by persistent ICT challenges and critical unfilled vacancies. The Unemployment Insurance Fund that I touched on in the previous declaration achieved only 68% of its targets, so it reduced to the later quarter, failing on prompt invoice payments and essential service channel procurements. Its labor activation program, though apparently reaching 80% of its targets achieved, or of its targets, recorded severely limited participation of only 4,444 beneficiaries taking part in employability programs against a target of 30,000. The compensation fund performed at 71%. The compensation fund is crippled by pervasive ICT issues, skills gaps, poor data quality, legacy systems, and a history of underperformance rife with fraud and corruption. And claimants like Hansie de Waal, an injured farm worker from Rivier Sonder End, suffer because of the fund's inability to get its own house in order. Further, Productivity SA faces liquidity risks, and Supported Employment Enterprises suffers from revoked preferential procurement status and hiring freezes, leading to job losses. But let me not be all negative. Something positive, the CCMA achieved an exemplary 100% performance in Q3, delivering on all indicators despite being negatively impacted by underfunding. Its dispute resolution program overspent due to caseloads, highlighting the need for adequate funding, so there's still something wrong there, to persevere or to preserve service quality. These collective failures severely impede the department's mandate and exacerbate unemployment. I'm sure we can do better. I thank you.
Thank you, Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. There are many grave concerns with the Department of No Jobs and No Responsibility. Chief amongst them is the rampant corruption and mismanagement in the Compensation Fund and the Unemployment Insurance Fund. These funds exist to protect and support hard-working South Africans in their most vulnerable moments. Instead, they become turned into slush funds for fraud and maladministration. The dignity of our nation's workers is being stripped away by those who are entrusted to safeguard their welfare. A few months ago, the Auditor General tabled its audit findings on these two funds, which together manage an annual revenue of 46 billion before SCOPA. What was revealed can only be described as a horror show. These include a complete breakdown of internal controls, missing or non-existent supporting evidences for transactions, duplicate payments, fraudulent transactions enabled by the manipulation of bank account details, reckless investment in unlisted and failing startups, and a total lack of consequent management for corruption and mismanagement. Chair, instead of providing financial security to injured or unemployed workers, these funds have become a breeding ground for mass looting and impunity. The very institutions designed to provide relief in hardship are now the ones deepening it, robbing workers of both their dignity and their right to financial security. The Department of No Jobs and No Responsibility is not only failing South Africans through its inability to stem the job losses, it is also failing injured and unemployed workers through the unchecked corruption and mismanagement of the Compensation Fund and the UIF Fund. I thank you.
Thank you, the ACDP. Order, honorable members.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that while some progress has been made in meeting strategic objectives of this department, persistent inefficiencies and missed targets remain a concern. The Department of Employment and Labour reported achieving 72% of its non-financial performance indicators for Q3, while critical programs, particularly those aimed at youth employment and workplace inspections, continue to underperform. The ACDP reiterates its call for a more agile and accountable labour administration, especially in light of South Africa's high unemployment rate of 33% and youth unemployment rate of 62% for those aged between 15 and 24 years old. We support efforts to strengthen the public employment services and expand UIF coverage, but the Auditor General's repeated findings of irregular expenditure and weak internal controls must be met with consequence management. The compensation fund in particular continues to face backlogs and payment delays, undermining trust in the system. The department has been criticized for its slow response to workplace safety violations, especially in the mining and agricultural sectors. The ACDP calls for urgent reform in inspection protocols and enforcement capacity. On implementation of the Employment Equity Amendment Act, the ACDP reiterates its position, stating that transformation must be driven by merit, not political expediency. We assert that decent work is not a slogan, it is a constitutional imperative. As kingdom builders, the ACDP remains committed to a labor market that is fair, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of all South Africans. We support the report. I thank you.
Thank you. Order. The UDM. Rise. Bosa. The ATM. Al Jamaa. The NCC. The PAC. The UAT. Good. Does the ANC wish to make a declaration? Order, honorable members. Even the ANC has the right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The third quarter report of the Department of Employment and Labor reflects significant progress in advancing social justice, economic empowerment, and the protection of workers' rights across the country. It is a statement on the ongoing commitment of government to create a more equitable society where every individual has the opportunity to participate meaningfully in the economy and enjoy their basic human rights. The report highlights important achievements that align with the overarching goals of inclusive growth, social cohesion, and building a capable state responsive to the needs of the people. One key strength of this report is the notable performance of the Inspection and Enforcement Services Program. Moreover, the department's efforts to support employment creation are evident in the higher than targeted registration of job seekers and the filling of employment opportunities. While acknowledging some administrative challenges, including capacity constraints and delays in processing certain cases, the overall trajectory remains positive. The department is dealing well with the consequence management. The SIU investigation has found that 9 officials were implicated in the SIU report regarding their role in irregular appointments of 5 media houses. And the UIF was charged with 6.1 million rand of irregular expenditure. Those cases were dealt with, and currently, let me conclude with that one. We are also seeing that the department is working well with the PSC, where senior management services were found dishonest and the non-disclosure of financial disclosures. The UI claims fraud cases, also dealing with provincial offices, where we found that 35 were implicated, then 8 officials' cases were finalized with 3 dismissals, 27 remain pending for finalization. The department is also working well with AXA, AGSA, responding to the issues raised and the findings. It's working well with all the oversight bodies, including the portfolio committee itself. The Honorable Akbare Voorsitter, the financial management as reported in the quarterly expenditure analysis indicates responsive stewardship of public funds. The emphasis on aligning expenditures with strategic priorities ensures that resources are directed towards impactful programs that benefit workers and the economy at large. Steady increases in budget allocations to critical areas such as employment services illustrate a strategic long-term vision aimed at fostering industrial harmony, sustainable growth, and the approach that is recognized in investing in social cohesion and fair labor practices as a strong foundation for economic resilience. Engaging government, organized labor, business, and community representatives fosters consensus building, transparency, and shared responsibility. Culturally, rooted in the nation's history and collective struggle, these engagements serve as vital platforms to advance policies and promote social justice. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the third quarter's achievements showcase a government committed to transforming society through proactive policies, responsive governance, and continuous improvement. The focus on enforced employment support and social justice aligns with the broader developmental agenda of building a nation that is fair, inclusive, and resilient. It is through these ongoing efforts that
Honorable members. No, honorable members. This member has some time, and when we interrupt her, the time gets paused. So she will have all her time. Honorable Reddy, do you really want to be recognized? No, let her conclude. Thank you.
It is through these ongoing efforts that meaningful progress is being made towards realizing the vision of a society rooted in equality, dignity, and shared prosperity of all its citizens. The ANC supports this report.
Yaleboa. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable member, members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? The MK?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note that we are objecting and we would like to call for the closure of the meeting.
Thank you. With that objection noted, the report is agreed to. Honorable members, you are requested this one last time this term to stand and wait for the presiding officer to leave the chamber. Before you do so, the House is adjourned.